Good morning, good morning, good afternoon. If you're Europe, good evening, Australia, Japan, Korea, New Zealand, wherever you're from. And yeah, I had to take that phone call. Luckily, nothing important. Yeah, didn't stream yesterday because of family matters, and those always take precedence. So today we will try to catch up on this trial. Iowa versus Henry Dinkins, charged with the kidnapping and murder of his of a 10-year-old girl. That 10-year-old girl. Jesus, what happened? Okay, charged with the kidnapping and murder of Breasia Terrell. Not sure about the pronunciation. Uh, are they related? No. Henry Dinkins has a child with that kid's mother, but he is not involved with the mother, so it's not stepdaughter. It's just his baby mama has more kids. So that is the relation. So his son is the half brother of Breasia Terrell. So there is the basics, and this should be a slam dunk case. It should be, according to a testimony, which we haven't heard yet, but we know about since the state's opening statements, that places him as Breasia. Okay, Breasia. Thank you, atheist aunt. Breasia. I will try to remember that. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Where was I? Stop interrupting me. No. Sorry. Yeah. According to his then significant other, he is placed as the person last seen Breasia alive. We also know through the opening statement that a lot of circumstantial evidence that really speaks against him. So it should be slam dunk. And then day one and first part of day two, we have heard from a few witnesses. And one thing stuck out. And if you're here and if you see me, you know exactly what that is. And that is, in the beginning of the investigation, back in 2020, an FBI agent involved in the case but was investigating another case found bloody children's clothes that probably by a high percentage had nothing to do with this case. But he sent it anyway because child missing, bloody child's clothes about that size of clothing that the victim would have worn, might have worn. And according to me, a normal cop who is interested in finding out the truth to bring justice to Breasia would have been, okay, let's have that t-shirt DNA sampled, the blood on the shirt, and then ask mother to Breasia for a sample so we can compare. Do you think he did do that? No. Far down the line, far down the line, about a year later, I think it was, they decided to test Henry's DNA to a normal swab of the t-shirt and found nothing. And they now call that, that excluded it. And for me, no, it doesn't. It would have been so easy. Blood sample, sample from mother. Even if the child only have 50% from mother, 50% from father, you could always exclude. They didn't. Because even if 99.5% it was not worn by Breasia, this cop, in my opinion, didn't want to risk his case because they zoned in on Henry Dinkins really, really early, like immediately. So that stood out to me at least. Now, hello everybody. Hello This Way Up. Hello Neo Dark Matter. Hello Wim. Hello Christine. Hello Sal. Hello Jason. Hello Rabbit. Hello Atheist Ant. And all the others. Jason says, remember, cops at every level here in the US claim to be smart. In reality, they are dumb as a box of rocks. Here's the thing. I think this cop is one of the smart ones. So this was an active choice. And this is a bit infuriating because, and I said this in my first stream and in my second stream, everybody wants justice for Breasia. Everybody. For me, that is bringing a good case to court. Good case to court. Against the defendant. And then via the evidence, get a conviction. Now, if you start doing stuff like that, like we just discussed, they probably collected toothbrush, etc. for DNA when she first disappeared. It's pretty standard. I would assume so. Here's the thing: we haven't heard that in this case yet. So the ultimate respect I can pay to Breasia Terrell is, please bring a good case to court. And most of it's good. It's extremely good circumstantials for the prosecution. But once you start with shenanigans, like bloody children's clothing, it's probably not her, let's not even test it to exclude, then I go, but why? Why? And that's not a good question for the prosecution, in my opinion. So that is where we are about now. We finished off Friday with the witness, who is Alicia Fritz. She is a civilian crime scene technician. She is very, very pregnant, and she's a witness which the prosecution says she needed to get on really soon in the trial, because in a few days, I think they will start her delivery. Hey, DA Val says the agent is just playing the game. He had a suspect that was going to use evidence, even if misconstrued or misrepresented, to get what he wanted. Yes. Also, through his testimony, we found out that one of the absolute key witnesses in this trial, which is the son of Henry Dinkins, throughout the investigation has constantly changed his story. Even to the point where he pointed out people who had nothing to do with it, according to the cops. So now we started, okay, it should be a slam dunk, but somehow it isn't. And that is really, really interesting. Now, sorry. Okay, housekeeping matters. You all know this, but let me just repeat it. Like and subscribe. You know that. If you find this very compelling and think, thank you, Nick, for covering this, because not many others do, because nobody really wants to cover dead kids. It I don't know. Does it bring the numbers? Can it make you look unpopular? I don't know. For me, this case is interesting, and that's important to me. And I want to pay the best respect I can to the victim by questioning the prosecution until I only have bad questions left. If the prosecution manage to, if they, okay, what they say in their opening statement, those are the things I want them to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If they say this, and then, okay, you better bring evidence. Okay, brought evidence. Okay, few questions left. Next one, next one, next one, next one. And if all that remains in the end of the state's case is those bad, unreasonable questions. Okay, now I'm there. Now I'm there. If they have 5 really extremely good points in their opening statements, but they only prove 2, then all of a sudden I have 3 questions that I can't overcome. And that, for me at least, is paying respect to the victim, because the victim deserves better. Thierry says, sometimes a case just catches your attention and can't get past it until you know everything there is to know. Exactly. When I started day 1, I didn't know this might be a 5-week trial. I had no idea. Would that had gotten me away from it? Maybe, but here we are. Yeah, so like, subscribe, do the YouTube things if you want to support the channel and stuff like that. Become a member, $3 a month, and it gets you access to members only content here on the channel and to my Discord. Alrighty then. Now, let's see. No, there. Why isn't that bigger? Huh. Cancel. Discord changes. That's better. Yeah. And yes, as you can see, she is very pregnant. Very pregnant. And we'll call Malik. Hi. Lurking while working. Good choice. Good choice. And my... Why is my Wi-Fi? There is. This guy is still currently on trial? Yes. Friday, they got to day 7. We are finishing off day 2 and portion of day 3 today. And then Monday, we're still playing catch up. I will stream for 6, 7, 8 hours. But this is, they are claiming 5 weeks. So, yeah, we will catch up eventually. But here we are. Why is my Wi-Fi acting up? Okay, I switched. Huh. I switch between my router and my phone just to make sure I can get proper coverage. Mobile broadband. Woo. Okay, so let's first say sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Let's play here. Let's go back a bit. 2 seconds. Sound check.
Offer exhibits 4:1 through 4:18 into evidence.
Okay. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish your
Let me know if
You may.
sound is okay. This is yet again a trial where the lawyers can't find the microphone.
State's Exhibit 4:9. What are we being shown here?
This was an area of ridge detail that I had found, or a fingerprint that I had marked with evidence marker 1.
Do you make any other observations in this photograph as well?
Just that I see some dry dirt near it.
Now, when you have looked at evidence exhibits item number 1, you identify those fingerprints or potential fingerprints. How do you then proceed?
I used a clear tape, lifted the fingerprint, placed it onto a fingerprint card.
And what do you do with that fingerprint card once you place the tape on there?
So we fill out the card with information such as the case number, where we lifted it from, where the location is that we're at collecting the fingerprints, and we do a small diagram on it showing the location of the fingerprint.
Ultimately, how many different areas on the vehicle were identified as having potential fingerprints?
There were 8.
So once you collect, or did you collect all 8 of those areas, or try to collect fingerprints like you did with item number 1 with the tape and placing it on a card?
Yes, all were collected the same way.
So once you're done then looking for those fingerprints on the vehicle, you collected those cards, what do you do with them at that time?
They were packaged, sealed, and submitted to property and evidence.
Would you yourself do any further processing with those fingerprints?
No.
Ms. Fritz, I'd like to direct your attention then to March 22nd of 2021. On that day, were you dispatched to Clinton County to 270th Avenue, kind of just north of 218th Street in Clinton County?
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that area?
I was requested to respond due to human remains being found.
And when you arrived on that scene,
We
what
don't
were
know
you
if
asked to do
Law
at
and
that
Seaward will show
I was asked by
actual
Sergeant Pfeiffer to
those
document
photos, so
the
just
area
a general
and the
warning.
remains that were found.
And hi, Bass.
And
And
do you
everybody.
recall approximately what time of day it was that you would have?
Sunday morning.
Responded to that
Good,
area?
decent
It was
turnout
evening time.
so far.
I would need to refer to my report for a specific time.
How do you know that it was evening time?
I just remember it was dark out.
How well were you able to see at that time?
Generally, well, there were some extra lighting set up by Clinton County officers.
Sort of like stadium lights?
Yes.
Trying 1.25.
If those lights had not been set up, would it have been more difficult to observe the area?
Yes.
Rossman Ranch will be
You were
with
asked to
us,
photograph or take photographs
even
of
if
that
out
scene
of
at that time.
chat,
Were you asked to do any
doing
further
ranch and
processing?
animal shows.
I was asked to not
Okay.
do any further processing besides photographs.
Thank
And
you
why
so
were you
much
asked to
for
not do any further
choosing
processing
me
at
as
that
your
time?
Sunday
I was told that the
entertainment.
state lab would actually be
Wrong
responding
word,
the next
maybe.
day to process the scene.
So while you were on the scene yourself, were you asked to photograph the area surrounding the remains,
Yes,
and specifically branches that were around the remains?
yes.
Why were you asked to photograph those branches?
It was pointed out to me that several branches surrounding the remains appeared maybe broke or cut.
And additionally, were you asked to photograph a flip-flop that was found?
Yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
This is why we stopped Friday, because a bunch of photos.
Ms. Fritz, I'm showing you what's been marked
But,
as Exhibits
so
428.
General warning,
440.
might be
Please take a look
pictures
at
of
those exhibits and let me
remains.
know if you recognize them.
And if Law and C hasn't edited this video since then, I'm going this mode. So you can still see it, but
yes.
And what are these exhibits?
These are photographs that I took on scene.
not as
Do they
prominent.
really accurately depict the condition of this area
If it's
on
very detailed,
22nd, 2021?
Yes,
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 428
I will go
through 440.
this mode so we can listen but not see.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I
Okay.
approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Because law and... Okay, just dirt.
So, Ms. Fritz, this is State's Exhibit 428. What is being shown here in this photograph?
that'd be an overview of some of the branches very close to where the remains were.
I'm showing you this is State's Exhibit 430.
Okay,
What's being shown
good.
here?
Thank you, Thierry.
A close-up of one of the branches.
And State's Exhibit 432.
Another close-up of one of the branches.
Again, what was the significance of taking photographs of these branches?
Just showing that there was some sort of disturbance possibly that had happened to them.
Might be insinuating it was
Exhibit
done afterwards.
436.
Another close-up of one of the branches.
Again, did the branch itself appear to have been cut?
I would say possibly.
And State's Exhibit 439.
It's an overview of the flip-flop on the ground.
And State's Exhibit 440. What are we being shown here?
A close-up of the flip-flop on the ground.
And are you able to make any observations of the color of that flip-flop?
In my report, I referred to it as teal and white.
This is interesting because previous witness made a big number about footsteps and a flip-flop on a completely different location. And it, as it turns out, had nothing to do with this case. Absolutely nothing. Which is sometimes just a tactic to show, look how broad we investigated, so ignore that other things we did. Maybe. But that was like almost 2 hours of testimony about footsteps and a flip-flop. That was completely unnecessary. Completely.
And Ms. Fritz, other than those three different areas that we had talked about where you had taken photographs, does that essentially conclude your involvement with this investigation?
Yes.
And the assistant DA also pregnant.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Waters. Thank you. Ma'am, I want to start. I'll just do a very brief overview of all three of these things that we've discussed. I'll start with July 17th of 2020. I think you mentioned that you had gone to this apartment at about 6:50 p.m., right?
Correct.
We looked through a few photos that you took, and one of them that stands out is a picture of bleach. You took that photo, right?
Yes.
Did you touch the bottle at all?
I would have handled it some way wearing gloves.
Okay, and then just for my knowledge, I imagine you were wearing gloves at all three of these locations.
Yes.
Right? Okay, and then could you tell me whether or not that bleach bottle had been used at all? Did you open it up or manipulate it in any way?
The only thing I did was I used a hemostix, which is a presumptive blood test, on a very tiny brown stain that was on the side. Other than that, I didn't do anything further with it.
Okay, and then I'll be very brief about all of these pictures that you had, where you took. You talked about a broom, a toilet seat, the top of the toilet, the brim or the rim of the toilet, a bathtub, a bathroom sink, and a molding area. All of those items were in that bathroom, right?
Yes.
Other than the broom.
Yes.
Okay. And after taking pictures of these and after looking at all these stains, essentially, on all those items, you essentially just submitted them to the evidence and property team, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would have had no involvement in testing those stains, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you couldn't tell me whether it was blood or semen or any other bodily fluid on those items.
Correct.
Okay. When you were in the bathroom, could you smell bleach?
I don't recall any sort of strong odor of bleach or anything specific.
Because the smell of bleach didn't stand out to you at all in that bathroom?
No.
How about in the apartment at all?
No.
But again, you wouldn't have been involved in testing any of those stains, correct?
Correct. Just collecting the swabs.
And I want to talk about July 20th.
That goes to nobody tried to hide anything or clean up anything in that apartment. That's it.
Of 2020, where you showed up and you took some fingerprints and photographs of the Chevy Impala, right?
Correct.
What time of day was that again? And if you don't remember, I don't care if you look at your report.
I would have to refer to my report.
Go ahead.
If that's okay. 16:20 hours, so 4:20 p.m.
Okay, so sometime in the afternoon.
Yes.
And then you go through this process of photographing, dusting, and getting fingerprints, correct? And then you put those documents, those photographs, and the fingerprints of the dusts, you just give them to the property and evidence team, right?
Correct.
Again, you would have no involvement in testing these fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
So you couldn't tell me whose fingerprints they belong to, right?
Correct.
Couldn't tell me whether it was an adult or a child.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that you had or saw some dirt on the side of the Impala, correct?
Correct.
I think your words were it was dried dirt, right?
Correct.
You didn't take a sample of that dirt, right?
Correct.
And then you would have obviously, it begs the question, you wouldn't have tested that dirt.
Correct.
And on March 22nd of 2021, you took some pictures out at the Kunau implement, right?
Correct. In that area.
You took some pictures of some sticks and then a flip-flop, correct?
Correct.
Last question, you couldn't tell me whose flip-flops those belong to, correct?
Correct.
And that's simply because you didn't take the flip-flop and test it for DNA, fingerprints, anything of the like.
Correct. Just photographs.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. Georgia has just saw a bit of the discussion in the chat. Remember, go from top chat to live chat so you don't miss any of the commentary, any of the discussion. And the Georgia, as far as I know, has the death penalty. In this case, the prosecution does not seek the death penalty. just yesterday, really late evening US time, I was watching lead attorney was on with Beautiful Lies, and they had a great discussion. So of course I do what you have seen me done on other channels. I send in super chat just to appreciate their work, and for some reason he had it on screen for almost 5 minutes and then discussing other things before he got to the things I wanted to bring up. So that was very, very nice of him. So shout out to Beautiful Lies, as in Beautiful Lies, and shout out to him. And that got me 12 new subscribers just by having my super chat up there. So thank you so much. And if any of you 12 manages to show up this morning, hi, I'm Nick. I'm a junior rep. I do labor law. I'm Swedish. My specialization is negotiations and individual workers' rights. And now I stream trials. Well, I still work, but I also stream trials. End of commercial. Haha.
This Fritz showing you here, States Exhibit 418. This bottle of bleach that you see on top of the water bottle, when you had arrived at the apartment there, was that exactly where it was once you first walked in? That's where you saw it?
Objection
I believe
asked and
so.
answered.
Okay. And so, to your knowledge, you yourself did not do anything with that bottle of bleach. You just walked in and that's where it was.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Nothing further.
You may sit down.
All right, just foundational. And Jesus Christ, she's pregnant.
I believe then it would be appropriate to break for lunch then if the witness would take approximately the same length of time. At this time, then we'll adjourn for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, let's speed forward.
Your Honor, the state calls Dustin Garner.
It looks like a
Do you swear to tell
FBI
the truth, the
agent.
whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do, Your Honor. Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Dustin Garner, DUSTINGARNER,
How are you currently employed?
with the Davenport Fire Department.
How long have you worked for the Davenport Fire Department?
Just under 2 years.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Fire Department, where were you employed?
The Davenport Police Department.
In total, how long did you work for the Davenport Police Department?
Just under 6 years.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Police Department, did you work anywhere else in law enforcement?
I also worked for the city of Muscatine as a police officer for 4 years, and I was a military police officer in the Army for 8.
So back in July of 2020, were you still working for the Davenport Police Department at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you have a particular position with the police department?
I was a detective assigned to the Special Victims Unit.
How long did you work as a detective with the Special Victims Unit?
Approximately 1 year.
Prior to that assignment with the Special Victims Unit, did you hold other positions within the Davenport Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for a good number of years. I was also a member of the emergency services team. I was a officer crime scene tech for night shift. I was a field training officer as well.
part of your duties when you were employed as an officer crime scene tech? Or what would your duties have been at that time?
Documentation, collection, photographing, processing crime scenes.
And did you receive any specialized training in order to do those parts of your position?
Yes.
And as a detective, were you sometimes called on to utilize that training, even though you're now at the time working as a detective?
Yes.
So back on July 10th of 2020, at some point were you dispatched to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8 in Davenport, Iowa?
Shout out to Elise Lane, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Gifted to D.A. Vel, Atheist Ant, Nanya Bitness, Soul Souffle, and Constant Creek Freedom. I think that's 1 new and 4 who just got their memberships renewed. Thank you so much, Elise Lane. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I was.
Why were you dispatched there?
I was sent to assist with the service of it.
All right, and here we go again. Let's push it down to normal speed.
Service of a search warrant at that residence.
And did you assist?
Okay, boom. Started with that crap already. Let's try. Switching between phone and hold on. Switching back and forth between phone and router to get it more smooth. There. Have I tried yelling at it? Yes. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Try again. Oh,
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Fritz, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4-9. Let's go ner på stan. I've been testing my mobile broadband connection all morning, and I never went below 25 megabits per in and out.
under 2 years.
There we go.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Fire Department, where were you employed?
The Davenport Police Department, just under 6 years.
Davenport Police Department, did you work?
Muscatine as a police officer for 4 years, and I was a military police officer in the Army for 8.
So back in July of 2020, were you still working for the Davenport Police Department at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you have a particular position with the police department?
Good
I was
morning,
a detective
Brandon.
assigned to the Special Victims Unit.
How long
I'm
did you
not
work
an
as
American.
a
I
detective
can't
with the
recommend
Special
a
Victims
lawyer.
Unit?
Approximately 1 year.
Prior to that assignment with the Special Victims Unit,
And I'm contracted to the union, so you have to be a member for me to represent you in Sweden.
did you hold other positions within the Davenport Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for a good number of years. I was also a member of the emergency services team. I was a officer crime scene tech for night shift. I was a field training officer as well.
Part of your duties when you were employed as an officer crime scene tech, or what would your duties have been at that time?
Documentation, collection, photographing, processing crime scenes.
And did you receive any specialized training in order to do those parts of your position?
Yes.
And as a detective, were you sometimes called on to utilize that training, even though you're now at the time working as a detective?
Yes.
So back on July 10th of 2020, at some point were you dispatched to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8 in Davenport, Iowa?
Yes, I was.
Why were you dispatched there?
I was sent to assist with the service of a search warrant at that residence.
And did you assist with the service of that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
What does that process look like?
Knock on the door, announce ourselves, who we are, that we're the police department. We have a search warrant for the scene, secure the residence. Anyone inside, the people, subjects inside the residence are typically interviewed by one or more detectives that are on scene or other officers. And then overall documentation, photographs are taken, a search is conducted of the residence.
And back on
Okay,
July 10th,
Brandon,
2020,
I'm out of the
before
loop
you and
on
other officers began searching
uh,
this apartment, to your knowledge, were overall photographs taken at that time?
Yes.
And during that search, any items that were seized and collected, to your knowledge, were those
Hi,
items
Dave.
photographed as well?
Yes.
You have the link.
To recall who would have photographed those items?
Some of the items were initially photographed by myself, and others would have been CST Stillball.
Oh, not already. I have 6 more hours of streaming from this trial. So anything that comes in, I would postpone to my to later on in that area. Just yeah.
Now, while you were at this location, at some point, did you have contact with Aisha Langford?
Not at that residence, I don't believe so.
At some point, were you, or did Aisha show you her phone?
Yes, I believe that was in the parking lot outside of the residence.
So at the apartment complex, just not inside?
Correct.
Okay. And why did Aisha show you her phone?
I believe it was to show a call log with Henry Dinkins.
I definitely missed something. I definitely missed something. I need to check who streamed last night and see what happened.
And is that something she voluntarily did?
Yes,
Sorry. Subtitles on.
Did you take photographs of that call log?
yes, I did.
Additionally, did she show you any text messages as well?
Yes,
Did you photograph those text messages?
yes, I did.
And again, did she voluntarily show you those text messages?
Yes, she did.
Did she give up her phone? Or did you just got
Were the
screenshots?
text messages that she showed you, again, between herself and Henry Dinkins?
I believe so, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ooh. Ooh. That's interesting. Completely unrelated to this trial. For all of you who are on the replay crew.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11. You please take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Here's the thing about text messages. In my opinion, in my personal opinion, if it wasn't subtracted from the actual phone and it's just screenshots, has very low evidential value. Just ask for the phone, plug it in if you're a cop, extract it so you have all the metadata, and then you have some evidence. But the drinking feast in David's Discord
Yes, I did.
might be the reason why MG Law hasn't responded to my link yet.
These are photographs as captured with my department-issued cell phone of Aisha's phone.
And did they fairly and accurately depict the call logs that she voluntarily showed you between herself and Henry Dinkins and the text messages on July 10th, 2020?
Yes, the ones that were on our phone, correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11 into evidence.
I would object on the ground of hearsay and foundation or improper foundation.
The objection's overruled.
Okay.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So showing you first State's Exhibit 7-1.
Yeah, I don't really care about screen. He took photos of her phone. I mean, what? Now, that could be acceptable if you also later on download the actual content to get the metadata. You don't know who sent and to whom. You don't know let's change the name before I show. I mean, yeah, I don't like this. But it's on the judge discretion.
Is being shown in this photograph here.
This is a contact for, it states Tutorious Daddy.
And is that how Aisha related to, was the contact name she had for Henry Dinkins in her phone?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did Aisha Langford and Henry Dinkins share a child?
Yes,
Do you know that child's name?
yes, Tutorious.
So showing you then States Exhibit 7-2. What's being depicted here in this photograph?
That would have been the call log for July 10th under the Tutorious Daddy.
Does it show both incoming and outgoing calls and the times associated with those phone calls?
Yes, it does.
Showing you then States Exhibit 7-3. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Hi,
That would
Jamie.
be a text message history.
And again, is this the same contact to Tori's daddy?
Yes,
And from looking at the messages, are you able to decipher which of the messages appear to be sent from this phone versus the messages that were received?
Exactly,
to this
Brandon.
phone?
Yeah, exactly.
yes.
Let's take pictures,
And how do
show
you
it
make that
to
determination?
DA, get a warrant for
Want to
the
see
actual
different
content.
colorings?
And what are you able to tell us about the coloring of the messages?
Yeah, I mean, they've been using initials most of the time, but all of a sudden, no, let's get his name out there. Now, we know he's going to be a witness in a few days, but he's a minor. He is a minor. Jesus Christ.
Both persons sent messages back and forth between the two.
So the messages that appear green, do those appear to be messages sent from this phone?
Yes,
And the messages appearing in gray, do those appear to be messages that somebody would have sent to this phone?
yes.
Showing you then States Exhibit 7-4. What's being shown here?
A further continuation of that text message history.
Now, specifically referring to, and I don't know how well you can see this on the screen, some text messages that appear to be sent. It says yesterday at 9:13 p.m.
This is so. You could easily brought the phone down to the precinct, or just asked Aisha, "Can I have this phone?" Or the week after, or a few days later, because she needs this. Because by this time they are still looking for Breasia. So this is unnecessary in my opinion, because evidence should be what is actually downloaded from the phone, not photos of the phone. I have Nick saved in my phone as David Helm. Want to see our text? Yeah, this is lazy police work. This is lazy police work. Hi, Gigi. No
Yes.
worries, Gigi.
Was there a message sent to this phone at approximately that time?
Yes, there was.
What does that message say?
Good night, Mom.
And was there a response message sent? You can see in green.
Yes, I can't read what it is, but
I approached with this. Does that help you in order to read that?
Snivels, did they actually pull the data from the phone, or is this it? So, as far as I know, this is what they are going to use. This is so lazy. This is so lazy.
yes, it says good night, I love you, Bree, and Dink.
This is the victim's mother's phone, not the defendant's.
And States Exhibit 7-5. Again, what are we looking at here?
A further continuation of that text message thread.
And labeled there at the top, there appears to be a timestamp that says today at 8:08 a.m. Did this phone receive a message at approximately that time?
Yes, it did.
And what did that message say?
Call me.
And was there a response sent in green?
Just call me. I'm not about to play telephone.
And then at approximately 9:36 a.m., does this phone appear to send a photograph?
Yes.
Are you familiar with who is in that photograph?
Yes.
This is,
Who is that?
according to
Breasia.
this judge, it's now evidence through testimony as that day and correct. The
It's
victim
showing you that
deserves
States Exhibit
better
7,
from the
7.
prosecution and the cops.
What is being depicted here?
That would have been the call history as captured on the phone.
So previously in States Exhibit 7-2, there was also a call.
Yeah, but this is the victim's mother. Why wouldn't she consent to having the actual logs downloaded? But yeah, I in principle I agree. Regardless of who you are in a police investigation, there should always be a warrant behind it. But this seems strange because any judge would have approved a warrant to download the data from the victim's mother's phone if she refused. Anyone. It's weird.
Call history listed there. What's the difference between States Exhibit 7-2 and 7-7?
7-7 is the overall contact history or call history for the phone. 7-1, I believe it was,
7-2.
is 7-2 is strictly the history for the contact notorious daddy.
And so
But
while you were speaking with Aisha,
it only says today. Date, time, thank you.
again, she voluntarily showed you her entire call log that morning.
Yes, she did.
And that was one photograph taken in States Exhibit 7-7, 7-8. What are we looking at here?
Again, the overall call history for the phone.
And 7-9, again, just a continuation of that call history.
Yes.
7-10.
A further continuation.
So in order to capture the continuation, you had the phone and been just scrolling through the call logs.
Yes, I would leave the last one or two calls from the previous photo at the top of the screen or bottom, depending on which way it scrolled, to show that it was a continuous roll of the actual call history.
And then the last photograph taken, 7-11, again, just a continuation of those calls.
Yes.
And again, Aisha Langford was voluntarily letting you do that.
Yes, she was.
Now, also on July 10th, at some point, were you sent to Danita Gardner's house?
Yes, I was.
And
Hi, Dirk.
in relation to Aisha Langford, who is Danita Gardner?
I believe she is her mother.
And why were you sent to Danita Gardner's house?
I was informed that I needed to pick up 2 bags of clothing that had been left there.
And once you arrived at that location, were you able to observe those bags of clothing?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do at that time?
I believe I took overall photographs of both and then immediately transported them back to the apartment, where I then turned them over to CST Stovall.
And did CST Stovall take additional photographs of those items?
I believe she would have, yes.
And Detective Garner, excuse me, what was the significance of those 2 bags of clothing?
I believe they were clothing belonging to Breasia.
At that point, at least to your knowledge, did you have any further information on the significance of that clothing at that time?
No, I did not.
You were just told to go pick them up and you did?
Yes.
Did you yourself make any observations of the clothing and how it appeared?
No, I just collected the bags and took them straight to the CST.
Well,
Now, on July 20th of 2020, at some point then were you sent to the Davenport fire training facility?
Yes, I was.
Why were you sent to that location?
I was sent to escort a maroon Impala to Public Works.
Explain what you mean by escort and the Impala to Public Works.
why was that car at the fire department? Yes, Dave. I mean, it's as the witness in my previous stream went on for 2 hours about footprints and a sandal that had nothing to do with the case. It could have been stipulated, this is a bench trial. There's no jury to impress. Could he have stipulated, this is the things that we did that didn't lead anywhere. Boom, 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 boom. It's a bench trial. They can refer to report this and this about this and that. Boom. 5 minutes, that's gone. No, 2 hours.
Once arriving there, I unlocked the facility that it was in. It was a secured facility. You had to have access to be able to get in. I verified that the evidence seals on the Impala were still intact from when they'd been placed in there last, and I photographed those. I was there when the vehicle was then loaded onto a flatbed truck from...
Yeah, I know. He was a cop at the time. He's a firefighter now. I know. But they sent him to the fire station at that time to escort the maroon Impala to be tested. My question is, why was that car not immediately brought from the defendant's residence to be tested? I mean, why did it have to make a stop at the fire department? Now we are getting into why am I saying this is a bench trial with something that should be a clear-cut slam dunk case. Why am I here saying this is weird? Why am I here saying why did they do that? There a chain of custody issue here? Yeah. Why is this weird? ACSM says, cause the defendant parked at the fire department. On the way to his interrogation. Maybe, but there's no testimony to that. Brandon, did someone get murdered? Yes, the defendant is charged with the kidnapping and murder of 10-year-old Breasia Terrell. And, yeah.
Fred's towing, and then I stayed directly behind that vehicle the entire route we took all the way back to Public Works. I had never lost visual sight of that vehicle at all. And then once arriving at Public Works, I again verified that the evidence seals were intact.
Why was the vehicle transferred to Public Works?
We were going to drop the gas tank off of it to measure how much fuel was left inside.
And did that require placing the vehicle on a device that could lift the vehicle?
Yes, it made it significantly easier to remove the gas tank.
And did you have the capacity to do that at the Public Works building?
Yes.
And what was the point of
we haven't gotten there yet. But
removing
thank
the
you.
gas tank
Thank
from
you.
this vehicle?
In my understanding, it was to measure the amount left so we could gauge approximate distances
Let's
that
try
vehicle
go
had been traveled since it
1.25
had
again,
last been
so we can
refueled.
catch up a bit because they're not talking fast.
Were you present then when the vehicle was raised on the lift?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, did you make any additional observations of that maroon Impala?
Yes, I did. Once the vehicle was raised, stuck in the undercarriage was a few spots of what appeared to be soil and grass stuck in the undercarriage of the vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Where it normally would
They
not
claim
be.
to have identified the soil under the car with soil that
Did you find anything odd about that?
the scene.
The vehicle would have needed to be driven
It
off-road
remains
to get
around
dirt
the
and
level
grass in
of
those areas.
evidence as tool mark.
At the time that you made those observations, how did you then proceed?
I then called my supervisor, Sergeant Piper, and informed him of what I had found.
And how did you then proceed with the vehicle at that point in time?
I, again, stayed with the vehicle, and we waited until a search warrant had been drafted to collect samples from the vehicle.
After that search warrant was obtained, did somebody arrive to then collect soil samples from that vehicle?
Yes, it would have been CST John Vance. I should also add in that I also took photographs of the undercarriage of the vehicle with the dirt intact before being disturbed.
So prior to CST Vance's arrival, you took your own photographs?
Yes,
Once CST Vance arrived, did he take additional photographs as well?
I believe so, yes.
Were you present when he took those photographs?
Yes.
At that point, what did you observe CST Vance do?
He had donned gloves and he collected soil samples from the different areas on the bottom of the car.
Did you observe where he had collected those soil samples from the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes. And once the samples were collected, I watched him put them inside a manila envelope.
Where then did he take those soil samples from the undercarriage?
It's my understanding he transported them back to the police department.
And let me clarify, when you observed him collecting the soil samples from the vehicle, you'd previously testified that you watched him do that, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to determine where on the vehicle he collected those soil samples?
Yes,
Where on the vehicle then did he collect those soil samples?
from the undercarriage.
And what did he do then with the soil samples once he collected them?
Secured them in his vehicle before, I believe, transporting them to the police department.
I believe you previously testified he placed them in a manila envelope,
Yes,
and then he placed that envelope securely in his vehicle
yes,
before he transported them to the Davenport Police Department.
yes. His vehicle had been pulled into the parking garage, so it was right next to where we were working.
After the soil samples were collected and placed in CST Vance's vehicle, were there steps then taken to remove the gas tank?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
The main, we'll call mechanic for lack of a better word at this point, lower the actual gas tank. Once the gas tank was down on the ground, we then siphoned all of the gas from the tank to get an approximate measurement of or to get an exact measurement of how much was left in the tank.
So when you say siphon the gas out of that tank, essentially was it poured into some sort of bucket?
I believe we used tubing and a siphon to pull it out.
That's not what she asked. She asked, did you pour it in a bucket? We pulled it out with this.
At that point, then, were you able to determine how much
Yeah,
gas had been left in that tank at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall how much gas?
I would like to double check my report to give you the exact number.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
May we review his report?
He may. It was 4 gallons and 47 ounces.
And to your knowledge, was that process also photographed by CST Vance?
Yes, he took photographs of the fuel ones that had been taken out and I believe the empty fuel tank.
And that was something you observed him doing?
Yes.
Hold on here.
Vance?
Yes, he took photographs of the fuel ones that had been taken out and I believe the empty fuel tank.
And that was something you observed him doing?
Yes.
Okay, let's see here. A Chevy Impala gas tank is 18.5 gallons. How much did you have in it? Let's go back a bit. There, 4 gallons and 47 ounces, so almost 5 gallons. From full, then that's 30, but that assumes that he filled it up completely. If he didn't, means nothing.
Was
Of the
him doing?
yes.
Not yet.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
If they use toolmark, guys, soil samples and other, you will get reactions. Okay, 4.5 gallons in an 8. Okay, so that leaves 14 gallons.
First was marked a state exhibit.
That's a huge difference depending on how much he gassed up. If he gassed up. If he put $20
Yes.
in, okay, here.
And what is state exhibit?
That's $20.
It is a manila envelope containing the what I believe to be the soil samples collected from the underside of the maroon Impala.
And the state exhibit 143 appears to be the same soil samples you observed CST Vance collect from the undercarriage of the maroon Impala on July 20th, 2023.
Nothing that's in yet,
Yes.
but it's a long trial.
This time, Your Honor,
They
the
might
state would offer
come to it
Exhibit 143
eventually.
evidence.
Exhibit 143 will be admitted.
Handing you next state exhibit 18-1. Through 18-6. I'm also going to hand you the state's exhibits 19-1 through 19-13.
Bass member for 1 month.
Starting with state's exhibit
Tool mark
18-1
analysis on gas to prove it's from his
Did you
car.
recognize those items?
Yes,
And what are those?
those are photos that I took of the maroon Impala and the soil on the underside of the car.
State's exhibits 19-1 through 19-13. Did you recognize the items in those photographs as well?
Yes,
And what's being depicted in those photographs?
the same vehicle, the fuel from the tank, the debris or the soil on the bottom of the car, and the empty gas tank.
And in both 18-1 through 18-6 and 19-1 through 19-13, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the soil and dirt on the undercarriage observed by yourself on July 20th, 2020, as well as on the gas that would have been removed and siphoned into
We got one in the Young Thug
2020?
coverage from the
At this
drawback
time, your
hearings
Honesty would offer
and handwriting.
18-1 through 18-6.
Because does anybody know actual handwriting who is under 30? Anyone? No. Here to share my frustration.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Dap. Hey, Sal.
How's it going?
Yeah. A tiny bit frustrating. Have you
Yes.
been listening in?
Off and on.
Mm.
I've heard some of the issues though. Not doing their the best investigation.
Yeah. They so far they have entered pictures of a phone as evidence of a call log.
Okay.
They have taken soil samples from the car, and they measured how much gas he had left in the tank, and it was 4.5 gallons approximately in an 18.5 gallon tank, which means, okay, so it's 14 gallons. But what does that prove unless he filled it up to the brim last time he gassed up?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. Yeah,
Typical.
it's interesting. It's interesting. So, what have you been up to?
Oh, nothing. Just woke up a bit ago and getting ready for the day.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's 4:30 p.m. here. That should mean it's about 9:30 where you are.
7:20.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I'm an early riser.
Yeah. Yeah. So not much going. You haven't
No.
done much today so far.
Not yet. No, it's been
On a
pretty uneventful.
Sunday.
Yeah. So
Okay. Yeah. Let's keep listening to this guy who provides absolutely nothing of evidentiary value.
sounds good.
And 19-1 through 19-13 into evidence.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
I have one more to ask you about. This is State's Exhibit 18-7. Do you recognize that item as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 18-7?
This is another photo of the underside of the vehicle that was taken with my department issued cell phone.
And again, does this fairly and accurately depict that soil on the undercarriage of the Impala on July 20, 2020?
Yes, it does.
And also, he took it with his phone. Why is no CSI, CST there with an actual camera with measurements? What
Yeah. How do
if
you,
this was so important? Yeah.
or take the copy of the phone if possible.
Yeah, that is strange. If the call in a missing kid's case, the call logs are important. And he hasn't testified to, can I take your phone to download the call logs?
Yeah.
No, he took pictures of the call logs, which leaves out metadata, actual logged in time.
Yeah.
If there is, say, this says 6:54 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, but if it's not correct according to if the number that is used to call from is spoofed, I mean,
Yeah.
there's so much
And I
that
don't
would have been solved.
I don't think it's going to be difficult to get a warrant for a missing kid for somebody connected to the case.
No, they just, hi, we need this, judge. Okay, you got it. Ta-da!
We also move to admit 18-7 into evidence.
Exhibit 18-7 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh yeah, California is soon to be hit by a hurricane.
Starting here with
Missed me
Exhibit
by about 50 to
18-1.
100 miles.
What's being shown here?
The rear license plate and a partial angle of the underside of that maroon Impala.
Showing you 18-2.
That is an overall the underside of that same maroon Impala.
This is 18-4.
I agree, Rossman, but
What's being shown here?
The underside of the
apparently
maroon
they
Impala.
didn't.
This is State's Exhibit 18-5.
Yeah, they could always change
Again, what's being shown here?
The underside
or
of the maroon
tamper
Impala.
with information.
Then 18-6.
Again, the underside of the maroon Impala.
And specifically, what were you trying to capture when you were taking these photographs of the undercarriage?
The dirt and grass stuck in the what appears to be metal of the underside of the vehicle.
Yeah, almost immediately they thought.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 19-5. What's being shown here?
That is another section of the soil and grass on the underside of the vehicle captured by CST Vance's.
The remains were found 8 months later, so it was outside in the elements during fall, winter, and she was found in March of 2021. And she was found in March of 2021, 8 months after she disappeared. And he was a suspect almost immediately for the disappearance.
Camera.
19-6.
A different spot on the undercarriage, but the same as 19.5 was.
But who washes the undercarriage of their
19.7.
car?
The same as the previous two.
More
I
soil
don't.
and dirt and grass.
Yes, more soil and dirt and grass.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 19-10. What are we looking at here?
A bucket of
That
gas.
was the first bucket used, filled up to 128 ounces of fuel from the tank that was dropped from the Impala.
And then this is State's
Please
Exhibit
change to the
19.
metric system. Oh, so you spilled
11.
some.
What's being shown here?
A bucket with approximately 47 ounces of fuel left in it.
Two persons, same thought.
The State Exhibit 1912. What is being shown here?
This is the empty gas tank that was dropped off of the maroon Impala after having the fuel siphoned out, as well as the two green buckets that the fuel was then dumped into out of the measuring bucket.
After the gas tank was removed from this vehicle, was the Impala lowered to the ground?
After the fuel tank was then replaced, yes.
So you replaced the fuel tank and then it was lowered to the ground.
Yes.
Did you say then with the
Why would you replace the fuel tank? I mean, it's not going anywhere
Yeah.
unless you were actually giving it back to him, which I don't think. Well, we'll see. But for me, it's really strange if they have the car impounded because he's a suspect. They can more or less keep it indefinitely.
Yeah.
So why replace the fuel tank? I mean,
Yeah, that's weird.
yeah, I don't like when things go weird in a case like this. It's so disrespectful for the victim
Yeah. And the family.
and the family.
Impala and observe any further processing of that vehicle at the time?
Yes, I then escorted the Impala back to the secured facility it had been in earlier that day.
After that vehicle, the Impala was lowered back to the ground, is that when CST Fritz would have then attempted to locate any latent fingerprints on the vehicle?
Yes.
Were you also present then when she would have photographed the vehicle and made any observations at that during that time?
Yes.
Showing you then what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 4-3. Do you observe any dirt on this portion of the vehicle that's being shown?
Appears to be some on the rear lower quarter panel.
And would you agree this is the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Also, fingerprint of the car when they know
This is State's
she
Exhibit
was in it.
4-4. Again, do you observe any dirt or mud on the passenger side of the vehicle in this photograph?
Road dust and the like, but no major spots.
Then on State's Exhibit 4-5, again, fair to say this is the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Does there appear to be less mud or dirt on the driver's side of this vehicle
So
than on the
freaking
passenger side that
what?
we previously just looked at?
Yes.
I mean, this should have been a
Detective
clear-cut
Garner,
case, but it
Yeah.
isn't. Not so
your
far.
other involvement.
It was. I
in
thought it
this
was open and
investigation,
shut on day
fair
one.
to say that you would have
and didn't
retrieved the
really
lock
pay
surveillance
attention.
video.
Yes.
Any other involvement then after that, essentially?
As far as entering electronic evidence and things like that, yes. Followed up on a few tips, yes.
Did any of the tips you followed up on turn out to be related at all to this case?
No.
Great, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
It's like a bench trial was a pretty good move.
Sir, I want to start with talking
Yeah.
about July 10th of 2020. I think you had mentioned you had gone to the Jersey Meadow Apartments, right? And that's where you spoke with Aisha Langford, and you took these pictures of her phone, right?
Yes.
Now, these text messages that we saw, this phone call log, you took those pictures, and then those are the exhibits that we just looked at, right?
Correct.
Okay. You couldn't tell me whether there were any text messages deleted or any phone calls deleted from that phone call log, could you?
No.
Okay. And then I want to focus on July 20th on 2020 when
Hammer that in.
you're transporting this Impala back and forth. Just so I understand, where was the Impala before you had brought it over to this place where it was observed?
Where it was stored, you mean?
From where to where?
That at the time was the fire department training center in a secured garage.
Okay, where is the fire department training center?
It is no longer there. It was on West 83rd by where Wacky Waters used to be.
Okay, is it full of gravel and dirt and mud?
No, it was a concrete poured floor with metal walls
And how was it transported there, if you know?
on a flatbed.
Okay, did you observe it being transported to,
I would have to refer to my reports on that one to verify.
just from your memory, do you remember being transported to that place prior to you transporting it, or watching it being transported to the next place?
Yes, it was transported on a flatbed. Our policy is that we do not use a tow behind tow truck. We want the vehicle up off of the road so there is no road dust that kicks up from the tires onto the undercarriage.
Is it covered in any sort of tarp or anything when it's being transported?
No.
Okay. And then your involvement with this dirt, is it simply what you're telling us is you photographed the dirt on the
Hey,
undercarriage
Valhalla.
and then collected it
Hey,
and put it into a bag, or somebody else had collected it and put it into a bag?
Yes, it was collected by CST Vance, and I was personally there through the entire process.
And then you took those photographs we just looked at, right?
Yes,
You didn't have any involvement with testing or comparing that dirt, did you?
no,
And then I think you testified that you took some pictures of this gasoline that we just looked at, right?
I did not take the photograph. CST Vance did.
When you were there.
Yes,
Okay. And you watched him take these photographs.
yes,
And then you personally observed the amount of gas that was in those two containers we just saw, right?
yes,
Okay. And again, that was on July 20th of 2020,
yes.
sometime in the afternoon.
I believe so, yes.
And I don't mean to trick you, but the last time, from what you're aware, is that car was driven on July 10th of 2020, right?
Yes,
I mean, if this car is just being transported by flatbed, it's not being driven, right?
correct.
Are you aware whether anybody turned the ignition on of that Impala between July 10th of 2020 and July 20th of 2020?
Attorney is going somewhere with this. And I don't know what, but I'm interested.
After the car was seized?
To my knowledge, no, but I was also not there when others processed the interior of the car, so I cannot speak to their actions.
To your knowledge, as of right now, there's been no more gasoline put in that Impala, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, since this car had not been driven, from your knowledge, from July 10th of 2020, are you aware, or rather, you're not aware when the last time that car was fueled, are you?
No,
Okay. You couldn't tell me then, since you can't tell me when the last time that car was fueled, you couldn't tell me how much fuel was put in it the last time it was fueled.
no,
And you couldn't tell me a date when the last time it was fueled at all, could you?
no.
Someone else better testify to that they checked receipts, the defendant's credit card for when the last time it was fueled, and it was indicative of fueled up to the brim. I mean, so why is the gas of any significance?
yeah.
Yeah, meaningless information unless they bring it something in later. But it would be weird to not bring it in now. Foundational. I mean, it's
Start-
weird.
Start laying the thread.
Yeah. They didn't do an ECU, ECM dump. The computer can forensically acquire to show how long it was on and relative time and date it was on, in addition to speed and other events.
Yeah.
The only thing I've heard from opening statements is cell phone data of the defendant. That's all I've heard. But this is in 2020. I don't know the year of his Chevy Impala, but it looks fairly recent. Max 5 years old, maybe.
Yeah.
So it should be able. Again, if they are not then why not? They have had 3 years since she disappeared, 2 years since he was jailed.
Yeah.
Why is the case? Well, we're only still on day 2 here, in a up to 5 weeks, but that includes defense case. But it's weird, and I don't like weird.
Well, it's only a man's
Well,
life.
Yeah, and justice for the victim. And
Yeah.
I don't like weird.
Lastly, I think you said you went to Dustin Garner's home, and that's when you collected the clothes of Breasia Terrell's.
Yes,
Okay, but that was prior to July 20th of 2020, right?
correct. That was on July 10th.
Okay. And that would have been after you talked with Aisha Langford, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Simply all you did was gather those clothes. And what I'm getting at here is you didn't take those clothes and test them for DNA, did you?
No,
Okay. Other than just transporting the clothes to, I think it was a special agent you gave it to. Who was that?
crime scene tech Stovall.
You haven't seen those clothes since, have you?
No.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Garner, on July 20th of 2020, when the vehicle, the Impala, was being towed to the Public Works building, do you recall what the weather conditions were like that day?
I believe it was sunny and dry. There was no rain.
Do you recall if it was particularly windy or anything like that?
I believe I put the weather notes in my report. If I was to refer to that, I could tell you for sure.
Would referring to your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
May he refer to his report?
You may.
Okay, 2017, maybe.
I did not make a note of the wind in my report, but it was sunny skies and 82 degrees was the high that day.
Now, you were asked about the photographs taken of Aisha Langford's phone. From looking at that call log, you testified you're unable to determine whether anything had been deleted. Fair?
Correct.
However, to your knowledge, did Aisha Langford then consent to having a full download done of her phone?
Yes.
And typically, would a full Cellbrite download potentially show whether call logs had been deleted?
Yes.
Let's see here. Where did that go? DA about 2007, 2009. Based on the garage photos. Yeah, I just checked the difference between 2007 and 2015, and the headlights reminds me more of 2007 model than 2015 model. So yeah, okay, so it has some years to it, so they might not have those data back then to be able to data dump. I don't know. But if they had it, they should have brought it in.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters.
That's all I had, Your Honor.
You may step up.
Your Honor, the state calls FBI agent Richard Fenner to stand.
Okay. Here comes the feds.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Clumsy.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Richard Fennard, Richard, last name F as in Frank, Ennern.
What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent with the FBI,
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
14 years.
Describe your prior educational background.
I have a criminal justice degree, associate's degree from the United States Air Force, and a bachelor's degree in accounting from Metropolitan State University in Minnesota.
When did you complete your formal education?
2006.
And then what did your career path look like before you joined the FBI?
Immediately prior to the FBI, I worked at a CPA firm and obtained my CPA license. Prior to that, I was an activated guardsman with the Minnesota Air National Guard.
Okay. How is it that you became employed with the FBI?
I applied
Everybody's
after obtaining my
military in
CPA
this
license and was
file of
subsequently
some
hired
sort.
in 2009.
Now, do you serve the FBI in some type of specialized capacity?
Yes, I'm a member of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey Team, referred to as CAST.
Where are you stationed out of?
Currently, I'm out of Mexico City.
Define what you mean when you say that you're a part of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
The Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of FBI agents and task force officers that receive extensive training in cell phone technology and cell phone record analysis.
And what is it that you do with these cell phone records?
We assist in state, local, federal, and international investigations, focusing on the records that are generated by the use of a phone to assist the investigation.
In what ways can cellular phone records assist in criminal investigations?
In criminal investigations, one type would be a fugitive. We would review cell phone records to locate an area of interest to search for those people and find them. Also, in a historical capacity, you'll have an event that'll occur, a robbery, a homicide, and we'll obtain records from people that are identified as suspects. We'll review those records and include or exclude people in investigations.
So describe the process of an historical cellular record analysis. How does that work?
Well, in a historical capacity, we usually get contacted by someone that says they have an event that occurred. We advise to obtain cell phone records from the cell phone company, which usually involves the process of getting a search warrant. We get those records back. We match those with cell tower lists from the phone companies and basically take Excel spreadsheets, put them in a mapping software, and create visual depictions of what those records represent.
Describe the type of training that you've received in order to conduct historical cell site analysis.
My training began in, let's say, 2011 with a course from the FBI. It's a 2 or 3 day course. From that, I obtained an interest in that and went through the certification process for CAST, which I completed in 2013. That training is about 300 hours of training with the engineers from the cell phone companies. So we bring Verizon engineers, T-Mobile, AT&T, at that time, I think Sprint and Cricket. So we learn how each company creates their networks, what records are created when a phone is used in their networks, and then what we can do with those records.
And then do you have continual training that you participate in to keep up with any changes in technology?
Yes, at least yearly, we have another week of training where we bring in, again, the engineers and other companies that deal with location information for cell phones and obtain additional knowledge about any updates that are occurring.
Are you yourself involved in training other law enforcement officers in how to conduct historical cellular site analysis?
Yes, I've provided training throughout the U.S. as well as overseas, and I was also in charge of the FBI's CAST training program for approximately 5 years.
Help us understand the breadth of your experience. How often do you analyze call detail records?
Essentially daily for the last decade.
Okay, and when we talk about call detail records, what specifically does that mean?
Well, there's various forms of it. The most basic level is when a phone is being used, so you make or receive a call, there's records that are being created. So think of your cell phone bill. You'd see the numbers you're calling, the numbers that are calling you, how long that lasted. You'll see that on your bill. But additionally, when we get a warrant, we're able to see the cell tower identifiers for those records. So on the basic level, that gives us a tower and sectors that's used. Additionally, there's records that are created when you use a cell phone that are kind of referred to as engineering data, which allows us to have even more detailed information about that phone. Essentially, it can tell us how far the phone is actually located from the cell tower.
Now, when an individual is utilizing a cell phone, explain the relationship between the cell phone and a cell phone tower.
Well, for a cell phone to operate, it needs to connect to the cell tower. So cell towers are strategically placed throughout our environment from the cell phone companies to provide seamless coverage. So in order for your phone to work to make a call, it's scanning, looking for the cell tower from its company, and it's looking for that strongest, clearest signal from that tower, and that's going to be the one that it connects to make a call.
If you could, give us a perspective of cell tower locations within the context of a metropolitan area.
Essentially, it comes down to where there's more people located, there are more cell towers. So in a dense populated environment, you can have cell towers that are blocks apart. So they have a smaller footprint. So there's a smaller area a phone would be. Versus you can go to a rural area and you can see cell phones.
Excuse me? That's not entirely accurate. If there are a lot of cell towers in a densely populated area, it also means that the phone can jump around a bit because cell towers have, if they start to reach its limits, then they start searching elsewhere.
That are much farther apart, 5+ miles.
In a metropolitan area where you have cell towers that are in close proximity to one another, then if a cellular device is being used, can it then feed off more than one tower?
Yes, essentially a phone is designed to see more than one tower at a time.
Okay. And how would that work then?
Well, as your phone is on, it's constantly scanning and communicating with the network. And in that environment, it's not necessarily the strongest, clearest signal. It's just essentially a feeling of where the phone is. It's then once you make that call, that's that strongest, clearest signal that it's going to connect to. But there's other towers that are also seeing that phone at the same time.
Okay. Have you had a chance to validate the location of a phone after an event has occurred?
Yes.
Explain how that would work.
Well, in multiple capacities. One, I've worked a lot of missing persons cases. So we would obtain records from a missing individual. The last time the phone was used was yesterday, so it's historical. We'll go and look in that area and find the individual, unfortunately, many times deceased in those scenarios.
Okay.
Also,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
also in a case like this, we utilize those historical records to go to areas to search for surveillance video or other evidence that can show where an individual was. So we do that to put together a timeline in criminal investigations.
Are timelines really critical in criminal investigations? For example, in a situation where there has been a child reported to be missing?
Absolutely critical, yes.
And why is it important to establish a timeline?
Because it allows you to focus your investigation where you need to. So it's always about what you know in search of what you don't know. So it's so important to find out what you know before you can find out what you don't know.
Absolutely. Now, then let's just go back to an earlier statement that you had made. If you are able to locate a cell phone as having pinged off a particular cell tower, then does that identify an area where law enforcement would want to focus their efforts?
Yes.
Okay. And then once that location has been identified for law enforcement to focus their efforts, is that where they then go through the process of looking for any type of video surveillance footage that may help to develop a timeline and establish what was going on during that period of time?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you participate in the investigation being conducted by the Davenport Police Department involving a report of Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
How did you initially become involved in that investigation?
Initially, I believe beginning on July 10th, there was FBI agents were in contact with Davenport Police, and questions started to develop over some cell phone records that they obtained from Mr. Henry Dinkins, and they subsequently called me for questions.
So apparently it was really important to have the defendant's cell phone data, but only to take photos of the other phone's call log.
And that kind of slowly began my involvement before I physically came to Davenport.
At the time that you became involved in the investigation, were you aware that Henry Dinkins had been identified as the last known individual to be present with Breasia before she was reported missing?
Yes.
All right. By virtue of that, then, did that make him a subject of interest?
Yes, always the last person that's with somebody is where you're going to start with, especially with the record analysis, and you're going to continue to work your way out from that.
Okay. Being a subject of interest, then, did his cell phone then also become an item of evidence that was of interest?
The physical device, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in doing a cellular record analysis of Henry Dinkins' cell phone?
Yes, of the records associated with that cell phone.
All right. Now, during the initial stage of the investigation, is that what you were primarily tasked with?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did your duties in this investigation evolve?
Yes.
And how did your duties with this investigation evolve?
Well, as once I came to Davenport and came to the command
Welcome
post,
back.
started focusing
Thank
my
you.
efforts on the assisting with the overall investigation of putting the timeline together, and analyzing additional records of other people that we came into focus of the investigation.
With respect to those additional responsibilities, had there been a search warrant issued for the cell phone of Henry Dinkins?
For the cell phone records, yes.
I'm sorry, yes, the cell phone records of Henry Dinkins. And then did you have the ability to conduct a review of those cell phone records?
Yes.
Who was the service provider for his phone?
Verizon.
And so would the search warrant have gone to Verizon?
So
Yes, it
the
would.
phone company
When
that
those records then were
basically
supplied by Verizon, what
all
types
the
of
coverage in the
information was
entire
contained within
city.
those records?
The normal historical records we see of the calls and text messages that were completed, as well as the engineering data that had some distance from tower association and some data records.
Okay. And that engineering data, would it give us an idea of where that cell phone was located at during times of interest?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, did you go through and look at the call logs to see what type of activity there was relative to incoming calls and outgoing calls?
Yes, that was part of the analysis.
Okay. Would that have included incoming and outgoing calls during the time frame of July 9th and July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
And then speaking in relation to that, were you aware then at 12 o'clock p.m. on June 10th, he would have presented himself to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
That being said, if there was any contact with any individuals prior to that time frame where there could be some type of contact through incoming calls or outgoing calls, was that something that you looked at?
Yes,
Did that form the basis then for other individual cell phones, and I should say the cell phone records of other individuals who had had contact with him?
yes,
Okay. Beyond that, then, were there text messages that was a part of the documentation provided by Verizon?
yes.
Okay. And was that something that you would have reviewed as well?
I've seen them. I don't review those as much as those don't actually for Verizon have cell tower locations with them. So I focused more on the call side of it, but that was part of the overall records we obtained.
Okay. Now speak to this issue. When you had identified various numbers that he had had contact with, either through incoming calls or outgoing calls, what was it that you were interested in determining about those individual cell phones?
Well, at that case, you obviously want to interview those individuals to see what they say. And we obtained cell phone records then essentially to corroborate interviews. So it allows us to kind of fact check where people say they were at various times. We can look at those records and see if it's consistent or not.
Okay. Was Aisha Langford an individual that was interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes,
Was Andrea Culberson an individual that had been interviewed by law enforcement?
yes.
And I think it's clear, but for purposes of our record, what relationship did Aisha Langford have to Breasia Terrell?
She is her mother.
What relationship did Andrea Culberson have to any of the involved parties?
She was was or is the significant other of Mr. Dinkins and was also, I believe, rented the apartment where this began.
All right. And then outside those two individuals, was law enforcement interested in associates or family members of Dinkins that they would want to be able to interview and look at their cellular records to identify where their cell phone had been during times that were of interest?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit.
She was very careful about asking about individuals and certain individuals' cell phone data. I'm starting to think they didn't check either the significant other or the mother for their cell phone data. But we will see.
Okay.
Because if you are already on it, it's not hard to just check to exclude. It's not hard. It's actually really, really easy.
And if you have to get a warrant, it's easy to just add 2 more names in there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm playing in 1.25, so that distorts a bit of the voice. Yes.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
These are the names and some of the records that I analyzed in this case.
Okay. How is this document captioned?
It's captions parties of interest and associated telephone numbers.
And then does it give us a listing of the names for individuals that you would have analyzed their cell phone records?
Yes,
And does it also give the numbers associated, the telephone numbers, I should say, associated with the cellular devices of each of those individuals?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 144.
Exhibit 144 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that?
You may.
Special Agent Fennerin, for purposes of our written record, let's go through and let's identify what we have. And let me just get that document set up correctly there. And I'm going to grab my glasses. All right. As for parties of interest and associated telephone numbers, how many people do we have on this list?
We have 7.
Who's the first one?
The first is Henry Dinkins.
What is the telephone number that is associated with the cellular device?
I really hope none of these people still have that number.
726-4078.
Who's the second individual?
Aisha Langford.
What is her associated telephone number?
563-676-4247.
Who is our third subject?
Andrea Culberson.
What is her associated telephone number?
563-639.
Okay, did they
8716.
only check call
Who
logs
is the
or
fourth
did they
individual on that
check
list?
with cell
Nita
towers?
McQuay.
That's
What involvement or relationship does Nita McQuay share with any of the involved individuals?
It's my understanding she was Mr. Dinkins' sister.
What is her telephone number?
563-484-6834.
Who is the fifth individual on that list?
Helen Mosley.
What relationship does she have to any of the parties?
Mr. Dinkins' mother.
What is the telephone number that was associated with her?
563-459-7791.
Who is the sixth individual on that list?
Fornell Lang,
What is the associated telephone number for Mr. Lang?
an associate of Mr. Dink, oh, I'm sorry,
Okay,
563-200-3015,
and what relationship does Fornell Lang have to any of the parties?
an associate of Mr. Dinkins.
And finally, who is the seventh individual that was listed on this exhibit
Genesis Johnson,
with the telephone number of?
312-597-5484.
With that being said, explain to us why there would be an interest in Nita McQuay or Helen Mosley.
Based on telephone calls that happened during the time of interest.
Okay, why was there an interest in Fornell Lang?
Again, communication with Mr. Dinkins as well as result of interviews.
Okay, and then why was there an interest in Genesis Johnson?
Same reason, calls and results of interviews.
All right. Now, did you generate a report of your cellular analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may the record reflect
Hey, we passed 2 hours.
All right.
This is fucking weird.
Yeah.
May the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's remarked in State's Exhibit 62.
Good look at those bailiffs behind him. Jeez.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's remarked in State's Exhibit number 62 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
Yeah, ladies, not sounding sexist or anything, but if the circumference of your belly is more than the circumference of your chest area, time to do something about it. Maybe for health reasons.
Yeah.
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
This is the final cellular analysis report I created for this case.
Okay. Whose cell phone is this report attached to?
Mr. Dinkins.
And is that telephone number listed on State's Exhibit number 62?
Yes, it is.
And if you could read that into the record and identify the service provider for that.
Yes, it's 563-726-4078, and it's a Verizon phone.
And what date was this a final, well, I guess, well, okay, let me go ahead and move on. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 62.
Exhibit 62 will be admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, may the state introduce State's Exhibit number 62 into the record, or publish, I should say.
You may.
All right. All right, Special Agent Fennerin, if you could walk us through this exhibit and explain to us then what you were able to determine by virtue of your analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone
If this
records.
is the only report,
First of all, what were the
I'm going
dates
to
that
be
we were looking
pissed.
at?
July 9th and July 10th, 2020.
Why were we interested in July 9th?
That is when Breasia first came in contact with Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, and then July 10th, just to state the obvious, why was law enforcement interested in the date of July 10th?
That's when we no longer knew where Breasia was.
Okay, all right. What do we have here as an opener?
This is just a cover sheet, and obviously lists my name and the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I was assigned to the FBI Criminal Investigative Division at the time. The case number is listed as 7C-OM-329-0265, which is our FBI case number associated with this. Subsequently, we have the number of Mr. Dinkins, 563-726-4078, and May 12th, 2022, which is when this final draft was created.
Certainly. Now, your FBI number, is that distinctly different than from what the Davenport Police Department would assign to their reports as an investigative number?
Yes.
Okay, does each agency have their own investigative number?
Yes.
All right. Explain to us what we have on
One
page
way.
exhibit or page 2 of this exhibit.
In general, this is just an overview that we provide with a report. It says we were requested, or I was requested by the Davenport Police to analyze the cell phone records for the target number in relation to Breasia Terrell missing on July 10th, 2020. Methodology talks about we obtained the cell phone records from the cell phone company. We matched those with the cell tower locations provided by the company at the time the event happened. and we merge those together to provide the visual depictions that we'll see in subsequent pages.
Page 3 of your report.
Page 3 is just showing an overview kind of cell tower examples. So the point of this is to understand that cell towers
Why
are
is the
all
flag
around us. So we may
info
not identify
not
them
the
clearly
cell
as cell
tower?
towers, but they are. In this case, the top left of the screen might be what we traditionally think of a cell tower, a large pole with the antennas on it. That is what most of the cell towers in this case look like. They're much of the larger towers.
Page 4.
Page 4 is now getting into understanding how cell towers operate and how they look. So this, if you see the top left cartoon illustration, is showing kind of that traditional cell tower. Now the circle, if you look down, you see a triangle. That's like if you look down onto a cell tower. So essentially that tower location is divided into 3 different sectors, each of them being approximately 120 degrees. So 360 degrees in a circle, cut it in thirds, and we have a 120-degree sector. So a way to think of this is if I was standing on the cell tower with a spotlight. I'm going to spotlight that in the sector 1 at 0 degrees. So that's where my spotlight's focused. That's going to be where the antenna is focused for the cell phone signal. It's going to fan out left and right to provide approximately 120 degree of coverage, just like a light would do.
Okay. And then when a cell phone is hitting off of a particular cell tower, does the location of that cell phone dictate where it's going to fall in either sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3?
Yes, that's going to be captured in the records.
Okay. Will that be illustrated as we go through this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Page 5. Explain to us what is on page 5.
Page 5 is now just taking this a little step further, removing kind of the other illustrations. So this is showing you those same left and right limits in the right arms. Those are approximate. And then you see a shaded area in that. That's just depicting the area of the coverage. Each tower has its own coverage, so we would need to look at the other towers in that area to see how far the coverage would be.
Say, for example, a cell phone is hitting off of this tower, and it's in sector 1. Any type of indication of that, if you were to apply it to an aerial map, will it show these arms that we're seeing going off to the left or the right as the coverage area for that sector?
You mean in the depictions that I have?
Yes.
Yes, you'll see that.
Okay. Going to page number 6. What do we have in page number 6?
This will be kind of describing what you just referred to. This is how you'll actually see it when we look on a map. You'll have the left and right arms, and then you'll see the coverages going in the direction of that shaded area.
And like, for example, here, if we were to think of sector 2 and sector 3 as being below, what would be the point of that be? The portion that's that arced circle, would that illustrate the area where the cell phone was sitting off?
Yes.
That
Going
was
to
a
page
really
7.
small area.
What do we have in page 7?
Page 7 is now getting into the engineering data I referred to. This is commonly referred to as timing advance through all the companies, although each company has their own name for it. With Verizon, it's referred to as the real-time tool, or RTT. But essentially, this is the information that happens in the background where the cell tower is communicating with the phone and measuring how long it takes the signal to go from the tower to the phone and back. And from that, as you see in this illustration, we'll get a distance in the records. This dotted line represents the distance of what we get back from the phone company. And then you'll see a shaded area on each side of that, which represents then, based on that distance, where we'd expect to find the phone.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the blue arrow that's shooting toward the top of the page, and then the blue arrow that's shooting back toward what I'm going to call the center of the cell tower. Take that back to what you described in terms of being able to determine distance of that cell phone from that tower.
So those blue arrows are essentially illustrating the signal going out and the signal coming back. So from that, there's going to be a time that you get with the records. Now, we know a rate for that signal. So when we know the rate and we know how long it took, we can combine those to calculate the distance of where the phone would be located.
Going to page 8. Explain page 8 and what you've got documented here.
Just a further illustration now of, you see the cell tower and sector. So if we didn't have the timing advance, we'd expect the phone somewhere to be from there to the next tower to the north. But when we have timing advance, you're going to see the arc on the screen as you do here, which means where that arc is going to be where that phone's going to be located.
Okay. So from that arc moving toward the what I'm going to call the center of the cell tower, is it within that region?
It's going to be within the shaded area of the actual arc. If I can.
Yeah, absolutely. And
can,
yeah, you've got, you know what? Oh, no, it's not showing up there, but we do have one of these pointers that you can help us understand.
So essentially, when we're looking at this illustration, the phone's going to be in this shaded area up here.
Gotcha. Page 9.
Page 9 is now getting into the analysis for this case.
All right. What
Okay. Yeah, let that. I have nothing to say. I
Yeah.
just stop for some reason, but let's see what he has to say about this particular.
Date do we have set forth?
This is showing July 9th, 2020,
And what is the time frame that we're talking about?
12:56 a.m. to 11:05 a.m.
If we take the time frame of 11:05 a.m., what does that correlate with relative to the investigation?
Correlate. Hate the word because correlation does not equal causation.
Yeah, very true.
I hate that word. It's just like consistent with. I mean, this car is consistent with, and it got 4 wheels and a steering wheel. It's consistent with every other car, but it's too vague. Those are words that sound precise, but are so vague.
I mean, it's nothing.
And Henry Dinkins and his initial contact with the children.
This is my understanding, sometime between 11 a.m. and noon was the time that Breasia and her brother became in Mr. Dinkins' custody.
Okay, now up to the top portion of that, I'm going to call picture, there appears to be a legend. Can you explain that legend to us?
Yes, on the top left, you see a red circle, and then
You watch cops track a phone to an individual apartment. In where? I mean, cop shows or something. If you watch a cop show, they make cuts in the coverage, so it makes it seem like they followed the GPS or the phone track to that apartment. But it might be 15-20 minutes on knocking on doors. Have you seen this? That is cut out from the TV show.
Yeah.
it says Verizon cell towers. You're going to see that on every page that we have on here. That's going to represent where Verizon cell towers are located.
So anytime you see a red dot on any of these particular pages of this exhibit, that would represent a cell phone tower?
Correct.
Okay, and then the next entry on that legend, what is that?
That's now you're going to see a red tag. That's identifying the address of 2744 East 53rd Street, which is the residence of Mr. Dinkins and Andrea Culberson.
Okay, so between midnight going into the morning of July 9th to 11:05, generally, where is that cell phone located at?
So what this is showing is the phone would be consistent with being at that residence. And what that means, essentially, the phone could be located anywhere along that arc that we see. We see the two distances during this time frame. So it could be anywhere along that when you take it by itself. Again, when you apply it with knowing a known address, that information is consistent with the phone being located there.
Can you show us then, too, on page 9, where 2744 East 53rd would be represented?
It is represented down here at the bottom right of the page with the red icon.
Now, as we go through this next series of pages, I note that there is a box. It's got the coloring of red at the top, and then below it white, and then there are several entries. Can you help us understand the nature of those entries?
Yes, here where it says E and B, it's represented by E node B, which is just another way to say the cell tower. So that's the identifier for the cell tower and sector. And then you're going to have the date listed in there, and then the time of specific events. Or in this case, it's showing just a series of events from a block of time. So
Yeah, look at that. 12:56 a.m. to 12:05 a.m. No, 12:56 a.m. to 11:05 a.m. Now, I don't know American time thingies. You who are used to it. Is this strange?
Yeah, I think so. I don't. Plus, no. Oh, wait, maybe they're saying from 12:56 a.m. in the morning to right before 12 p.m. So it's like 11 hours it's covering.
Yeah, but they are pinging there
Okay.
at the address.
Oh, so maybe they were there for 11 hours?
We will see in the next picture if it is the same time frame. But it is. Thank you, Bass, for your $2 super chat.
just says 12:56 a.m. to 11:05:22 a.m. with the distances 1.26 miles to 1.31 miles.
Okay, and since you just got that range of times there, does that suggest that that cell phone is hitting off that tower within that entire window of time?
It means there's various
Okay.
times within there that it's hitting.
That's
I don't
all.
have the exact one spelled out, but it means there's no other activity showing the
Please
phone
start
anywhere
using
else.
military time instead.
Yeah.
Much easier.
At this time, we'll take our mid-afternoon break. We will reconvene at 3:10. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if they are going to talk about anything. No. Let's skip forward. Good
You may
morning,
proceed.
Melissa. Good morning.
Explain the data that is on page 10.
Yes, we're now looking the next activity on July 9th by Mr. Dinkins' phone showing 11:32 a.m. to 11:34 a.m.
All right. Now, between the timeframes of 11:32 a.m. and 11:34 a.m., does it show some type of movement of his cell phone?
Yes, it does.
If we go up to our legend, then is there an entry in the legend that we want to be interested in?
Yes, in the green color tag, we have the address of 509 Taylor Street.
Was 509 Taylor Street an address that was subject to the investigation conducted by the Davenport Police Department?
It ended up being yes.
Okay. And then what was that address associated with?
I believe it was an associate of Mr. Dinkins where he spent some of the day on July 9th.
Okay. And then would that be in accord with information Mr. Dinkins provided in his interview and the child DL who talked about the activities between he, his father, and Breasia on July 9th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So then if we look at that bottom box at the lower portion of the diagram, what essentially is that telling us there?
So at the bottom, we have again the cell tower identifier and the date and time.
But that is pinging outside of what? It's close to the shaded area. I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah. I got to get going for a bit, but I'll pop back
Okay.
on if I can. All right, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for showing up.
Yeah. I will talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Well, let's keep listening to this guy. 11:32 a.m. to 11:34 a.m. Okay.
So what we're seeing on here is from 11:32 to 11:34, we see movement from the top right of the screen to the middle of the screen as I have an arrow depicting that movement.
Okay. And then if we go to that top box, then essentially what is it telling us?
That's showing the earlier activity, 11:32, 11:34, the distances that are being hit in progression as it moves.
And if we focus on 509 Taylor Street, then is Mr. Dinkins' cell phone consistently hitting off the same tower?
As 509, it would not be at 509 yet until the next activity we see on the next slide.
Okay. All right. But it's coming within that area. Would that be fair to say?
It's moving towards that area, yes.
All right. Let's go to page 10 of our exhibit. What are we seeing in page 10 of our exhibit?
Now we're seeing those two cell towers that are activated between 11.
Okay, we have two cell towers. Overlaps quite strongly. So if his phone is pinging back and forth, it should be maybe a bit more precise, but it could also mean, yeah, I don't know. Let's just listen.
34 a.m. and 2:04 p.m. And you see the various distances from those two towers. You'll notice there's two areas that correlate to overlap between those two. I'm going to point one is going to be right here by 509 Taylor Street. And then we have another area to the left that also overlaps.
Okay. Does that give us an indication of the cellular
Hold
device
on.
being fairly stationary?
Yeah, but everything in between here means it can jump in between. So,
Or or being stationary there at 509 Taylor Street.
It is consistent with that, yes.
Okay, and then you had talked earlier when we had discussions about metropolitan areas with a larger concentration of cell phone towers. Is this an example of where a cell phone would hit on towers within an area that are very close to one another?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, now let's go to page number 12 of the exhibit. What are we seeing in page 12?
Page 12 is now taking from that 2:04 time period where we ended the last slide to now 2:16 p.m. on July 9th, showing now the activity begins at the bottom middle of the screen near the address of 509 Taylor Street. And then we see, if this was in motion, we'd see activity going from that bottom left to the top right, going to the area of 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, so to be clear then, is there movement then, a transition from the location of that cellular device heading toward 2744 East 53rd Street?
Yes,
And then what is the time frame associated with that again?
that's 2:04 to 2:16 p.m.
Going to page 13. What do we have happening here?
This is now after that activity at 2:41 p.m. The only activations that we see on this phone from July 9th at 2:41 until 5:54 a.m. on July 10th are the same cell tower and sector we saw the first slide, and the same distances again that would be consistent with the address of 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, and is 2744 East 53rd Street in our legend?
Yes, it is in the red.
Okay, so in between those hours, let's see, cell tower sector and distances used from 2:41 p.m. July 9th to 5:54 a.m. on July 10th, 2020. Only activity after 10:45 p.m. on July 9th is at 3:32 a.m., 33 a.m., 37 a.m., and 5:54 a.m. So something is happening in that 5-minute period. Let's see what he's going to say about it.
Okay, I'm sorry, excuse me. So then if we look at 2:41 p.m. on July 9th to 5:54 a.m. on July 10th, does that give us any indication that that cell phone was within that region that entire time?
We don't know for sure for the entire time. There's only little activations that happen at this time. So there's activations at 10:45 p.m. and then that next activation with data is not until 3:32 a.m.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But then what I do see during this, if I'm looking at the overall records, there are 2 calls that take place at 3:11 and 3:12 a.m. Those are incoming calls that come to the phone that do not register a cell tower, which would be consistent with the phone being powered off or on Wi-Fi only.
Incoming call at 3:11 a.m. That's a weird damn time to get an incoming call.
Or it's not connected to the cellular network.
Okay. You had an opportunity to look at Andrea Culberson's cellular phone data.
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Andrea Culberson worked for AT&T?
Yes.
And were you aware that Andrea Culberson actually worked from home and had a desk with equipment associated with her responsibilities for AT&T at the home?
Yes.
Okay. If Andrea Culberson were to testify that she woke up at 3 o'clock and had tried to call Mr. Dinkins and found his phone there at the apartment, would that be consistent with her statement to law enforcement?
With her statement and her cell phone records, that would be consistent. Yes.
Okay. All right. And then go ahead and explain the other entries that we're seeing at 3:37 a.m. and then at 5:54 a.m.
Yes. So then there's only activity that short period, 3:32 to 3:37. There's a kind of a burst of activity, be consistent with the phone essentially being powered on. And then again, there's no activity again until 5:54 a.m. So between that, there's no calls that take place between that time frame. So I can't say for sure that the phone would be powered off or not. It's not communicating with the network.
Is
All right. If a cell phone,
disturbing
is
towards the
plugged in,
defendant.
and being charged, take that scenario.
He's not in
and
the
apply it to
apartment
these variables.
and the phone is.
It can be, if it's plugged in and being charged, if it's not on, it's not going to register with the network. So just being plugged in is not going to register with the network. It has to be turned on.
Believe
Gotcha.
his significant
Going to
other.
page 14. What are we seeing on page 14?
Now 14, we kind of see an overview of some activity that happens for a short period of time from 5:54 a.m. to 6 a.m. What you're going to see is you see numbers listed here. It has 1 at the bottom right and an arrow going to the left where it has number 2. And it has an arrow going towards the top, number 3, again to the right, number 4, and then back down to number 5. What that shows is during this time period, we see activity where the phone hits towers and distances here, moving to the left, moving north, back to the east, and then back south. So by how each of those arcs interact, you can tell that there's movement that happens with the phone.
Okay. Show us on page 14 of this diagram where 2744 East 53rd Street is located?
It's going to be right here where the number 1 is, as well right by the number 5.
All right. Were you aware of law enforcement having done a canvass looking for locations where there were video cameras that would pick up the movement of that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, during the time of creating this was the point of what I was putting together as we were using it in the investigation to focus efforts to pull video.
Okay. All right. So were you aware that there was video feed collected from Quickstar on 53rd?
Yes,
Were you aware that there was video feed collected on Eastern going north from a residence at Judson Court?
yes,
Okay. So 1 to 2, would that go past Quickstar?
yes, it would.
2 to 3, would that go down Eastern heading north past Judson Court?
Yes, it would.
And then were you aware that there was video collected at Woodland Avenue coming back south toward the apartment?
Yes,
Would that correlate with point 4, number 4 to number 1?
4 to 5. Yep, yes,
Okay. And then between 3 and 4, is that the area of Veterans Memorial Parkway?
I believe so. Yes.
All right. So this path of travel, what is the time frame associated with this path of travel?
This is 5:54 a.m. to 6 a.m.
And so with that being said, are we going to want to pay attention to video feed that comes in later on that explains this activity?
Yes, and also the phone number, we see that. So 5:54 is when the travel begins. There's then an incoming call to this phone at 5:55 a.m. from Andrew Culberson's phone.
Okay. Did you have information about Henry Dinkins having left 744 East 53rd Street around a little before 5:54 a.m. with the toys?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And did you have any information about Andrea Culberson calling him, which brought him back to the apartment?
Yes.
And what was the purpose for that call?
Purpose was to come back to get something. I don't recall exactly what that was.
Okay, all right. So would this be consistent if that testimony is offered?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page number 15, what do we see here?
This is now the next activity between 6 a.m. and 6:04 a.m., utilizing the one tower and distance we normally see associated with the residence of 2744 East 53rd Street, and then another tower just to the south of that has distances again in that same neighborhood of the of 53rd Street.
Can you point out those 2 towers?
Yes, we have the normal tower that we see with the larger distance at the residence, and then the next tower here at the bottom right. We're hitting off 2 different sectors at basically the same distances.
Okay, so is that cell phone hitting off the 2 towers basically at the same time?
Essentially, yes.
All right, and then from what you know here, what else can we deduce from this?
So what we know based on a 4-minute period and these hits happening, that the phone is going to be located in that immediate vicinity of the apartment complex.
Okay, now is there a call that is documented between Henry Dinkins' phone and another cell phone?
Yes.
What is that cell phone number?
It's again 563-639-8716.
Whose telephone number is that?
That's Andrea Culberson's.
And what time is that?
6:01 a.m.
Going back to our earlier discussion, then does that activity correlate with calls relative to him coming back and picking up some item?
Yes.
All right. Going to page 16. What are we seeing on page 16?
This is now the next activity. At the bottom right, you see that last 6:04 a.m. activity with an arc just south of the address location. And then we have 6:05, another distance just to the west of the apartment, which again would show that the phone is now moving.
Okay. Is the phone moving westward?
West and north.
West and north. Okay. I want to take you to State's Exhibit number 38. So in looking at State's Exhibit number 38, if you would, on this particular diagram, does it give us areas that would correlate with this movement? For example, 53rd Street?
Yes, I believe we're looking at this bottom right area that we see here.
Okay, and then do you see Highway 61?
Yes, in the larger overall view, yes.
Yes, okay. And then so Highway 61 movement north, does Highway 61 actually run north?
Yes.
All right. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about relative to this, does that cell phone stay powered on so we can track its movement?
There's no activity after this 6:05 a.m. until 7:02 a.m., which we'll see is a completely different area.
All right.
As we've seen for the previous, when this phone has been moving, we are seeing activity in the record showing that movement. So that would be consistent with the phone then being powered off at approximately 6:05 a.m.
Okay. So if it's powered off between 6:05 a.m. and 7:02 a.m., without the benefit of video surveillance, would we have any idea where that phone had traveled to?
With that, no.
All right. Going to page 17, explain.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of activity is circumstantial towards the defendant, but it's really suspicious that he keeps having his phone off and on. It is suspicious. Still only suspicious. But this is a circumstantial case. Now there are it's starting to be a good number of things that is completely unnecessary for this trial. And at least one thing that is bad police work. Really bad police work, in my opinion. This, when it comes to cell phone data evidence, is much better than other things I've seen so far, in my opinion.
What we've got on page 17.
Page 17 is now the reason I originally became involved with this case, and that's this data activity that occurs at 7:02 a.m.
What happened at 7:02 a.m.?
We had a burst of essentially activity for a very short period of time showing the phone on the network.
Okay.
And that was a considerable amount of distance away from the previous activity, which we saw in Davenport. We're now in the area near Comanche. And this activity became significant because this was the only time this phone had ever essentially traveled into that area, or even to the nearby area to the left of there.
Okay, I want to come back and revisit that topic of discussion, but for the time being, let's go to
But
our
in
legend.
that time
What
frame.
pictures do you have in the legend?
Well, we have first, obviously, the
Which
red
is,
circles again being the Verizon tower locations. You
15,
see
16
more of
hour
them in
time
the
frame.
area, excuse me. More of them again, you see more populated area of Davenport, there's more towers. We then have, again, in the red down here is 2744 53rd Street, which is the area of the previous cell tower hit. We then have the blue, the Walmart, which became important after we began investigating this cell tower hit. And then also on here, at the top here, we have the location of where Breasia eventually was recovered.
Okay, now the Walmart, which community is it located in, Comanche or Clinton?
In Clinton.
Okay, the cell phone tower that cell phone hit off, does it lie between Comanche and Clinton?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and then so when that phone, Henry Dinkins' phone, hit on that cell phone tower, directionally, where did it place that cell phone?
To the north of the tower.
Okay, so did that then provide information for canvassing conducted by law enforcement on July 10th and thereafter in the area of Highway 30 going into and out of Clinton?
Yes.
All right, and did that produce some valuable information?
Yes, it did.
What type of information did it produce?
That allowed investigators to canvass for video, and they found video of Mr. Dinkins at a Walmart at the time of the cell tower hit.
Okay, now when you were going through and you were doing the analysis of his cell phone records,
Yeah, but that is a good
recognizing
number
that he's
of
at this location on July 10th, did you
miles
go back through those cell phone
in a
records to
different
see if this is an
direction,
area that
isn't
his
it?
cell phone would regularly be located in or about?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you find?
This was the only time the phone had ever been anywhere near that area.
And how far back did you look?
6 months.
Okay. 6 months. Okay,
Going to
that
page 18, tell me what we have on page 18.
Page 18 is now looking at a closer-up view of that cell tower and sector in relation to the Walmart and Clinton.
Okay, and what time do we get that very limited hit off that cell tower?
7:02 a.m.
Tell us what you mean by that. So it's coming on at 7:02 a.m. Then
Okay, this is actually really strange for the defendant because there are Walmarts and Costco's within minutes of where the apartment was. Minutes. Why is he driving all the way up there to go to a Walmart? Now, the purchase in itself, not that strange. 2 bottles of bleach. But why drive all the way up there? That's strange. That speaks against him, because that is, he's deviating from a pattern. Yeah, this is not good for the defendant.
is the cell phone powered off after that, or what's going on?
It's consistent with that. It's just we get a blip of data at 7:02 a.m. and then we don't get anything again until I believe 8:05 a.m. So it would be consistent with a phone being turned off and then turned back off.
What if the battery had been removed from the cell phone?
We would have no data when that battery is removed.
Going to page 19.
So page 19 is now showing additional efforts that we did when early on in this investigation. When this hit took place, I had a colleague who went out and did what was called a drive test. So we have survey gear that goes out and measures a cell phone signal. So what that entails is that that agent went up and down every road they could in this area where the cell tower was to get a overview of where this tower could possibly have coverage. Not just the strongest, clearest for a phone connection, but total, any possibility of where that phone could connect for that blip. So then we use that to send out search parties to search that area. As I said earlier, we know what we know, and this was the only known we had at the point of where to search for Breasia.
I want to direct your attention to events of July 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Was there a major search conducted up there in the Clinton area by virtue of this blip that had occurred at 7:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now going back to State's Exhibit number 38, I believe. Let me just pull that down. Yes, going back to State's Exhibit 38. On this particular map, can you show the jury, or not the jury, can you show us what area that was encompassed within that search that was conducted?
The areas I point with the pointer up to the top right of the board here of the exhibit, you see the cell tower, and then you can kind of see how it lines up with the presentation as far as the search areas that are broken out to cover the coverage area of that cell tower.
Okay, now those areas that were searched, is that all encompassed within those pink blocks that look like they've been divided up into grids?
The main focus of that tower is covered in there, yes.
Okay, all right. Going to page number 20. What information can we glean from page 20?
So now, based after 7:02 a.m., we had no activity now until it's 8:09 a.m. I believe I said 8:05 before. So at 8:09 a.m., the phone is now back on. However, it is now in the southwest of Davenport area. So now again, considered traveled a considerable amount of time in an hour and 7 minutes since the previous transaction.
So between 7:02 and 8:09, do we have any information about the location of that phone?
No, we do not.
And what are the reasons why we would not be able to locate or gather location information? What would have to happen?
Well, there's a couple things. One is just simply no activity, which I would find unlikely based on the movement of the phone. The other would be the phone is powered off in some sort of state or in Wi-Fi only.
We're going to circle the wagons again and go back to what you talked about when you were talking about engineering data. So even if there aren't telephone calls being made or received, as that phone is moving, are we still going to?
Hey, Brandon, where's MG Law? Rematch time. I haven't seen MG in the chat today yet, and he hasn't answered on Twitter, so I would assume he is out cold or being laughed at by his wife with a headache. Thank you for the super chat, Brandon. Much appreciated. Well, to get back on the trial, this shows me he's doing conscious decision, the defendant, and that is speaks against him. And it's really infuriating seeing how the lead detective in this case not doing his job, in my opinion. Yes, cell phone data finally got interesting. Yes, Brandon, this is a law show. But this is so they have this evidence that actually points to him, and they could have stipulated to the other crap they were doing. Why waste the time?
Have that engineering information generated that would give us location information.
That stuff is happening in the background. It's not a guarantee, as I said, like that it would be necessarily recorded. But as we see on the other activity of the phone, when the phone has been moving, we do see that activity.
Okay, let's go to our legend. And what entries do we have in our legend on page 20?
We again have the red for the Verizon cell towers, and we now have a.
Yeah. Looking at the map, the I-30 goes up north. Yeah, it would be interesting to see how long it would take them to drive that route.
Blue tag identifying a trailer or a motorhome that was located on Schmidt Road.
What association does that motorhome have to Henry Dinkins?
My understanding it is Mr. Dinkins' motorhome, and it was also a surveillance video associated with activity at that motorhome.
Certainly. Was that the location of that motorhome near the island of Credit Island?
Yes, just north of there, yes.
Okay, all right. So now tell us what happens then at 8:09 a.m.
So now is the first time we're getting a flurry of activity that takes place. And I have noted on here, this activity includes incoming and outgoing calls with 563-676-4247, which is the cell phone of Breasia's mother, Aisha Langford, I believe.
Okay. Give us, have you documented then the times of any type of activity between Mr. Dinkins' phone and Aisha Langford's phone?
I have notes here that detail which calls are for which, but I do not have them on this presentation.
Can you go ahead and give us that information?
Yes. So beginning at 8:09 and 8:10 a.m., there's two calls that are incoming from Aisha Langford that are forwarded, meaning they hit a cell tower, so it rang, but they were not answered. After that, there's an outgoing at 8:11 from Mr. Dinkins back to Aisha Langford, lasting 117 seconds. Then there at 8:15 a.m., there's an incoming call from Aisha Langford for 92 seconds. After that call ends, there's an incoming call now from Andrea Culberson that lasts 147 seconds. And then finally, there's another 8:19 call with Aisha Langford that I believe only lasts for a second, so not really completed call.
All right. Would it be fair to
This is a bench trial. It's a one and done. So it will not move forward to a jury trial. The judge will decide guilt or innocence, guilty or not guilty.
say then there was quite a bit of communication going back and forth or attempted by Aisha Langford with that telephone number or things that were coming in from Henry Dinkins?
Yes,
Okay. Now, would her cell phone records then speak to that?
yes.
All right. Going to page 21. What do we have in page 21?
21 is now the next activity, which is 8:25 a.m. That is now just using another cell tower in that same area, but now across the river, pointing back to the southwest towards Credit Island.
Does that suggest that the phone had crossed over to the Illinois side of the river?
No,
Simply hitting on a tower over there?
correct.
Okay. Is there any type of calls coming in or going out during this period of time?
At that time, this is an incoming call from Aisha Langford again for 59 seconds,
And what time was she calling in again?
8:25 a.m.
All right. Where does that place Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
So I'll use that again, this tower is shooting back across the river. So you have Credit Island right here. And then just to the edge of that, to the north, you also have the trailer location.
Okay. Were you aware of information reported that Mr. Dinkins had represented to Aisha Langford that during this period of time, he was heading down to the Davenport Police Department?
Objection, leading, false from hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Well, to be clear, let me ask you this. Does his cell phone stay in this area?
After this period, no.
But up to this point in time, is his cell phone in this area?
Yes, because the previous activity across the river near Schmidt Road and this all in the general southeast part of Davenport, southwest part, sorry.
Page 22, what do we see?
Page 22 is now taking the next activity at 8:32 a.m. To 8:44 a.m. And what we start is the bottom left of the screen. I have arrows again to help with movement. They're not identifying specific roads, just the general movement of the phone. That goes to the north, then it goes to the east.
Okay. Is the cell phone traveling?
It is.
Okay. Now, so if it's heading north, is it going from our southern border down by the Mississippi and then starting to travel through Davenport heading north?
Yes.
And then as it's heading east, then would that start to take us more toward what would be our eastern border of Bettendorf?
Yes.
Okay. Is there something significant about this movement that correlates between contact that occurred between Henry Dinkins and Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Explain.
Sometime after this, I believe closer to the next time frame, 8:44-ish, Mr. Dinkins and Aisha Langford meet up and exchange the brother of Breasia at a McDonald's located, I believe, Eastern and Kimberly.
Is there any calls taking place during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay, what's the nature of the call activity?
Again, there's two outgoing calls to the number ending in 8716, which is Andrea Culberson. And then there's again a flurry, 5 incoming and outgoing calls with a number ending in 4247, which is going to be Breasia's mother, Aisha Langford.
All right. And then there's a third number that you have up there. Do we have any idea who that is?
Yes, the number 563-888-3 3444 is a number that represents the Davenport Police Department.
Communication specialist Mona Borelli had testified that she had contact with Aisha Langford at 8:29 a.m. And then subsequently thereafter, she had called Henry Dinkins from the Davenport Police Department. Does that correlate with the 563-888-3444 number?
Yes, it does.
And then what time does that call come into Mr. Dinkins' phone?
That call is the one that takes place at 8:38 a.m.
8:38 a.m.
Last
Going to page 23. What does 23 tell us?
23 is now picking up for the next activity, 8:44 a.m. to 8:48 a.m. We see the beginning of that activity is at the center of the page where the McDonald's is located, showing this phone then would be consistent with being at the McDonald's when this exchange occurs.
How long is the phone there in that area?
Only a couple of minutes.
Okay, from there then.
From there, the last hit we see is the 8:48:56, which is the right side of the screen, and the arc just to the east of the McDonald's, which would show that by that time, 8:48, the phone is now moved from the McDonald's.
Is there another incoming call that comes from the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, there is.
What time is that?
That's at 8:44 a.m.
All right. Going to going to page 24. I got to quit saying state's exhibit. Page 24. What do we have happening here?
Now we kind of have a variety of movement that happens after the previous transactions. We have the McDonald's here in the middle right of the screen, bottom middle right. And our first activity is at 8:48, 8:49 with this large arc from the right side of the screen facing back to the left. After that, our next hit is a call at 9:12:08 a.m., which is the center left of the screen facing back to the west. Next is 9:19 at the far left of the screen. And then after that, we have 9:31, a call back to the right of the screen, close to the 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay. Who are those calls between?
There is one incoming and one outgoing with the number ending in 8716 for Andrea Culberson, and one incoming call from Aisha Langford during this time.
Iowa
Just stay
versus
there,
Henry
then.
Dinkins.
With what we see is Mr. Dinkins.
Now, this could be his moving around across town, could be explained by he's looking for Breasia. That's not really interesting. The interesting was what we heard a few minutes ago. Why was he up there where he has never been in a 6-month period? Why turning the phone off? Circumstantial, but also this is at a time where he's supposed to be looking for Breasia. So why up there?
Dinkins mobile during this period of time? Or I should say, is the cell phone mobile at this point in time?
Yes, it is moving.
Okay. Now, another thing that I want to ask you about, when you were going through and analyzing the phone, were there periods of time where it was shut down?
There is sometimes, yes.
Okay. Explain that to us if you could.
There's the only time where I can tell where a phone is actually shut down. You obviously have the absence of data, but then when you have calls that are incoming calls that are coming that do not connect to a cell tower, that's going to indicate either the phone is off or in airplane mode, in a way that it is untrackable at that point.
Okay. Can you tell us what those timeframes were?
Specifically, I think I have it in a further slide. During this period here, I can't make that determination because there's not those missed calls.
Okay, let's talk about page 25.
Page 25 is now the next activity from 9:35 a.m. to 9:44 a.m. Again, showing the overall movement of Mr. Dinkins' phone. Here, we're going to start at the top right of the screen where we have activity just to the east of the residence. Again, have arrows showing the general movement of the phone to the south and then back to the west towards a residence that's identified by 1321 East 39th Street in orange.
Who resides at 1321 East 39th Street?
My understanding is Mr. Dinkins' sister, McQuay.
Nita McQuay?
Yes,
All right. And did that address then become the subject of a search warrant?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Is that also one of the reasons why her cell phone was analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, her cell phone was analyzed, but why not the mother and the others
Page 26.
so far, as we know?
Now picking up at activity 9:44 a.m. to 9:52 a.m. And this is kind of a zoomed in version of in the middle right of the screen. We have the address in orange again. And then we show all the different arcs that are taking place during this 8-minute time frame. And I have it, you see in darker red, meaning there's more activations in that area. So meaning this area that's in the red is an area of interest just to the west and kind of southwest of the orange icon.
Okay, let's talk about just the different arcs so that we understand why there are so many arcs that appear. Explain that to us.
As the phone's on, it's communicating with many different towers, and those are getting at times captured by the network. And when they are, we're able to use them. So in here, it's just consistent with you're in the same place kind of during a lot of this, but there is some movement as well during this time frame.
Okay. Going to page 27.
So this now is picking up the next activity and an answer to one of your earlier questions. So this is showing 10:08 activity at 10:08 a.m. And during this time frame, there's an outgoing call to Andrea Culberson for 167 seconds. After this time frame, there's no other tower activity until 11:10 a.m. During this time, this is one of those times where I can say that the phone is off. During this time, there's 22 incoming calls to Mr. Dinkins' phone that do not hit cell towers and all go directly to voicemail.
Page
There's no
28.
jury, Brandon.
We're
It's
now looking
only
at
the judge.
11:14 to 11:26 a.m., where we have, again, a series of calls. I have icons here, so we have two different sectors from the same tower, labeled 1 and 2. So we begin at 11:14 with calls on the northeast sector of the tower identified. Again, 11:14, 11:15. All those calls are outgoing calls to Andrea Culberson. And then next, we have 11:22 on sector 2. Another outgoing, that's an incoming call that ends up being forwarded. And then after that, 11:24 and 11:26 on the right-hand side of the screen facing back to the left, which is an outgoing call at 11:24 and an incoming call from Aisha Langford at 11:26.
Okay, now we're seeing that phone hitting off different towers. What location of town is this activity occurring in?
This is now kind of in the more downtown Davenport, a little slightly to the west.
And then can you show us the location of where the RV was located at?
The RV would be located here at the middle bottom in the blue.
Going to page 29.
29 is now the next activity from 11:29 a.m. to 11:46 during calls with 8716 Andrea Culberson and two additional numbers listed on the screen, 563-484-6834 and 563-459-7791. This shows first activity at the bottom left of the screen, 11:29, 11:31, and then moving to the right and to the north, going back where it settles in the proximity of 1321 East 39th Street.
All right, beyond Andrea Culberson's telephone number of the 86.
The only really interesting thing, because this could be everything him driving around town could mean I was looking for her. And so the interesting thing is why the Walmart up there? Why turning off the phone or putting it in airplane mode or anything? And it's not just proving he was there. It's also about excluding that it could have been anybody else. But all this extra, I'm not sure it means anything. So prosecution is turning over a lot of information that might not be necessary. And we still have that from last stream, that the lead investigator refused to test the bloody t-shirt against Breisia's DNA. That is so infuriatingly, yeah.
Or 8716. Those other two numbers, are they numbers that belong to any of the individuals on our list?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I believe 7791 appears familiar to me, but I don't recall as I sit here.
Okay, and then I'll have you States Exhibit 144 again.
Yes, the 563-484-6834 is the phone for Anita McQuay. And I was incorrect. The 779 one, the one ending in 779 is Helen Mosley.
One thing that I would really wish they had, where she was found, and then if it's possible, no, not 8 months later, it might not be possible to see what cell phones was around there then, because she was only found 8 months later, so that might not be possible.
So the sister and the mother of Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, and then he's traveling up toward that area?
Correct.
All right, or I should say the cell phone is. And then finally, let me see, going to page 30.
Yeah,
Page 30 is now the last
lead
activity we have for
investigator
the
is
cell phone
shit.
as it comes to the police
complete
department.
shit.
This is from 11:49 a.m. to 12:04 p.m.
So if they manage to get enough evidence in to bring me over the hurdle to beyond reasonable doubt, it's despite his involvement. Because in my opinion, the lead investigator is crap.
When Mr. Dinkins approximately arrives to the police department. During this time, there's again activity with Andrea Culberson, his mother, and additional number of 8365.
Okay, and then do we know who
Here
that
we go
additional number of
again.
8365 belongs to?
Off the top of my head, I would have to look.
Thank you.
All right. And let's just make sure it's
Who I
on
guess
our
is
list of
Brandon.
parties.
It is not.
Okay, all right. And then so once Mr. Dinkins arrives at the Davenport Police Department, is that
Aw,
essentially the
Val has to do
end
stuff
of the
today.
analysis?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Do you have a wife, Val?
I'm going to jump out of turn, given what we've got by way of time update, and I know she's got to fly back to Mexico City tomorrow morning. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel at DeMarcus States Exhibit 116. I'm handing you DeMarcus States Exhibit 116. Do you recognize States
Mrs.
Exhibit
Valhalla
116?
is at work.
Yes.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 116?
This is just another investigative draft that I created for this case for telephone number 563-468-0641.
Did you become aware of an individual by the name of Jared Brink
Yes.
reaching out to the Davenport, reaching out to Clinton authorities after Breasia Terrell's remains were discovered on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. What was your understanding of Jared Brink and any import that he would have to this investigation?
My understanding was that individual was the one that pulled a vehicle out of the area where Breasia's remains were found on the night she went missing.
All right. I know that the gaps will be filled through later testimony, but at the time that Jared Brink was interviewed, did he have a specific date as to when he would have pulled a vehicle of interest out of the area where Breasia's remains were recovered?
I can't recall if it was the specific date. It was around the general time frame of interest.
Okay. Did you then do some type of analysis of cell phone records for Mr. Brink's phone?
Yes.
What was the purpose for that analysis?
Again, when you get information from someone, it's used to fact check to see if there's something that could show that that individual has the right date or not.
Okay. Would it also help to identify if his cell phone was located in a particular area on a particular date at a particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive data that would help you make a determination about where Mr. Brink's cell phone was located during the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
And is that reflected in State's Exhibit 116?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit 116.
Exhibit 116 will be admitted.
Okay. All right. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay.
The
Handing
car there,
you
but could
or
be
showing
excluded.
page 1 of State's
I'm
Exhibit
guessing.
116. What does this document represent?
This again is my cover sheet regarding this case of Breasia Terrell, and it identifies the Verizon number of 563-468-0641. Investigative draft done on April 7th of 2021.
Who does this telephone number belong to?
It is my understanding in the individual that pulled the car out.
Okay, and is that Jared Brink?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, you know what I'd like to do? I want you to write.
But who did the car belong to?
So that it's just very easy just to see who that number is associated with.
Sorry, the spelling of the.
Jerod, and then Brink, Brink. Going to page 2
I really
of
hope
that report
they
that you
can
prepared.
exclude whoever
Can you
owned that car.
explain what we are seeing on page 2 of this report?
Yes, this is showing the activity on July 10th, 2020 for the telephone number ending in 0641. And it shows that there's only activity at 2 times during this time period. The first is 4:28 a.m., which is going to be depicted in the top here, just above the red tag. The red tag on here, it's not listed. It identifies where Breasia remains were recovered. And then the next activity then is not until 6:59 a.m., which is down here at the bottom of the screen in Southeast Davenport, essentially showing that sometime between 4:28 a.m. and the next 6:58 a.m., the phone would have traveled from the first tower to the second.
Give me a moment. All right.
So
I'm going to hand this to you, and I want you to look up close. For that bottom entry, relative to the direction of how that cell phone is hitting, what community would be right there in that area that cell phone ping would occur?
The area I'm seeing is Buffalo, or I can't really, Andalusia?
Andalusia?
Andalusia, yes.
So Buffalo, Andalusia.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
so nowhere near where
Now, as we
Breasia
go
was
back then and
last
we look
seen.
at this particular document, I just want to make it clear. Are there a number of red dots spread throughout this document?
Yes.
What do those red dots represent?
Those again are Verizon cell towers.
Okay, so at the time frame of 4:28 a.m., where is that device hitting off of?
That's hitting off a cell tower in the vicinity of where Breasia's remains were found. It's not the closest cell tower, but it is the next tower to the north.
Okay, and so then relative to the direction of where that cell phone would be hitting on the tower, would that encompass a sector that would include the area west along Highway 61?
Yes, it will.
All right, and what time was that?
That's 4:28 a.m.,
On what date?
July 10th, 2020.
And then the next time that cell phone gives us location information would be where?
6:59 a.m. down in the Buffalo area.
Okay. Did you have information of where Mr. Brink was employed during that period of time?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was he employed in an area in Scott County?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's just run through some other.
Okay, but the owner of the
Your Honor, may
car,
the record reflect that I'm showing counsel Mr. Mark and safety exhibit number 111. Actually, let me use order. 110, 111, 112, 114, and 115. Oh, and 113. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you State's Exhibits 110 through 115. Okay. For our record, what is State's Exhibit 110?
110 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-459-7791, the phone of Helen Mosley.
Okay. Is the defendant's mother?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 111.
so nothing about the car's owner.
State's Exhibit 111 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-484-6834, associated with Nita McQuay, the defendant's sister.
112.
112 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-200-3015, associated with Fornell Lang,
Who is Cornell Lang?
an associate of Mr. Dinkins.
Okay. And why would he be somebody that would even be of interest?
I believe that came up through interviews of some activity during the time frame. I can't recall specifically.
Okay. State's Exhibit 113.
113 again is an investigative draft for telephone number 312-597-5484, a phone associated with Genesis Johnson.
114.
Investigative draft 563-639-8716, the phone of Andrea Culberson.
115.
My investigative draft for telephone number 563-676-4247 for Aisha Langford.
Okay, so he did investigate all the phones. Okay, that's good to
Let's
know.
just talk these very generally. Relative to Helen Mosley and Nita McQuay, when you went through and analyzed their phones, what did the data tell us about their activities during the early morning hours of July 10th and going into the morning of July 10th?
my recollection was the activity was consistent with their statements of being near the residence and then eventually going to the west of the state to a casino.
All right. And did it show either of those phones, individuals' phones, ever being up anywhere near the apartment of 2744 East 53rd Street?
No,
Or even being anywhere near the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were recovered?
no for where she was recovered. I will say there was some activity that could be up near the residence later after things were being reported on July 10th.
Okay. Fornell Lang.
Again, there was no activity on that phone that raised suspicion or contradicted anything that was known.
Okay. And was there anything about the location of his cell phone that would have tied him down to the area of Schmidt Road near that RV?
One second. I believe earlier on the 9th, it's possibly down in that area, and the 10th.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
Okay. And actually, let me ask you this. His phone stayed in a pretty static position during the time frames that were of concern.
Yes,
Did he actually have a residence in the area of Davenport that would be more toward the southwestern portion?
is my understanding, yes.
Okay. But was there any indication to show that that cell phone was moving around?
Not during the relevant time periods, no.
Okay. How does Genesis Johnson even come up?
Again, I can't recall the specifics. It's been a long time, but through interviews, I believe it was reported that she may have been with Mr. Dinkins on the 9th or the 10th.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Was there a review of individuals who may have called Mr. Dinkins during the relevant time frames where law enforcement was really focused on?
Yes,
Could she have possibly been an individual who called him?
yes.
Okay. And was there anything in her cellular data that would suggest that she would have been in areas of concern?
No, all the activity was consistent to one specific area.
And what would that area be associated with?
I believe a residence that came up during the investigation.
Okay. Andrea Culberson?
Yes, her records again were consistent with only towers usage that would be consistent with her residence.
They
Okay,
are
I actually
excluding
want to
people
go
now
through that
from
with
being people of interest. So this is good.
So page
in my
one of
opinion.
Andrea Culberson's report. What does page one show us?
Again, just a cover sheet of my name, where I belong to, and her telephone number.
And then going to page two.
Page 2 is now showing the cell tower and sector used by her phone from 12:40 a.m. on July 9th to 11:57 a.m. on July 10th. It's hard to see as this is a black and white version, but here is the cell tower located right next to the apartment complex, if not on it. And here's the tag of where that apartment is located, clearly in that cell tower.
And during that window of time, did her cell phone remain in that area?
Yes.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 115.
115 is the investigative draft for 563-676-4247, the phone of Aisha Langford.
And in your review of the records for Aisha Langford, did you identify location information for her phone as well?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And then just overall, tell us what you noted just about her movement, if any.
Her movements were consistent with what was being provided to us as where she was, around her residence and her place of work.
Okay. Do you recall where she was employed?
I believe it was a Checkers, if I recall correctly.
Okay. All right. And then was the cell phone hitting on towers around the Checkers that she worked at?
Yes,
And then was her cell phone hitting on areas around her residence?
yes.
Okay. And then was there any information about her going over to the apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd during the evening of July 9th to drop off children's clothing?
I believe in the earlier, yes.
Okay. And then so was her cell phone movement consistent with that activity?
1 second. Yes,
All right. And then I'm going to address one other question. Did Aisha Langford's cell phone ever travel out of Davenport?
I can't, during this relevant time period, no, I can't recall for the overall records. I don't believe that hasn't been a focus of recently.
Yeah, but it's of July 9th, well, July 10th.
No.
All right. And so then during the hours after midnight going into July 10th, through her contact with law enforcement, was that cell phone ever up in the area of Clinton or where Breasia's remains were located?
No.
I have no further questions of this witness. Your Honor.
Okay. This was good testimony for the state, for the prosecution. I need to do a quick errand. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, yeah. For me, this was good testimony. Very suspicious for the defendant, and according to him, more or less could exclude the nearest family and a few others. But I'm still interested in the car that was pulled out of there. Why didn't whose car was it? How long had it been there? Stuff like that. Just to exclude. But that would mean that that is up to the lead detective, and we all know he is shit.
Did I introduce State's Exhibits 110, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15?
No,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce those records.
No objection.
those exhibits will be admitted.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Freeze.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I'm showing you up there on the screen. Hopefully you can see it well enough. I believe this is Exhibit 116. Is that correct?
I can't see the number on it.
Well, let's say it is. This is the cell phone mapping data that you were asked to do, I believe, for Jared Brink's phone, right?
Yes,
And again, on top there says sectors used on July 10, 2020. Is that correct?
yes,
Is that the only day you were asked to use or to provide that data?
yes.
Why not July 9th?
I don't recall.
Well, didn't you just testify earlier that you were asked to do July 10th because that was the date that Breasia was disappeared?
As related to Mr. Dinkins' phone, when he came in contact with her, she was, as far as the witnesses that the investigation, she was last seen at 3:30 a.m. on July 10th.
And then Mr. Brink, I believe you testified that you were told, pulled Mr. Dinkins out of the ditch on July 10th, 2020.
Correct.
Who told you that?
One of the detectives, I believe, I can't recall, might have been the sergeant,
You don't recall the sergeant's last name?
Jeff Pfeiffer.
Jeff Pfeiffer told you that. Do
I believe so.
you recall when he told you that?
It would be very close to April 7th because he would have provided me the records and asked me to see if this phone was consistent with what he was being told.
April 7th of what year?
Should be of 2021.
So April 7th, 2021, Jeff Pfeiffer tells you that Henry Dinkins had been pulled out of a ditch right there near Kunau Implement, near where Breasia Terrell's remains had been found by Jared Brink.
What I was told is there was a witness that said they pulled somebody out. He had the records. He asked me to look at them and prepare an investigative draft of what that phone looked like on July 10th during that time frame.
But what I'm trying to drive at here is he was certain on the date being July 10th.
I think that's the date of relevance.
Okay.
He
Did
put
relevance because that's the
Dinkins'
date she
car.
was last seen.
Last seen with Mr. Dinkins at 3:35 a.m. and it was believed it was early in the morning. So July 10th obviously would be the focus of when he was there.
Okay. Let's say that Mr. Brink travels this exact route every day with the same cell phone. His cell phone's on every day. He's going to show this exact same tower every day, isn't he?
He could if he hits off a tower at that time frame, but if that's his route, that would be his route. Yes.
So you'd expect that every day, right?
I would expect if his route that he would, if there's cell tower evidence, it would be consistent with that route.
If Mr. Brink were to give us evidence, or we hear evidence regarding Mr. Brink's travel route to work every morning at 4 to 5 a.m., that he travels that road every day, then we can stand to expect that it's likely for him to have cell phone data, just like this you see in this exhibit, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And if that data is what we have, and he pulled Mr. Dinkins out, let's say in April of the year prior, there's no way of connecting those two, right?
No, April the year prior, there wouldn't be any data. Data for Verizon's only for a year.
So the leap in logic is that the officer tells you to get the cell phone data, put Jared Brink at that location by cell phone data, first of all, correct?
No, absolutely not. The question is, this individual says this happened at this specific time. As I said, we use the records to validate or exclude that. So I was given the records. I said, this phone is consistent with that statement.
Okay. You say this witness says this witness being Jeff Pfeiffer.
As far as I know, this is being provided to me secondhand. I did not talk to the individual.
But again, my question, very pointed, is this witness, Jeff Pfeiffer, said that Henry Dinkins was pulled out of the ditch by someone on July 10th.
Okay.
Is that right?
I believe by Mr. Brink, if I'm correct. That's who pulled him out.
And that's the assumption you were operating on, right?
That correct. I don't care who it is. I'm evaluating the records to see if where they are, and this is where they are.
But again, the assumption you're working from is that July 10th was the day it would have happened, right?
The July 10th was the date I was told to analyze, and which.
If he was in that ditch, how did he call anyone to get him out of it? And his phone never pinging there? You all know, you all see what I mean here? If this is correct, that Pfeiffer told this guy, look at this date where the tow truck driver or whatever, and assuming that July 10th, which is the date Breasia disappeared, how did he call for that help without the phone pinging? We are back to a shady police. Let's see where this goes.
From the investigation would be what would be of interest.
Okay. You have no other cell phone data that puts Mr. Dinkins' cell phone anywhere in this area of Kunau Implement. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that a lot of reasons cell phones don't transmit, right? There's airplane mode, number one.
Someone could put it in airplane mode, yes.
Someone could just turn it off, right?
In my experience, people do not turn off their phones, but that is certainly something that could happen.
If you have an 8 or 9 year old kid who's just a pain in the neck and wants to get on your phone all the time, it wouldn't be unreasonable for a parent to turn that phone off, would it?
I wouldn't give that child access to my phone. It's on my person.
Okay. Phones go dead, don't they?
They can.
And when a phone goes dead, it doesn't transmit, does it?
Phones that are on chargers don't go dead, but correct. In a hypothetical world, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the cell phone data analysis that you were doing, after about 5 a.m. that morning, Henry Dinkins never left the town of Davenport until we see him with a cell phone pinging up in Clinton at 7 a.m. Is that correct?
If I'm following correctly. So we had no activity between the 3 o'clock time frame where the phone is at the residence and he's at the gas station, correct?
Correct.
So he's separated from his phone during that time frame. His phone comes back on at 5:50 something time frame. So where he is clearly is separate from where his phone is.
His phone's not transmitting, right?
I'm sorry, I'm talking about what a witness said, or as far as where the phone was located at that time. Yes, it's not transmitting from that 3:37 a.m. to approximately 5:52, 5:54.
So how did he call?
Doesn't mean
for
he's not
help?
with his phone though, right?
I believe we know at 3:30 he is not with his phone.
Now, you also studied Aisha Langford's cell phone coverage that day, July 10th, 2020, right?
Correct.
Did you also notice phone calls that she was making that day? Was she making a high volume of calls?
I don't recall.
Did you notice any numbers that she was calling repeatedly?
From her records, I don't recall, as all that was being done at the initial investigation. And then as you eliminate people based on activity, you focus to where the evidence leads you.
You eliminate people based upon activity because they're not moving around, is what you're telling me.
No, the records are a part of it. So there's witness statements, there's surveillance video, all that is a part of the analysis. My part, obviously I focus on the phone records, but I also need to know other information to evaluate that.
Like who she might be calling.
I'm sure the detectives did track down who she was in contact with, yes.
If she were calling people who have a long criminal record, would that be relevant?
Your
in your
Honor,
training
I'm going
experience?
to, Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no basis for this type of question, and just to throw that in is prejudicial.
Sustained.
Henry Dinkins, once the phone came back online at 7 a.m., came back to Davenport, his phone remained on, correct?
No, that's not correct.
When did it go off?
If I can look at my notes again.
Please do.
The time I can confirm that it was off based on the 22 missed calls that went straight to voicemail was between 10:08 and 11:11 or 11:10 a.m.
And based upon your investigation, apart from that time, do we have any knowledge of Henry Dinkins having anyone else with him apart from his son, Detoris, or DL?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all I have.
Why?
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you.
Why didn't he
Especially-
ask my question? If his car was pulled out of that ditch, how did he contact anyone to get there to pull it out of a ditch? Why isn't that a question asked? Oh, he could have had a burner phone. I don't care. Then prove it. This lead investigator is so fucking shady. So fucking shady.
Fennerin, let's assume that Mr. Brink's cell phone had not hit on that tower on July 10th in the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were found. Would then that be significant?
I don't know if it'd be significant. It would just mean we can't tell where his phone is during that time frame. So
Sure.
we can't corroborate it or not.
Okay, all right. But at any rate, are we going to look at the totality of all of the circumstances to understand the importance of that piece of evidence and where it fits into the equation?
Of course.
Yeah. Hi, Baker.
Hello.
Have you been listening in a bit?
Yeah, I've been. I'm not a big fan of child cases. I only cross my finger had one, but the victim in that one had the same name as my youngest daughter. So, that's a hard one to get through.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
But the phone evidence was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. But it leaves me with, if his car was pulled out of a ditch near where Breasia was found, how did he call for help?
Yeah, there's some, but I just thought that finally there was some great, not evidence, but it was presented in a good way.
Yeah.
Because normally you're bored to tears when they talk phone data.
Yeah, this was good presentation, but then we are going back to the lead detective, who we already know is shit.
Yeah.
Through just by his way of excluding the bloody T-shirt. How did you exclude the T-shirt? Well, we took his DNA, the defendant, and tested it to the T-shirt. Yeah, but that's not how you do it. You should have tested the daughter's DNA to the T-shirt and exclude it. Because doing him towards the T-shirt proves absolutely nothing. And now, all of a sudden, Pfeiffer tells this FBI agent, who actually is good, presented good evidence for cell phone, much better than I'm heard in any other trial, I must say. He tells him that Dinkins' car was pulled out of a ditch by this other guy on July 10th.
Yeah, but
How can we confirm that? And why? How did it call for help? And why didn't the defense ask my question?
yeah, that's like uh, I'm watching the Randolph case, and the defense in that is really good at poking holes. I'm not sure that it's enough to change the jury's perception of this guy, but still, they are asking the right questions. And I think we have, how many cases have you watched where we are yelling at the defense?
All of them.
Almost all of them, yeah.
Yeah, almost all of them.
So
why didn't they ask that question? And here is that question, because I think that's quite significant to maybe not to poke holes at this guy, but to poke holes to the lead detective, who we know so far is shit. It's not the shit, which means he's good. It means, yeah, he's not good at this.
No, but that's I can't tell. I think some of the defense lawyers doesn't understand that you can attack the narrative with each and every witness, and and I think they do it really good in the Randolph case.
Yeah,
so.
And he did ask good questions, but he didn't ask that specific question. And if I can sit here over the pond, why doesn't he get there?
And again, maybe I'm just biased, but again, I think it's kind of we have a crime, we found our man, let's prove it's our man.
Yeah, the lead detective zoned in as 2 seconds after he had the case in his lap.
Yeah, and that's not the right way, in my opinion.
Yeah, because most of this guy's testimony was good, especially because we heard he went to Walmart and bought bleach, which is not strange in itself. But now we know he went way an hour or more to a Walmart he hasn't been to, according to his cell phone data, for at least 6 months. But he happened to go there the morning Breasia disappeared.
That's kind of like the Mia case here in Denmark, where he went to 3 different hardware stores the day after she fell.
Yeah, she fell and broke in a million pieces.
It happens.
Yeah, because it was really good, but then if they don't ask the question, then the judge won't give it weight at all.
This isn't a jury trial, it's just a bench trial.
Yeah, it's just a bench trial.
Yeah, then it's even more important, because juries, you can play with the emotions.
Yeah.
But the judge, as a lawyer, you have a guy sitting crying in the room, but still you have the law, and it's the law that decides what you're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm not involved in criminal cases or anything like that, but it's really important to ask the right questions and to ask them to the right person.
Yeah. Especially when it's a judge who's deciding.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Over 30 years, I might have had 5 that went to so-called workers' trial, or whatever you can call it in English. Arbetsmarknadsdomstolen.
Yeah.
And as we call it in Swedish. And those are judge-only decisions. One judge makes the decision. And you really, really need to get every question out there.
Yeah, and then you have to really stamp the law.
Yeah.
It's not enough to say, well, look at this guy. He's broken down. He fell and got his leg in the tractor.
Yeah.
No. Was every safety precaution met? Well, too bad.
You fired that person because you claim he did that. Okay. Why did you take away the shield? To save time, Mr. Employer. To make
we had a guy I was in city council with, and he has different companies, and he had let some guy who just started make a project of his own, and as we did it in the bakeries too, all the safety shields and stuff like that, we just ripped it off because it annoys us when we have to work. But then he got I can't remember if maybe he lost some fingers or something, but the guy he didn't want to pay, and you removed the safety. You didn't supervise him. You didn't tell him about the safety instructions. Well, that's $250,000 you just have to pay.
Yeah. So, plus additional medical costs in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, under Swedish insurance protocol, if you're an employer, you remove something, person gets injured, congratulations, everything regarding that hand, the lost finger, you pay.
Yeah.
Or your insurance company will pay, and then if it's deemed criminal neglect, well, then the cops will get involved as well.
And that happened here, and that's kind of a big thing when the police shows up. But we have had a string of deaths on building sites, a string of 4 or 5 recently, and that's not normal.
No.
And as you know, as a farmer, we had last week we had the hay bale smush a 22-year-old. It happens every year.
Yeah.
So that's bad.
And I was out earlier this week to do the baling of hay, and you really don't want to be near that because it's 5 tons of hay rolled up. You don't want to be near that the back end of that machine or the front end of that machine, because you will get hurt or dead.
It don't care. It'll pull you right through the machine if you get stuck in the combine harvester. It doesn't care. And no, Bass, it wasn't Nick's tractor.
No, it wasn't my tractor.
I don't think that old tractor. Well, it could probably rip an arm off. It's pre-safety.
Yeah.
When men were men and a woodworker had at least 2 fingers less than he began with.
Yeah, and that's the entire goal of being a union rep who makes demand on employers when we're out on inspections. Our members should exit work with the same amount of fingers and toes and eyes and ears and nose and teeth as, in hole, out hole. I mean,
and not the fun hole like a Jody.
No, not a Jody Ayres fun hole kind of way.
So
depending on what line of work. Yeah, but
let's try to get then. Yamaha biker had an uncle who lost part of his hand. That's not fun.
No.
My dad used to be we call them firemen or paramedics or whatever you would call them, and they had to go out and get horses out of a barn, and they get really crazy because it was on fire. And he got kicked in the face by a horse. That was also before you really got any compensation for that, but he didn't have anything other than a broken nose. But those horses, they get really scared when there's a fire.
Yeah. You open the door, let them out.
Yeah,
run.
and the stupid ones, they want to run through the fire most of the time.
Yeah. Oh. But we are here for
Yeah,
this
sorry.
trial.
Yeah,
No, no worries. No
we
worries.
got
No worries.
sidetracked.
Yeah. Not unusual. Not unusual. Yeah, let's see. We are at redirect. Let's see what she has to say.
All right. And if someone doesn't have their cell phone with them, then is the cell phone going to hit on a tower?
If, sorry, how that's
Let,
phrased.
let me rephrase that. If someone doesn't have their cell phone with them, then that cell phone, is it going to hit only on towers where it's located?
A cell phone is going to hit where the cell phone is located.
All right. And then if an individual doesn't have their cell phone with them, can we track their movements then?
No, we cannot.
All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. Reese, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense only missed one question. But I'm very... but he missed the absolute most important question. How did he get anybody up there to pull out the car?
Yeah, and one person asked a good question. The tow truck driver, was he just driving his route and saw him, or whatever happened?
Yeah, exactly. How did the tow truck driver get to that? I mean, somebody had to call him to get him there. Or did he just drive by and saw it and pulled it out? And because this car was in movement the rest of the day, so it had to have been pulled out. And how does it fit the time frame of the Walmart and the home and everything?
Yeah, it's.
And was the boy in the car? I mean, there's so much more to this.
And that's the problem when us, you're doing labor law and I'm just a layman, but still, we can ask questions that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
And those people have went to criminal law school, and done. They should be better.
Yeah, they should be better. What are we waiting for?
That's the great thing about being a little behind or watching on replay, that you can just move to all these dead parts. You call your next witness.
Okay.
The state would call DL.
You please raise your right hand.
Oh, here comes the son.
Do you swear to tell the truth? And the whole truth?
That's why.
How old is the son?
He is now 13 or 14.
I'm not a fan of kids having to be in court.
No. These should have been done by deposition or anything. And and here's the thing. Yeah.
Do you know if if you legally can put a kid in the courtroom in Denmark, in Sweden? I'm not sure we can do that. I think you have to have the police special interrogators if it's an essay, especially, and then we watch the videos. I'm not sure you can call a kid to the stand before they're 15, maybe.
I'm not sure, but what I do know about when kids are involved, the interrogator has to be trained to interrogate the child.
Yeah.
Not as in the Zachariah Anderson case, where this fucking prosecutor Gravely had 40 hours of interrogation, unrecorded.
Yeah.
With the child.
That should just be thrown out.
Yeah.
Because the case I had, the officer, she and it's in a nice room with kid toys and stuff like that. And it was so amazing to see that she didn't ask any direct questions. She was skirting around the stuff, so the kid had to say something. Because that little kid we saw in the Zachariah Anderson case, she was coached.
She was extremely coached. by everybody around her. Not until the one thing Schroeder did good was getting her a lawyer,
Yeah. Yeah.
which she should have had the day she was brought into interrogation. You need to be represented.
Yeah, especially if you're both kind of a victim and you're a witness, you have to have some, I don't know what you call it, standby
Somebody
lawyer.
to look after your interest that is
Yeah.
not a part of this. And since her mother, Sadie, was a part in this investigation, then the daughter should have had representation to look after her interest and nobody else's.
Exactly.
And we know how that went.
Yeah, we certainly do.
Okay. This might get, because we know through previous testimony that this kid changed his story throughout.
Mm.
And the last version before trial, he implicated a person that the cops say had nothing to do with it. So
yeah, that's interesting. Let's call it that.
Yeah, but it's judge approved of this testimony. I would assume that they tried to get it thrown out, but yeah, here we are. Okay, this might get nasty. Or not nasty, but
hard
sad.
To watch.
Hard
Yeah.
to watch. Yeah.
There's nothing but the truth. I swear. Please have a seat.
I'm going down to normal speed on this.
Ms. O'Donnell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please say your first and last name and then spell it for us?
Detorius Lankford, Detorious Lankford.
You said that awfully fast. Kim, were you able to get all that? Okay. Now, we've been referring to you by your initials. So is it okay if I call you D?
Yeah,
D, how old are you?
11,
When's your birthday?
October 28th,
So he was younger.
Do you know what year you were born?
Breasia.
2011.
11-year-old kid on the stand.
Yeah.
D, what's the name of your mother?
Aisha Lankford.
I want to talk to you about an individual named Breasia Terrell. Do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
my sister.
No,
What would
this
you
might
call
be
her?
another one of the kids, not the defendant's son. I have to change the banner here. Oh crap. I deleted the banner. Oh well. Boomer. Well,
it happens.
We will know if the defendant is the actual father. I know that the defendant has a son with the mother of Breasia, but I thought it was the older one of the. Okay, there is an older one, but this is the son. Okay, thank you, Bass. All right. So she had 2 kids with other dads before she had a kid with the defendant. Okay.
Bree.
And was Bree older than you or younger than you?
Older.
Do you know how many years older?
3.
I don't know. Testifying against his dad.
Now, I want to go back to the summer of 2020. Back then, did you live with your sister Bree?
Yes,
How was your relationship with her?
great.
Were the 2 of you close?
Yes,
How close?
really close.
Fair to say she's kind of like a second mom.
Yeah,
Did she look out for you?
very much, yeah.
Do you know someone named Henry Dinkins?
Yes,
In the summer of 2020, did you have some contact with Henry Dinkins?
a little bit.
At some point in that summer, did you go to a cookout and see Henry Dinkins there
At the river,
at the river?
yes.
Was your mother there at that cookout as well?
Yeah,
And what about Bree?
I believe so.
And did you see Henry then at the cookout as well?
Yeah,
Did you have some contact with him?
yeah.
At that time, did you also meet a lady named Andrea?
Yeah,
Had you ever met her before?
no,
Were you able to determine if Andrea knew Henry?
I don't think so.
Okay. At some point, did you come to believe that Andrea was Henry's friend or girlfriend?
I thought she was his friend at first.
Just
Right.
his friend at first?
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I also thought this was later on.
But if there's two sons, it
Yeah.
Now, I know you might not know the exact date, but was there a period in July of 2020 where you and Bree were over at your grandmother or your Nana's house?
Yes,
And on that day, did Henry show up at your grandma's house?
yes.
What's your grandma's name?
Dustin Garner.
Do you know where she lives, her address?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Can you slow down and say that one more time?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Why is she holding the pen
Now,
like
on the day that Henry came over to
my
your grandma's
youngest
house,
daughter
did you know
learned
he
to
was
write
going
with
to
a
come
pen
over
the
that
same way
day?
because you don't use a
No.
pen that often.
Oh,
So
Yeah, but-
it's kind of like that when
When
a fight
he
begins.
arrived at your grandmother's house,
It's like Americans with
happened?
utensils.
He came and got us, and we went to his house, and we was playing games.
now when you say he came and got us, who are you talking about?
Me and my sister.
Now, when Henry was at your grandmother's house, at some point, did you learn you were going to be going with him that day?
Yes,
How did you feel about that?
good.
Were you excited about that?
Yeah,
To your knowledge, did Bree want to go with you to Henry's house?
no, I asked
You asked who?
my grandma,
You asked your grandma what?
can my sister come with me?
Why did you want Bree to come with you?
Because I feel comfortable around her.
Do you remember if your grandma was going to allow Bree to go with you?
I think she had called my mom, if I'm correct.
Do you have an older brother as well?
Yes.
And are his initials CS?
Yes.
Was he over at your grandma's house that day?
Yes.
Did you want CS to come with you as well?
I did.
Did you also ask your grandma if CS could come?
Yeah.
No, I believe you've stated that Bree did come with you that day, correct?
Yes.
Did CS come?
No.
Do you know why he didn't come?
No, I don't know.
When you and Bree left with Henry, did you guys have any clothing or bags or anything with you?
Not at that moment.
What?
Did you get in the car that Henry was driving at that time?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
A black Camaro.
Was anyone else in the car besides Henry, you, and Bree?
No.
After you left your grandma's house, where did the three of you go?
To his house.
When you say his house, who are you talking about?
Henry and Andrea.
Now I want to back up for a second. Do you recall going to someone else's house and playing video games?
I don't recall.
Have you heard the name Vincent Howard before?
It sounds familiar.
Little Vince?
I don't think so.
At some point, though, you would have gone to Andrea and Henry's house.
Yes.
We're calling it a house. What type of building was it?
It was an apartment.
Had you ever been to that apartment before?
No.
Had Bree ever been to that apartment before?
No.
Once you got to the apartment, what did you do?
I was playing GTA.
And when you say GTA, what do you mean?
Grand Theft Auto.
I was playing video games.
Does GTA mean Grand Theft Auto?
Yep.
Where in the apartment were you playing GTA?
In the living room.
While you were in the living room, where was Bree?
In the back room.
When you say the back room, what else was in that room?
A bed, a TV, and a closet.
In that apartment,
When I
was
was
there
8, I
only
had Pong.
one separate room that had a bed in it?
I can remember
Yes.
playing Space Invader on our first trip to Norway. It's the first game I ever played.
What was Bree
electronically.
doing in the back room?
Playing some type of card game.
Did you say car?
Yeah.
Was it a type of video game?
Yes.
While Bree was in the back room, where was Andrea?
In the back room as well.
Do you know what she was doing?
I believe on her phone.
Where was Henry when Bree was in the back room?
In the back room as well.
Where was Bree in that room?
On the bed.
And where was Andrea in that room?
On the bed.
And where was Henry?
On the bed.
And where were you again?
In the living room.
What were Henry and Andrea doing on the bed?
Watching her. Play
Wa- watching Bree?
Yeah.
Did you find that weird?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was in the living room alone and they were in the back room.
You thought it was weird that they were leaving you alone.
Yes.
Now, at some point, as the evening went on, did you have dinner?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you ate?
No.
At some point, then, did your mom come over to the apartment?
Yes.
Now, did your mom actually come inside the apartment?
No.
Where did she stay?
She was in the car.
Where was the car?
In the parking lot.
Do you know why your mom came over to the parking lot?
To drop clothes off.
When your mom came over to drop clothes off, did anybody go outside to pick up those clothes from her?
Me and my sister.
So what happened when you met with your mom?
We grabbed the clothes and then we went back inside after we got done playing with the dog.
That was my next question. Was your mom alone?
Yes.
Did she have a pet with her?
Yes, you did.
Leading.
Was it your pet dog?
Yep.
Yeah, and this is a bench trial. The defense shouldn't be scared of being assholes.
Did Bree try to keep the dog?
Yes, she did.
She wanted to bring it inside.
Yes.
Did your mom allow that to happen?
No.
Where was Henry when your mom dropped off those bags of clothing?
He was outside or he was inside?
Can you say that again?
He was outside or inside?
You don't know.
When you say outside, what do you mean?
Standing by the door.
So he was either inside the apartment or outside of the apartment somewhere.
Yes.
Where was
Or
Andrea?
He was
when your
either
mom dropped
inside
off
or
the clothes?
outside. Yes.
Inside.
Yeah, it's
Um,
again what I really hate
After your
And,
mom dropped off those clothes, did
is say I don't know. It's okay to say I don't know.
Yeah.
Or I can't remember.
I mean, he was 8. This is 3 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very specific. And
And again,
I would, yeah.
And
Maybe
when
this
you
is a
have
kid with a
when you have an 8-year-old who can exactly remember that my mom was there, we played with the dog. I instantly get this tingling feeling in the back of my neck saying, he was supposed to talk about the dog. You won't remember 3 years later you played with a dog. It's just natural to me.
Yeah. Now we're back to this is weird. Yeah. Yeah.
GG, I have the same feeling.
And this is why kids should always, if they are going to be testifying in court, even remotely near the possibility, they should have their own counsel at all times to protect their interest against coaching.
And I would even say that you can't have either side interrogating them before trial alone. You have to have someone specially trained, and then the lawyers should be in a outside room or something to ask questions. Because the state has been talking to this kid and said, well, weren't they alone with her in the back room? I can't remember. Are you sure they weren't alone? You were playing your video games, weren't you? Yes?
Yeah.
No one was in the room with you. Maybe not. So they were back there. Okay. It's so easy to talk to a kid and make them understand what happened.
Yeah. Because kids want to, what's the word?
Please.
Yeah.
Please the grown-ups.
Please the grown-ups. I mean, reassuring, oh, yes, that's it, because the adult wants you to say something. They already bought you a soda and a snack.
Yeah, you're a little frightened, so I better say what I'm supposed to say.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Both you and Bree go back inside that apartment.
Yes.
What did the two of you do after you both went back inside the apartment?
We finished playing our games.
And did you go back to the same spots you had been at earlier?
Yes.
And where were Henry and Andrea at those points?
Still in the back room.
Now, the clothing that your mom brought you, did that include pajamas or clothes to sleep in?
Yes.
At some point that night, did you take a shower?
Yes.
Do you know how many bathrooms this apartment had?
1.
She's crossing off every
Did
question.
Bree also
and
take
every
a shower?
answer.
Yes.
Yeah. And she knows what he's
Did the
going to
two of you
say.
shower separately?
Yes.
After the two of you took showers, were you given clothes to change into?
Yes.
Were they the clothes that your mom brought for you?
No.
What were you given to wear?
A long white shirt.
Because it's
Do you
easier
know
than roaming through
whose shirt
bags
that
of
was?
clothes.
Henry's.
Now, when you say a long white shirt, what do you mean by long?
It's over our fitting. I think that's what it's called.
Can you say that again?
Fitting.
Fitting?
How long on your body did the shirt go down?
Kind of like our knees.
So one of the dad's
Did
t-shirts.
you think that was weird?
Yeah, but dad's t-shirts is 4 times XL.
My daughter
That
had it
on an 8-year-old. That goes down to your feet.
and my daughters had it when they were younger. sometimes it just slept in my t-shirts, and if we had to be separated for a longer time, they had some of my t-shirts so they could remember me. Took them home to their mom too and slept in it. And if it's hot, maybe it's nice to sleep in a big t-shirt. It's
July 10th, July 9th. It's going to be hot as F. And wool pajamas, I don't know. It's so hot. Okay, have one of my t-shirts.
Yeah, and you can play dress up in dad's t-shirts, and oh look, you're in a dress. Have fun, run around. It's and with small kids, that's totally normal.
Yeah, and a 10-year-old girl and an 8-year-old boy, a 4XL goes to your feet.
Yeah,
unless they are unusually tall.
Yeah, or it just sounds like he prepared some kind of ritualistic clothing, a white t-shirt, or a white shirt. It's just what?
Yeah, this prosecution is making things sound a lot more weird than it actually probably was. She gave them bags of clothes.
Yeah.
In that bag somewhere was pajamas.
Yeah. Yeah, or sleeping gown or something. But again, as you said, well, they have been playing. They've been take a shirt.
Take a shirt.
Yeah. It's I always return to Andrew Branca. It's wrong if you do it. It's wrong if you don't do it.
Yeah. A prosecution will make everything sound weird.
Yeah.
And in this case, yeah.
Yes.
Why?
Because it wasn't our clothes that my mom brought us.
After you and Bree changed into those white shirts, what did the two of you do?
We ate, and then we laid down, getting ready for bed.
Where did the two of you lay down?
In the back room, in the bed.
Did you lay down at the same time?
Yes.
When the two of you laid down to get ready for bed, where was Henry?
In the living room.
Did you notice anything about Henry at that time?
He was upstaring.
He was what?
Upstaring.
He was staring?
Yes.
Well, small apartment. I mean,
and staring. What is staring?
Yeah. Now they are trying to make it sound weird again. Now, I know this outside of the trial because prior bad acts probably not allowed in. This guy is convicted of sexual crimes. The defendant. Here's the thing. Was those against adults or against children? I don't know. Because if it was against an adult, then kids is not his type.
Yeah. You don't change type if you do SA. You have a type. You do SA too.
Yeah. And okay, everybody, these are things I'm trained for this. Baker has unfortunately been a juror and knows also about these things. So this might sound cold and calculating. We're not excusing anything this defendant has done prior, but if it is, theory. At age 19, okay.
Yeah, but that could imply something. But again, it seems kind of odd that he would do it he's what now? He would have strayed before if he didn't just wake up that day staring at the kid and thinking, well,
okay, Rossman says he's 51 now, so he was 48 at the time. He's from when he was 17 with a girl 13 or younger.
Yeah, and it's
includes touching
everything.
or even exposing, so it includes everything there. So nothing indicative.
No, and again, normally if you go from lesser crime and into unaliving someone, you have a progression.
Yeah.
You just don't wake up. You start to grape someone, and then 30 years later you think, well, I should try that grape again and maybe unalive them.
Yeah. And remember, his significant other, the defendant, is not suspect of anything in this trial, or even suspected of any crime. Remember this. So whatever he said, what will show up later, probably, you will notice. And now it comes to credibility, sadly, if this is what's actually testified to. Yeah. Yeah. Now, prior bad acts, here's the thing. If it is a part of an MO, a modus operandi, then it might have been allowed in. It wasn't allowed in. So we are either talking about somebody who is closer to 13 or much younger. If it's closer to 13, now we are talking about, I hate talking about it. Now we are talking about not a P word, but a word for those people are hebophiles. And there's a distinct difference in law between those two and in psychology. So, yeah, I hate talking about these things. I hate knowing about these things.
Yeah.
That's the hard part with working with law. No matter if I'm doing labor law, I'm still trained with these things. And I hate knowing it. I hate knowing these things.
Yeah,
I really hate it.
You must have human HR cases too if there's some shenanigans going on in the workplace. And when I'm asked if people should do the jury duty, I always say yes, it's really important, but you have to close the door when you walk out of court, because you will see stuff and you get callous on the soul, because you really have to beat someone really bad before I remember your case now, because maybe I do 10 cases with violence in a year. But still, some cases would stick with you for a really long time. I have 3 cases I will never forget, and one of them is the young girl. So those just because if you're a father, if you're a normal human being, small children are sacred.
Yeah, and I have to say, this is what is the distinct difference between watching a law tube and a crime tube. We are trained for this. We have heard it, we have seen it, we know the psychology a bit. So we can, to some extent, detach feelings and just look at it and report for you.
Yeah, and sometimes we will come off as really cold and making fun of stuff, but sometimes you have to have that outlet. And Chad, you're really great at helping us watching these horrible cases and and take our mind off it. So
yeah, thank you so much, chat and members and followers and everything. Thank you so much for trusting us to report this to you.
And being objective, because that's the problem with, I say, even if it's, as I call it, layman tube or you law tube, and the difference between us and crime tubes, we try to go into it with an open mind.
Yeah,
and we are really against both the defense and the state in this case.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I'll be right back. Yeah, and Bobby Bologna, you did it.
Yeah, it's your fault, Bobby. Yeah, so this is going to be hard to watch. I will try my absolute best to translate, if I can, to give you objective thoughts about this. But this will be hard to listen to, because, as you already heard, I have serious doubts that this kid actually saw what he is testifying to, because he has had no representation, not a lawyer who took care of his interest. Just so you remember that.
Staring at what?
It looked like the back room that I was laying in.
Where was Henry when you saw him staring?
In the living room.
Now, when you were laying on the bed, where exactly were you on the bed?
Kind of like in the middle.
Where was Bree?
Kind of on the edge of the bed.
When you say the edge, was she closer to the window or the side of a bed?
The side.
Earlier, you said there was only one bedroom in this apartment. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know where Henry and Andrea were sleeping that night?
It looked like an air mattress.
Where was the air mattress?
In the living room.
Did you ever see Henry or Andrea actually lay down on the air mattress?
Andrea.
And when you saw Andrea lay on the air mattress, where were you?
Still laying down.
In the bedroom.
Yep.
And where was Henry at that time?
Still sitting up.
At some point, did you fall asleep that night?
Yes.
Do you know if Bree had fallen asleep before you?
Yes, she fell asleep before me.
Dee, are you a heavy sleeper?
Not too much.
What about Bree?
Just a little bit.
At some point, did you feel something during the night?
Leading.
A kick.
Kids kicking.
Do you know where that kick came from?
My sister.
Where were you kicked?
On my leg.
How would you describe that kick?
It was like a hard kick.
Now, have you slept in the same bed as your sister before that night?
Before we went to his house?
Yes.
Yes.
Had she ever kicked you before while you were sleeping?
No.
Did you sleep in the same bed in your mom's house, grandma's house?
Now, when you felt that kick, did you wake up?
I woke up just a little bit.
When you say you woke up just a little bit, was it kind of very brief when you fell back asleep?
Yeah.
At some point then, did you wake up again in the middle of the night?
Yes.
When you woke up the second time, what did you notice?
That she was gone.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
What did you do at that time?
I got up.
Why'd you get up?
Because she was gone out the bed.
If you go back to the state's opening statement, their claim is that he was still asleep and that it was Andrea who woke him up. Not verbatim, but of the sort. So here we have some differences between what the state argued in their opening statement and what he is testifying to. Which is strange because the prosecution should know this in their opening statement, and they should know that this is what he would be testifying to. So I don't know why there is a discrepancy between this testimony and the opening statement. Now we're back to this is weird. And I hate weird in normal cases. I hate weird even more in this case.
Yeah, I hate surprises.
Yeah.
And Medita, no, opening statements isn't evidence, but you have to paint the picture that you're going to prove through the case.
Yeah.
And if something surprises you, your opening statement was wrong. We saw it with Gravely. He made up all the stuff along the way.
Why didn't she just let him tell his story instead of these tiny answers to leading questions? The defense doesn't object.
It's allowed as long as you're not caught in it.
Yeah.
What did you start doing?
I looked around the house.
Was anybody else awake when you got up and started looking around the house?
Andrea.
What was Andrea doing?
Looking out the back window where we was laying.
Where was Henry?
He wasn't there.
What were you thinking when you woke up and you notice Bree's gone, Henry's gone, and you're looking around the apartment?
That he took her.
That's a weird answer. What were you thinking when you woke up and she wasn't there? That he took her. Why would you think that? That's extremely strange.
I saw a gun. Does this remind you of something? This reminded me so much of the Zachariah Anderson case. All of a sudden, he showed me the window. You couldn't see it from the car park. Well, I saw it. And he had a gun. It's
This
It's
is an
coached.
8-year-old kid waking up at 3 a.m. and he has clear recollection of what he thought. I have never seen, and I have 14 nieces and nephews. If any one of them wakes up in the middle of the night, they are not coherent at all. They're going, "What are you doing up, kid?" This is weird.
As Mo would say, shenanigans.
Yeah, shenanigans. Why wasn't he? They went somewhere, but why? He claims he woke up and immediately started looking for her. So he saw Andrea, and his immediate thought was he took her.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not the testimony from either an 8-year-old or an 11-year-old kid. This is the words of an adult through the mouth of an 11-year-old, in my opinion. And knowing about the lead detective and how shit he is and how much he wants this to go his way, yeah, Bess. I agree. I wouldn't expect an 8-year-old to say they took her. A more believable, albeit still fishy answer is they went somewhere. Yeah, and for the love of Mo would have said, for the love of Cheetos. I hate when cases get weird, especially. And looking at the timetable, they will finish the direct exactly at the end of the day and cross-examination. Now this is would be a tactic for a jury. Why are they doing it towards the judge? And now he's going to go home and possibly be coached for cross-examination.
Yeah.
Alexandra Nolan says black boys in America, especially those without a father in the home, are raising feeling responsible for the females in the home, no matter what age. Okay. I have no idea about that. I'm not American. As you might have noticed, I'm definitely not black. And
that's a surprise to me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't see color.
I have lots of colors. If I'm pale, I get paler. When I laugh, I get redder. So
yeah, but again, yeah, you can have that feeling about I have to take care and protect, but still, the first thing you notice when she's not there, it's not she might have gone to the parents' room to sleep. She could be on the toilet. No, he took her, and Andrea was just standing watching, looking out a window.
Yeah,
it's way too specific for my liking.
Too drunk and I'm yellow or green. Yeah, also true. Yeah, I am a person of color. I don't like this case, and it's going to go on for a few more weeks.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, they're calculated. The claim is 5 weeks, I've heard. And I don't know how they are going to find 5 weeks of testimony and evidence.
But they said the same about the Randolph case, and they were supposed to finish this Friday. The state will probably finish Monday, and that would be day 6. So how they can, I think they said 5 weeks. So defense really has to have a lot to put in if they want to go for 4 weeks of defense.
Yeah, everything about this kid's testimony is too specific not only for remembering this from 8 years old, but also these words. It is strange.
Yeah,
it's weird.
It reminds me
don't
so
normally-
much about Sadie.
Shady Sadie.
Yeah, Shady
how-
Sadie. Yeah.
And how prosecution and police force were conducting themselves in that case.
Yeah.
I don't like this at all. In my opinion, they have more than enough. Should have more than enough. But they are trying too hard to convict him and bringing in stuff that makes me doubt things. Yeah.
Now, when you said Andrea was looking out the back window, what room was she in?
The back room.
Where the bed was?
Yes.
How come he didn't see her there? Why didn't he ask her?
Yeah.
If she was in the bedroom, he woke up, started looking around. This is inconsistent as well. I hate this trial already.
And that window in the bedroom, if you look out that window, what would you be looking at?
The parking lot.
How would you know at 8-year-old? Oh, yeah, we might have.
So when you're looking around the apartment, you don't see Bree. What do you do?
I asked Andrea where she was.
Were you given an answer?
She said she didn't know.
Which is inconsistent with what the state.
Did you ask any other questions at that time?
No.
What did you do at that point? Where did you go in the apartment?
I looked around the house and then I sat down
Where did you sit down?
in the living room on the couch.
Do you have any idea what time of day it was at that point?
I think it was morning
Why do you think it was morning?
because it was a little bit daylight.
So it's starting to get light out?
Yes.
Also a strange thing to remember.
Dee, did you have a cell phone?
No.
At some point, do you recall asking Andrea for her cell phone?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Objection.
So I can call my mom or something.
Bleeding.
So I could call my mom or something.
Why did you wanna
Everything
call your
else he has a
mom?
perfect memory of.
Because it was just me there.
Did Andrea allow you to use her phone?
No.
At some point, did Henry come back to that apartment?
Yes.
What did he look like when he came back to that apartment?
He had a white shirt on and some shorts.
How was he acting?
A
Objection.
little weird.
Speculation. This
Yeah.
this
When
kid
you
is
say a
not a
little weird-
psychologist.
What do you mean?
Like different than his normal self.
How was he acting different?
What
It was
the defense must have. I hope they have some kind of tactics here for cross-examination or something. What? Now I'm an asshole. I know. I would have objected. Not
Was
towards the kid,
he,
but towards
did he
the
say
prosecution.
anything when he came back to the apartment?
No.
Yeah, it's going to
What
be
did he
interesting
do
to
when
see
he
the
came
cross.
back?
Yeah.
The first time you saw him?
He came back, he grabbed something. I don't know what he grabbed, and he left.
So where did he go in the
It
apartment?
sounds like he's
the
almost
back room.
reading from something.
And again, is that the room with the bed?
Yes.
Did you see where he went in the back room?
It looked like the closet.
Do you remember which closet?
The closet in the back room with the bed.
Do you know how many closets are in that room?
1 or 2.
So it looked like he went to one of the closets,
Yes.
and he appeared to have grabbed something.
Yes.
Do you know what that was?
No.
Did you see any talking between Henry and Andrea at that time?
No.
When he came back to the apartment,
Now, I don't say this kid is actively lying. I'm saying this is too coached. They, yeah.
Planted memories.
Before, yeah, it sounds a lot like planted memories. And if you want to know more about planted memories, go back to the Satanic Panic in the 90s, where all of a sudden kids started to remember strange things with their parents and coaches and stuff like that. Yeah.
that first time you saw him, did you see Bree with him?
No.
After he grabbed something out of the closet, what did he do?
He left.
Right after he left, what did Andrea do?
She was still looking out the back window.
And again, that would be the window that looks in the parking lot.
Yes.
At some point, did you start to cry?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Was it at that point that you started to cry?
Yes.
Why were you crying?
Because she wasn't there.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
At some point, does Henry come back a second time?
Yes.
What does he look like the second time he comes back?
The same.
He appears to be wearing the same clothes.
Yes.
Is he still acting a little weird?
Not anymore.
What does he do the second time he comes back?
What am I supposed to say to this
Yeah,
question?
it's so clearly.
Yeah.
And the ticking of the box.
Yeah. This is infuriating. I'm going to ask this question. Remember what your answer is? Then I'm going to ask this question. Remember what you're supposed to say then? I mean, this kid will have issues when he's an adult. If it turns out in 15, 20 years, all of a sudden they find someone admits to it and reveals details nobody else knows. Could have known.
Yeah. It's just.
At some point, do you leave with him?
Yes.
Did that happen the second time he came back?
The third time.
The third time. So he comes back a second time and then he leaves again?
No. Which time? Second or third?
The second time he came back and then he left again.
Yes.
Is the question about the second or third time, prosecutor? He doesn't know where he is and what he is supposed to answer. Ah, this is infuriating. Hi, greedy bloke. Welcome back to Stranger Things.
Yeah, to the graying of the hair of two Scandinavians.
Here's the thing. Everything in here, he makes... Okay, alternate version. Kid wakes up. Don't know what's going on. Daddy here. All of a sudden, okay. Sleepwalking kids. Have you ever heard of that? Anybody? Yeah. And where is... And he's out. Where is she? What's going on? Comes back. Now, and that's why Andrea might be looking out through the window, the significant other. You go out and look, and I'll check here.
Yeah. It could be...
He comes back in, takes a flashlight, because it's 3 a.m. But
No, it was kind of sunny out.
Yeah, it was starting to get daylight, according to the kid. But we know through other testimony it's 3 a.m. Now, this is Georgia. It's south of United States. 3 a.m. is a little bit early for it to start to get light outside. So alternative version, Daddy is just out looking. Where has she gone? Now,
process is going to be so interesting.
Yeah, we do know from opening statement that Andrea then claims that she saw the girl outside of his car. But then again, we don't know, because what he is testifying to would include her in this.
Yeah.
So maybe she took a plea deal.
She was awake at the time.
About.
Yeah, it's... Yeah.
This is infuriating, but let's get this over with, because I really don't like this.
Did you ask him any questions or talk to him at all during that point?
No.
Did you observe any talking between him and Andrea?
No.
It would be harder to coach a kid to what adults are talking about.
So then he comes back a third time to the apartment?
Yes.
What happens the third time he comes back?
He comes to get me.
Again, what is he wearing at that point?
The same clothes.
How is he acting?
The same.
So normal at that point?
Yes.
When the two of you left, did he grab the bags of clothing that your mom had dropped off?
Yes.
Where did he put those?
In the car.
Which car?
It was a purple Camaro.
It was a purple car?
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of car it was?
It was an Impala.
Why did it say Camaro? Because I remember talking points about a Camaro from last stream. What was that Camaro?
Is an Impala a Camaro?
No, Impala is a Chevy.
That's right, yeah.
I remember talking points about a Camaro.
Well, he mentioned a Camaro right before this, and then when they were picked up at the mom's house, it was in a black Camaro, and now it's a purple Camaro, which is an Impala.
Yeah, but the car in question is the purple Impala. that has been spoken about all this time. I don't know if this guy owns a black Camaro as well and an RV. Okay, Dad has a black Camaro as well. Thank you, Gigi. So he has both a black Camaro and a purple Impala. But they were really fast. Let's go back a bit because
In the car.
Which car?
It was a purple Camaro.
It was a purple car.
Yeah,
Do you know what kind of car it was?
it was an Impala.
she had to correct him there.
Yeah.
Yeah. He picked them up in the black Camaro, and the car in question is the purple or maroon Impala. She was surprised by that answer, so she had to correct him. You're not supposed to do that, but the defense doesn't say anything. Some... I'm just checking here. What time does it get light in Georgia in July? Oh, sunrise and sunset time in Atlanta, July 2023. Let's see here. Astronomical twilight starts July 5 a.m. Astronomical twilight. Then it's so it there's a yeah. Timeline-wise, the first time he came back to the house was 3:30 and Dee was still asleep. Yeah, but did he really testify to that? The second time he came back to the house was 5:30. Yeah, but by then, this kid testified to he has already been awake for a while, looking around.
And she was in the room with him when he woke up, and he was awake the first time he came back. So this timeline doesn't add up with what Dee is supposed to have said. If he was back at the house at the first time at 3:30, that is when the kids saw her standing watching out, looking out the back window.
Yeah, and it was a little bit light outside. He's an hour. He's 90 minutes off from the beginning of twilight. At 8-year-old, he wouldn't know what. Yeah, and this speaks towards his being spoon-fed answers.
Yeah.
But let's just go through this.
Yeah, get it done.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what time it was that you and Henry would have gotten into the Impala?
Morning.
I need to see counsel.
Okay. Judge want to see counsel. Please say the judge picked up on something. Please.
That
if this was up at the if this was up at the Canadian border, yes, twilight at 3. Okay, they're doing it. Not even. Normally they have their side outside of that door. Now they are in the judge's office.
He knows something is fishy.
Yeah, he picked up on something. Let's see if he's taken it into.
Well,
But she's smiling. Oh, she was smiling. That's.
We are going to adjourn for this evening. We will reconvene Monday morning at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if they are talking about something. No. Or maybe it's out. No, he needs to be there if they are talking.
Yeah, there was probably something about now it's getting too leading or something.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah. I didn't like this at all. I did not like this at all.
I don't like kids on the stand, and I don't like coach kids on the stand. Especially, what's the maximum DP? Or don't
they are not seeking DP. They have the DP in Georgia, and I would assume this will normally one of these cases they would be going for it, but they're not.
Yeah, that's kind of fishy.
That is yeah, I feel sorry for this kid. I feel so sorry for this kid.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing.
No,
just. But you want to help your sister, don't you?
Yeah, you want to help mommy.
So
I mean,
yeah.
And it's infuriating because there's so much circumstantial talking. They might not prove he was actually there, but they can exclude everybody else because she disappeared while in apartment. Girlfriend testified she saw her at the car. His strange behavior, turning off the phone. Buying bleach is not strange, but buying bleach in a Walmart an hour away is strange, especially when there's an Costco and Walmart is less than 5 minutes away from where this apartment is.
Yeah, that's really strange. That's to me that's weird. But Nicholas, my team is going to play a football in 8 minutes. So thank you so much for having me on. And
Grift, go over.
I'm not the greatest grifter, but I can see there's 55 people watching us right now. Of course, everyone have already liked and subscribed to this channel. You need to do that.
Yep.
Nicholas has a great commentary, and like me, he finds all the cases where there's a lot of sus involved. But I'm the Broken Baker. Tomorrow I will be going back to the Thomas Randolph case. You can catch me over on my channel, and I'll have to figure out what time it starts because that's in Nevada, so that's 9 hours time difference. So I'll be doing that. But as always, thank you so much for having me on, Nicholas. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. It's easier these cases when you have someone to bounce thoughts between.
Because am I sitting here getting crazy and seeing things that's not real, or and you can try to kick it to the chat, but sometimes it's easier to spitball it with another human. But that's why I like having Mo and Jamie on too.
Yeah, and I trust Baker because if he thinks I'm way out of line, he will tell me. Because he thinks I'm living in occupied territory in Sweden.
I'm not thinking, I'm knowing. That's a big difference. But no, thank you so much, Nicholas. You're my favorite Swede, and it's a very short list. See you later.
Bye. Oh. All right, folks. Do you want to hear the cross-examination? 1 for yes, 2 wait until tomorrow. let's. It's up to you. I would. I have at least another hour in me, but trying to look out for you as well. There's a few ones in the chat. One. Okay. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Or if it is a continuation of the direct examination. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Dun dun dun. No. What's going on here? There. No. Bum 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 bum. There. All right, let's move on so we can catch up. Thank you all for keeping with me, keeping me company. Thank you for trusting me to give this commentary to you. Like, subscribe, all the YouTube things. Thank you.
And again. Good morning. If you'd raise your right hand again. That's right. You're good. You're good. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right. Please have a seat.
Okay, good morning.
Continuing
When we
with
left off
direct.
on Friday, you just started talking about how
They had the entire weekend to prepare him for the rest of the testimony. And she's going to remind him where they were and where he's supposed to go
on the morning that you woke up and Breasia was gone. At some point, Henry came back and got you, and you guys went out to the maroon or purple Impala. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned as well that Henry had grabbed both your clothing and Bree's clothing.
Yes.
Once.
Well, first of all, Kid is still in long t-shirt and other sleeping wear. If they are looking for Breasia, she's dressed, not dressed for the occasion. If she's out sleepwalking or missing, he will bring clothes. Just to play devil's advocate or just bringing out something obvious, I don't know. You all in the chat, if you think I'm way out, tell me. I've heard much worse. And I almost on a daily basis. So please stay with me on this. Thank you.
Once you got into that vehicle, what did the two of you start doing?
We were just driving. That was the only thing.
You were driving?
Yep.
Did you drive somewhere specifically?
It says Guy House that I forgot his name.
Okay. You went to a guy's house?
Yes.
This is according to phone data as well. Maybe.
Do you know how long you were at the guy's house?
A couple minutes or.
Now, when you got to that guy's house, did you stay in the car or get out of the car?
I was out the car.
Could you say that again?
I was out the car.
You were out of the car?
In the house.
You went inside the house?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
I think he was outside drinking, if I'm correct.
Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same time period, okay?
Oh,
So the
no.
morning where
No. That is way too leading. Way too leading.
you woke up and Bree is missing, right? And then you and Henry get into the purple Impala. So in the morning, are you following me?
Yes.
Okay. So when you and Henry started driving, where do you go?
In the Impala?
In the Impala.
We went on a dirt road. It's like.
What's going on here? She started him over. She's testifying. He said the wrong thing, so she restarted, and now all of a sudden they're on a dirt road. I hate this. I hate this so much.
So when you got into the Impala and you started driving, was the dirt road the first place that you went?
Yeah.
The guy's house that you were just talking about, is that somewhere you went in the Camaro or the Impala?
I think it was the Impala.
This is so leading.
So again, talking about the morning where you woke up and Bree was gone, you get in the Impala and you drive to a dirt road. Do you have any idea how long it took you to get to that dirt road?
Well, I was asleep.
You fell asleep? Did it feel like a long time?
A really long time, yeah.
A really long time?
Yeah.
What? What? If he's asleep, he has no idea. At 8-year-old. Yeah, I agree, Gigi. This guy may be the absolute guiltiest man on the face of the earth. You don't do this to a kid. Shame on you, prosecutor. Shame on you. I like the look on the judge. Also that, how would you know? That's my interpretation of his face. First he says, I don't know, I was asleep. Then she leads him to, did it feel like a long time? Yes, a really long time. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, did you catch that? He's looking over to the defense table as if now would be a good time to object. Check that again. Let's go through this sequence. Tell me if I'm off.
Well, I was asleep.
You fell asleep? Did it feel like a long time?
A really long time, yeah.
A really long time?
Yeah.
Looking over to the defense table, now would be a good time to...
When you got to the dirt road, what happened?
We was at this place, what is it called? It had like trees.
Where did everything about the guy's house? Jesus Christ. He was testifying to going to a guy's house. He's I don't know. I don't know. I really want to go to at least the first questions from during cross-examination. But it's infuriating. There's no objection. But I'd say an hour more. Okay, thank you, David. David has 10 minutes left, and we'll redirect folks over here, and then come on. Okay, good. Yeah, what the actual fuck? This kid testified to what happened when they drove off. Prosecution sees, oh no, he's testifying to the wrong thing. Starts over. And all of a sudden they're on a dirt road. He fell asleep. I mean, shame on you, prosecutor. And shame on you, defense. Should have objected and said, let the kid testify.
Did the vehicle stop?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
And then we left.
Did anybody get out of the car at that time?
Henry.
When Henry got out of the car, what did you see him do?
Pour bleach.
You saw him pour bleach?
Yeah.
She constantly have to start him over to get the words out of his mouth that she wants. This is infuriating. I feel sorry for the kid, but he's in my opinion, he's been spoon-fed this, and now he's testifying. This is. We are probably coming to a place where, yeah, I won't say. And you're going to be a mother?
Do you know where Henry got that bleach from?
Walmart.
He was asleep. They went for a drive. Then he woke up on a gravel road. And then he was pouring bleach. Where did he get that? From Walmart. I mean, now we're skipping all over the place here. The longer she goes, the more I want to say terrible things, says Nivels 44. I agree. I have words. I have so many words.
When were you with him when he was at Walmart?
Yes.
Hey, have you been listening?
Yeah, a little bit. It's been interesting.
This is so infuriating.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's just like Zachariah Anderson.
She keeps restarting him until he says the right thing. Because a few minutes ago, the third time when you went with him, yeah, where did you go? First time he said to a friend's house. Oh, then she restarted him.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, oh, we're at a gravel road. I fell asleep. It felt like a long time. How does a kid know a long time asleep?
Anyone
At 8-year-old. Yeah, and they're on a gravel road. This is according to his testimony. He walks up at the gravel road. He's pouring bleach, and then they stop. They pour bleach.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden they went to Walmart, where he also was, where they bought bleach.
Okay.
When the two of you left Andrea's apartment that morning,
Gigi.
At some point, did you go to Walmart?
Now she's restarting him again.
Oh my God.
This is the fourth time she's restarting him to get the answers she wants. And the defense does jack shit about it.
Which is really infuriating.
Yeah.
Like that is my biggest, when defense just does nothing.
Yeah. Now, during I really hope they have a good plan for cross-examination, because this is pissing me off.
Yeah.
Now, they have him on that Walmart buying bleach.
I think so.
Okay.
But there's no traces of the kid being around during that purchase.
Oh, on the video?
As far as I know.
Did it take a long time to get to Walmart?
Just a little bit.
That Walmart is an hour away. All of a sudden, just a little bit.
Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, Twisted Bunny has...
When you and Henry got to Walmart, what did you do?
I had to sit in the car.
You had to sit in the car?
Yes.
So
what
no
did Henry
evidence
do?
He went inside Walmart.
Did you know why you had stopped at Walmart?
I had no idea.
See, while you were sitting in the car, what did you do?
Put his battery back in his phone and was playing the game.
Yeah, this is when the phone bleeped. Blinged at that faraway Walmart.
So at some point you had seen Henry's phone in the car?
Yes.
Do you remember where it was?
By the cup holder.
By the cup holder?
Yes.
You said you had to put the battery back in the phone, is that right?
Yes.
Where was the battery?
Behind the phone.
Also in the cup holder?
Yes.
This is the fourth time that she started over. What did you do immediately after?
Do you remember what game you were playing?
No.
Just a game on his phone?
You said, is it on his phone?
A game on Henry's phone?
Yes.
When Henry got back to the Impala,
She has to remind him all the time that it is the Impala.
did he have anything with him?
Bleach.
What did he do with the bleach?
He put it in the trunk.
How did you... A kid, 8-year-olds, playing games that can identify dad coming out of Walmart with bleach and putting it in the trunk? No fucking way.
And the bleach would probably be in a bag.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't see it. And the kid is on the phone playing a game. So even if he sees his dad, he's not going to look up and see what he's carrying.
Yeah, I mean, well, and even these are 2 bottles according to state's opening. No, according to prior testimony, it is smaller bottles than what we saw in the kitchen, which was a gallon jug or something.
Oh, okay.
But that means he must have held them like that. How do you know it was bleach? How do you see it was bleach? How do you see him putting it in the trunk while you're on the phone playing a game? This is so fucking coached. Like knowing exactly what weed plants looks like and counting each exactly. Yeah.
At least it's actual bleach and not Clorox wipes.
But you were asleep. Yeah. This is royally pissing me off.
Then what did he do?
And then we left.
And now you're coming to the dirt road?
What did you do with his phone when he got back into the car?
I hurry up and put it back.
You stopped playing a game?
Yes.
And now he's going to say that Dad took the battery out again?
Now, you mentioned there's a dirt road.
Oh, she forgot to ask about the battery. So now other prosecution is leaning over. Oh, battery. He took the battery out again. Remember that. Because if he doesn't testify to it, then it might just have been, damn, I'm almost out of battery. I don't have my charger. I turn it off. Drive there. Turn it on. What time is it? Is it open? Whatever. And then turn it off again.
Wow.
This is royally pissing me off.
Yeah.
Yes. Now we're going to hear about the battery again.
Did you do anything else to the phone before you put it back?
I took the battery out.
Told you. She had to get that back in.
And why did you do that?
Because I didn't want to get in trouble.
Trouble for what?
Putting the battery back in his phone.
This poor kid.
Oh, yeah.
And that asshole woman.
So after you left Walmart, is that when you went to this dirt road?
Yes.
Had you been to that dirt road before?
This is why she had to restart. Because this kid, I can almost guarantee, has no individual recollection of any of this.
Yeah.
I can guarantee it. He's been spoon-fed all of this.
Yeah. And it's very easy.
And it's so infuriating because there's enough circumstantial evidence in this case to remove everybody else from suspicion.
Yeah.
But they are trying so hard to get this guy that they put this kid through this.
Yeah. You don't need to cut corners and play dirty.
Yeah.
Before going to Walmart?
And he would say no.
Can you repeat that?
How many times did you go to the dirt road?
Once.
And was that before or after you went to Walmart?
After we went to Walmart.
She had to restart him 4 times to get the timeline correct out of him.
They better be using all this for impeachment.
Yeah, but this is a kid.
I know.
I would put her on the stand. This bitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he testified first the wrong car, restart. Then he was asleep, restart. Then, yeah, she treats him like Windows Vista, has to restart him 4 times to get him to say the things she wants him to say. And this is from a kid who has photographic memory about what happened in the apartment. And he still needs to be restarted on to get the timeline correct.
God. Yeah. Can she get a mulligan?
So then once you got to that dirt road, what happened?
He poured the bleach, and then we left.
And now she has to go back to have him, he went to the trunk or something of that sort.
Yeah.
Because this kid is lost now. He's been restarted 4 times. He is not sure where he is, what he is supposed to say.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Where did he pour the bleach?
By some bushes.
By the way,
and where were you when this was happening?
By the way, there's no evidence of bleach on the body, on the remains. Not testified to, at least. And it wasn't in opening statement as well. This is just, if they have him on Walmart buying bleach, they need to fit it in. And they are using this kid to do it.
Well, this trial is going to be pretty long, isn't it?
Yeah, in total 5 weeks is the number I've heard.
So
and
maybe
it is there must be because this GD, where did he pour the bleach? On some bushes.
And the body was found in those bushes?
Some body parts were found under shrubbery.
Okay.
In the car.
What did he do with the bleach containers after he poured the bleach?
He put it back in the car.
Once he put the bleach back in the car, what did he do?
He left.
He left?
Did he get back in the car?
Yes.
And where did the 2 of you go after that?
We went back on that dirt road. And then I asked him where he was, and then he said that we was riding, and then we went to go meet my mom.
So you asked where you were, and he just said, "We're riding."
Yes.
What does that mean to you? We're riding.
Like a joyride.
Like a joyride?
Yes.
Now, after you left that dirt road,
alternative version. Kid was asleep all the time. He was around looking. I don't know why he went to Walmart an hour away. I have no idea.
Yeah.
That's up to the prosecution to, and the prosecution is using the kid to get this out. If the initial report doesn't say anything about this, anything, if his first answer is, I don't know, I was asleep, then I say that everything else is coached.
Yeah.
This
And
is
if she asks the
pissing me off.
same, if she asks the same question again, the kid is going to be confused and think he answered wrong.
Yeah.
So he's going to change his answer, and then she asks it again, and eventually he's going to say what she wants.
Yeah.
The kid just wants to please.
Yeah. First of all, there's a rumor out there that children doesn't lie. That's wrong. Children lie all the time.
Oh yeah.
Then also, kids are so easily manipulated.
Yeah.
Extremely easily. I don't know where that shit came from that kids always tells the truth. No.
No.
To get out of trouble, they will say anything.
Yeah.
And if you
Well,
have
so
kids,
will adults.
you know this. Oh, my kid wouldn't lie to me. Oh, fuck off. You know your kid is lying.
Yeah.
When they are lying. You know. Jesus. Oh, this is infuriating.
At some point, were the two of you back in Davenport?
Yes.
Please, Judge, pick up on this. Please.
Dee, are you familiar with the area of Credit Island?
No.
The morning you were driving around with Henry, at some point, did you go to some area by water?
I don't recall.
That's very adult words. I don't recall.
Yeah, very legal words.
Very legal words.
What, does he go to law school?
Yeah, he's pre-law. What the actual fuck is going on here?
I don't recall, but could you refresh my recollection?
Yeah.
And ask it 4 more times?
Yeah. Are you sure you don't remember? Yeah. And this woman is going to be a mother.
At some point, did you go to Henry's RV?
Yes.
What did the two of you do when you got to the RV?
He opened the trunk of the purple Impala and he grabbed out a...
You're in the purple Impala. Why don't you just say he opened the trunk? Why do you have to repeat purple Impala as if this is something you must remember to answer?
Yeah.
bloody knife.
Grabbed out a bloody knife. How would you know? You're in the car. You're 8 years old. You can barely see over the dashboard. Oh, now is the time when she has to ask, how did you see that? Well, I climbed up. I walked out the car.
And he dumped her and then drove back?
Here's the thing. The timeline according to the prosecution. This kid wakes up. My sister isn't here. He believes they were starting to get daylight out. Here's the thing. First time Dad came home was 3:30. They had that on the phone. 3:31, cell phone guide, 3:31, 3:32, 3:34, I believe. So they had motion on the actual phone.
Okay.
So already there. So the implication is that what the prosecution is going for, he went in and out of the home 2-3 times. He came back, according to the kid. in a span of 2 hours.
Okay.
Then they went on a drive. Kid first says the wrong car. So she does a restart. Then they went to a friend's house. She has to restart him again because that's wrong. Then they went to a gravel road. They drove there for a long time. He was asleep. She has to restart him again. And now they are driving to Walmart.
Yeah.
So she restarts him 4 times to get everything out correctly from him. Yeah. And they disassembled, drove to a dirt road, dumped parts. According to the kid's testimony, she must have already been there.
Yeah.
So he must have been driving around all night for some reason. Boom, 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 boom. But also back and forth.
I wonder,
I mean, stuff isn't adding up, and it's infuriating because this kid makes me disbelieve the prosecution entirely. There's enough circumstantial evidence in this through his significant other, why he's at Walmart an hour away. I mean, to exclude almost everybody else from this equation. Why are they using the kid for this?
It's going to be really interesting to see what the judge says.
Yeah.
Because to me, it makes me it makes me doubt everything the prosecution says.
Yeah.
Even the stuff they've proven.
Even the stuff they have proven, like everything weird about the phone and the cell tower data. I mean, there's so much in this case that points to the defendant. Why are they doing this? It's pissing me off. Because it's not necessary.
Yeah.
And now he has to repeat the trunk of the purple Impala, and he grabbed out a bloody knife. But how he's 8 years old in the front seat of a car. How the fuck does he see this? He doesn't. It's impossible. So now she has to coach him to say the right thing again.
And why would he bring his son along to witness this?
Yeah.
Like, it
doesn't make sense.
But I mean, he's not able to talk to his son now, and then the prosecution is with the son, and they can have him say whatever they want.
Yeah. Most probable the kid fell asleep and slept in the car. Kids sleep in the car.
Oh yeah.
And he remember, he's been up since 3:30, and now a few hours later they are driving around. Of course he's going to sleep.
Yeah.
My reaction to this is kid was asleep all the time.
Yeah.
Until they got to mom's house. That's my notion. I don't buy this. Not for a second. Grabbed out a bloody knife. How would you know? You're 8 years old. How do you know what a bloody knife looks like? And if the dad knows anything about anything, there would be no visible blood on that knife.
Yeah.
Why would you use it and then just drop it in the trunk? Remember, there's no trace of blood in the trunk.
Oh.
How can a bloody knife be picked out of that trunk and not leave a trace of blood?
Yeah. This is,
Okay, Michigan Law Show guys are pouring in. Hello, folks. Welcome to the most infuriating, fucking trial I've ever been. Jesus Christ. Hi, David Stuff. Welcome here. Welcome out.
Yes.
I'm
Thanks, David.
afraid. Yes, you made it, and get on here. Yeah, get on with it.
Hey, so why is this so infuriating for you?
Oh, you haven't.
Now, I
Oh,
have seen the cross-examination of this witness that's on the stand. That was infuriating for me because that was a.
yeah,
I'm not going to say what happens. We'll watch
Yeah.
it when it happens. But what I
Yeah.
didn't watch anything else of this. So what's making you so mad?
she had to restart this kid 4 times under direct examination. First
had
of
to
all, he
restart him?
has photographic memory of everything. After some, she might ask the same question twice for him to remember what he is supposed to say. But then we go to the morning when they go into the car and the kid says the wrong car. So she restarts him. The purple Impala. Okay. What did you do next? We went to this friend's house. Whoopsie. Restart again. 3rd time. Did you fall asleep? I fell asleep. Okay. Did it feel like a really long time? Yes. Where did you end up? On a gravel road. Fuck. Wrong again. Restart.
So that's interesting. So how far along are you in the direct?
Now he's at the trunk. 8-year-old kid in the car somehow sees his dad grabbing a bloody knife out of the trunk of a car that has no traces of blood in it, according to prior testimony.
Someone asked me to watch the cross-examination of this witness in Discord.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was. And so I watched it. And it's going to get very interesting.
I think Tia is talking about the defendant, not me.
Yes.
I'm not wearing pigtails.
The pigtails.
Yeah.
I've just got a random bow tie and a t-shirt on. Anyway,
No, it's worse than the Thomas Randolph trial I'm covering. That guy in his last trial had pigtails.
Brandon still owes me $25 if he's in here, by the way.
Gigi said this is worse than Zach's trial. I have to agree. This kid, for 3 years, has been interrogated. I can almost bet money on that under his first interview, he started out with saying, I don't know, I was asleep. I can almost guarantee that's the first word that came out of his mouth. Yeah. I can almost guarantee it. Now, I know that David has seen the cross-examination, so please, no spoilers.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because I haven't seen the direct.
Yeah. Direct, it's so coached. You can talk to Baker about that. It is infuriating, and on top of that, no objection from the defense. None.
At least since I've been here.
Absolutely none.
They have a strategy, right?
I would hope.
I was just streaming my trial, and everyone was like, "Why didn't you object?" I'm like, "Because I have a strategy."
I'm hoping, and we also heard a little bit about that first or second stream when they interviewed the lead detective, who is an incompetent asshole. Okay.
Me.
I'm guessing that is Brandon. Thank you for your $5 super chat. It's so infuriating. So I really hope they are having a strategy, because I'm so pissed off at the prosecution, at the lead detective, because as far as I've seen the actual evidence, there's almost all the circumstantials around this case points to the defendant. but the prosecution is slowly moving me into believing they made stuff up.
So
at least
what's
out.
interesting is, because again, I only watched the direct, or the cross-examination rather. What you're describing of the direct and why they're not objecting actually makes sense. When I say they have a strategy, they have a strategy. And I think that's why they're not objecting.
Yeah, and I also know from prior statements in this trial that this kid changed his story all the time. I don't know how, when, why, whatever. But I also know that at one point he implicated Dad's girlfriend. She's not charged with anything, and they haven't pointed out anything about her getting a plea deal or anything. So I'm so pissed off. I'm so pissed off at this. Yeah, but now we are here, and this is, he opened the trunk of the purple Impala. Why would he say that when he's in the purple Impala? Why does he have to expressively say, yeah, in my opinion, because this is what he... And I'm not calling him a liar.
No.
I'm calling this a planted memory. But, yeah.
I mean, it's called witness tampering or with your memory, and it's very easy to hear stuff from other people.
Yeah. I get flashbacks to Satanic Panic in the 90s when I hear this kid.
I'm curious to hear more of the direct. I didn't hear very much of any of it.
Let's go back a bit so you can hear. Oh, by the way, this woman is pregnant and is going to be a mother, and now we know what.
She? Point.
Yeah, she's pregnant.
Oh Lord.
Or very weirdly fat at baby bump.
Does she have a wedding ring?
Very weirdly fat.
She could be single.
Yeah.
Go to some area by water.
To this answer.
I don't recall.
That's a very legal answer, isn't it, Dave? From an 11-year-old
I got a
kid?
mouthful of peanut butter. She asked if it was by water, and he said he doesn't remember, right?
No, I don't recall. That's a very legal way of answering that question.
Did we hear about the fishing yet?
No.
Okay. I don't know how you fish if you're not by water.
Not very
At some point, did you go to Henry's RV?
Yes.
What did the two of you do when you got to the RV?
He opened the trunk of the purple Impala and he grabbed out a bloody knife.
He has been in this purple Impala all the time. Why does he have to say it out? Yes, because he misremembered the first time around when he all of a sudden, when they left the apartment? Yeah, Camaro. What car? Oh, the purple Impala. He said the wrong car.
Yeah, but see, the thing is I get that. We just, the other day, watched part of my trial where I had questioned my witness ahead of time. I knew what her answer was supposed to be, and I couldn't get her to say it on the stand no matter which way I asked it. You know, it happens.
Yeah. But this is the entirety of direct, the entirety. This happens all the time. She has to re-ask, move forward, and then all of a sudden he says wrong thing. Okay, back up. Now all of a sudden he says the wrong thing. It's so infuriating. And again, at the time, he's an 8-year-old kid. He can barely look. He barely sees above the dashboard. How does he see this bloody knife? Well, we are about to find out, and my bet is that she goes back a bit, because now all of a sudden he either goes out of the car or looks over or something like that, because he said the wrong thing again.
So he opened a, you said bloody knife
Bloody knife, yeah.
from the trunk of his Impala.
Yes.
What did that knife look like?
A machete type.
How do you know at 8 years old?
I mean, I knew what a machete was at 8. I watched Rambo.
What did he do with the knife once he grabbed it?
He wiped it off with bleach.
Oh yeah, they got this in while you went to Walmart, yeah, and were you back in the car? Yes. What did you do? I put the battery back in the phone and started playing a game, which he oddly doesn't remember which game it was. He remembers everything else.
It was like Bejeweled or
photographic memory. But no, he didn't remember in this testimony what he was playing in the car. And then he sees his dad coming out of Walmart with bleach. How do you know it was bleach? I mean, we are talking now when Walmart an hour away. How do you know? You're in the car, 8 years old, playing a game on his phone. How do you see this? My answer is, you don't. He puts the bleach in the trunk. Okay, bag? Did he hold them up towards the window? Look, kid, I bought 2 bottles of bleach. I mean, and then he poured the bleach over some brushes, and throws the bottles back in the car, in the trunk. And now we hear him say he cleaned it off with the bleach. But he poured the bleach out. Or are you saying he saved some bleach for later? Why wouldn't he clean his knife while he was there? And why, Jesus fucking Christ, we are almost 6 hours in.
Maybe a little, Chris.
Where were you when you saw him do that?
I was outside the car or inside.
You were either outside or inside the car?
Yes.
After Henry wiped off the knife with...
How could you see that from inside the car? If you pop the trunk up, how do you see the machete? How do you see it was bloody? How do you see he cleaned it off with the bleach? How? Outside or inside? This poor kid. This poor kid.
In Valhalla, Rambo did carry a machete in some of his movies. I sent you a picture on Discord.
The bleach, what did he do with the knife?
He put it in his RV.
Dad looks so disappointed. Yeah, and before I forget, while during the restart of everything, you saw a close-up of the judge looking at the prosecution, looking at the kid, looking at the prosecution. Then the kid had an answer, and for a split second, you saw what in his eyes? The judge's eyes. And then he looked back at the prosecution and glanced over at the defense as he was expecting an objection. Let's see if we can go back to that, because that was...
Yeah. Bewildering.
I was not an 8-year-old kid in 2008, but I was an 8-year-old kid when the other Rambos were out, and I watched them.
So there.
Was that... Oh, was that yesterday? Yeah, that was the day before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go back to it later, because I want to see this.
Dee, was that the only time you saw a knife that morning?
Yes.
You said he put the knife in his RV?
Yes.
How did you know that's where he put the knife?
I saw him put it in there.
Where were you when you saw him put the knife in the RV?
In the car.
Were you inside the car or outside the car? What's going on? I mean, for him to see the bloody knife out of the trunk, he has to be outside, jump in and out. Now, if the dad is anything of the sort of this hardened criminal, why would he bring his kid to this?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much that doesn't make sense, and it's so infuriating because they should have a strong circumstantial case, but they bring in shit like this to enhance it.
Well, I think one of this kid's stories is really damning for the defendant, and I think that's what the state's trying to do.
Yeah.
Because if let's just say this kid had only one story, and that was the story, I would definitely be calling this kid. I don't care why or the who's or anything about the knives, but I would definitely be calling this kid. So I agree with them calling this kid, but because the kid has so many different stories, you're right. It kind of confuses the issue.
Yeah, and yeah, just the fact that they restart him all the time.
Were you able to see into the RV from the car?
No.
And how did you know that's where he put the knife?
Because he walked in there with it and he came back out with nothing.
Did you go into the RV at all?
No.
I need to jump off, but I'll be back in just like maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and how she holds her knife.
Dee, at some point, did you see Henry with a fishing pole that morning?
He looks heartbroken. I can't tell if it's like because his kid is snitching on him or because he's making it up.
Yeah.
Do you know where you were when you saw him with the fishing pole?
We should get Dr. G on it.
Where the fuck is that?
Was Henry inside of the car with the fishing pole?
No, he was outside the car.
Where are we now?
When you saw Henry with the fishing pole and he was outside of the car, were you still at the RV?
No.
Do you know where you were?
It was by water.
How does they manage to everything this before they get back to mom's place? Because that was also very early in the morning, if I remember opening statement.
What did you see Henry do with the fishing pole when he was outside of the car?
Somewhat fishing.
Somewhat.
He was somewhat fishing?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
He was half fishing. Like.
What?
Did he walk up to the body of water?
Just a little bit.
He half an hour ago he testified to, or if it was on Friday's testimony, he doesn't remember that island and body of water, and now he does.
And where were you when this was happening?
In the car.
When you saw him walk up to the body of water, what did you see him do?
Fishing.
Okay.
So now
Did he have the fishing pole at that point?
Yeah.
And did he cast the fishing line out into the water?
Yeah.
So now he's fishing.
How does
While you were by this body of water, was there ever a point in time where you could not see Henry?
No.
Now, the fishing part that you talked about here, did that happen before you went to the RV or after you went to the RV?
Oh,
After.
Okay, so not restart at least. What the actual fuck?
Now, you mentioned that at some point you met up with your mom that morning. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, timeline here. We know they went out. We know they were at Walmart and Walmart was open. Now this was 2020, COVID. Walmart could be 24/7 open. I don't know.
Mine that were 24/7 were not open at night.
Yeah.
So I don't know about this one, but most of them went to open at 6 a.m.
Yeah. But it was morning, it was light. Now they managed to get all the way out to the Walmart. Gravel road, out, RV, fishing, then to mother. Let's see, I don't remember exactly at what time they actually returned him to the mother. But if it's... shit. I mean, that round trip must be at least 2.5 hours. Just driving to the Walmart, driving to that place, driving back. And fishing in the middle of everything, and to the orb. Jesus Christ.
How did that happen?
She saw them in traffic.
Had Henry or your mom spoken on the phone at all that morning?
Yes.
And were you in the car when that conversation took place?
Yeah.
Do you know if Henry called your mom or if your mom called Henry?
I think my mom called him or he called her.
So one of those two things happened.
Yeah.
What did Henry tell your mom during that phone call? Defendant's statements.
Excuse me?
It's the defendant's statements.
Overruled.
What?
What did Henry tell your mom during that phone call?
That he didn't
That's not the defendant's statements. Well, it is the defendant's statements, or statements at time some jerk-off exception to the hearsay rule.
I don't know.
Well, what's it called? Indirect, blah blah blah, something. I'm not sure about the American phrase of it.
It goes against party interest.
Something of that sort. Which Dave was here.
Or Bree was. That he didn't.
What did Henry tell your mom during that phone call?
That he didn't know where Bree was.
Statements by party opponent, the defendant are admissible, is an exception to the hearsay rule. Yeah, a bullshit rule.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Did he say anything about having been out searching for Bree?
He said he was supposedly searching.
So he told your mom that he was searching?
Yes.
That's not what he said. So now she's testifying again.
Of course.
Correcting him. Oh, you said the wrong thing. This is it.
Happens to the best of us.
The actual fuck is going on here.
But you added the word supposedly.
Yeah.
Why did you add that word?
Because he wasn't searching.
Dee, the whole time that you had been driving around with Henry, Did it appear that the two of you were looking for Bree?
No.
Thank you, Brandon.
Did Henry ever roll down his window and yell out Bree's name or anything like that?
No.
Did he ever ask you to do that?
No.
Did he ever knock on anybody's doors to see if they had seen Bree?
No.
Okay, they're finishing up the testimony now. It sounds like.
Okay.
While Henry was speaking with your mom on the phone, did he say anything about the police?
He said that he made a report.
He said that he made a report?
Yes.
While you had been with Henry,
Even the most stupid criminal in the world wouldn't say that. Because it's so easily refutable.
Yeah.
This is so pissing me off. Oh, thank you, Gigi, for posting my PayPal. Yeah, if you don't want YouTube to take a cut, I have a PayPal. Thank you,
And the
Gigi.
cut they take is pretty obscene.
30%. Now, yeah, it's rent money. But then again, almost all my streams are, you can't, not ad friendly. Now, yeah, of some sort, I can say that. But Gigi, was it Gigi? Was it you who said that on one of my videos I put out about a month ago? I put in 3 ads in it. She got 8 ads in that video. So something is extremely. So it's more or less, you may not have ads shown to people in this video. And people are saying to me, there were loads of ads in that video, and I see jack shit of that ad money.
Yep.
Aries, this is Dinkins' biological son? Yes. Bree was his stepchild? No. He was not involved with the mother. As far as I know.
did you ever see him make a police report?
No.
Oops. Darn it. Lawn and crime. There.
So after this phone call then with your mom, where did Henry take you?
She saw him in traffic, and then we pulled over back McDonald's.
So your mom saw him in traffic, and you.
Alternate version. Oh, now we have mother's testimony. Now testimony from someone who is definitely may or may not want a conviction. Do you believe her? Maybe not. But would 2 people lie about him saying the same thing? That's the story they're going for here. He confirms her testimony, or in this case, she will confirm his testimony once she takes the stand. Jesus Christ.
You ended up pulling over at McDonald's?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I got in the car with my mom, and then she made a police report.
Where did you and your mom go at that time?
To the police department.
Did you go back to the area around Andrea's apartment at all that morning
With my mom?
with your mom?
No.
Thank you, Dirk.
But you
for
do
sending
remember
me
going to the police
uh,
department that day?
for
Yes.
sending me cash.
And were
on
you
PayPal.
interviewed by the
Thank
police?
you so much.
Did they ask you questions?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Did you answer their questions?
Yes.
Yeah. Here's the thing. What he remembers, or claims to remember, is 3 years ago.
Hmm.
He has had photograph as an 8-year-old kid, waking up in the middle of the night, and from the moment he opens his eyes, he has photographic memory.
Yeah.
But this prosecution assistant district attorney kept restarting him over and over and over and over and over again because he said the wrong things. And it's infuriating. It's pissing me off. Now they are saying wait till cross. Okay.
Dee, do you remember driving around with police officers a couple times?
Yeah.
And were they asking you questions about where you and Henry went on this morning?
Yes.
And did you try to show them the places that the two of you had gone?
Yeah.
I would assume, I don't know. Was it up this road? Maybe. Was it up this road? Maybe. Are you sure? Yes, it was this road. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, this is pissing me off. And now district attorney is reminding her of asking something she
And
forgot.
did that include areas by where your dad's RV was parked? So when you drove around with the police officers and you were trying to show them different places that you had been that morning, right?
Yeah.
Did that include showing them the area where your dad's RV had been?
Yes.
And did that include the area over by Walmart where you saw Henry buying bleach?
Yes.
Oh, he wasn't sure about that.
And did you try to describe that dirt road as well?
No.
Really? He had so much recollection about it, you had to restart him 4
He just
times.
shook his head.
Did you try to describe the
The
area
defendant just shook his head.
where you
like,
saw
what the
Henry
hell?
with the fishing pole?
Him and his lawyer both.
I believe so.
His lawyer is so pissed. But they must have a plan.
Yeah, they have to have. They have to have. But we know this prior testimony with lead detective that this kid changed his story all the damn time. All the damn time. Even
Right.
implicating
Thank you, Dee. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Dad's girlfriend at one time.
Mr. Freeze.
Is it okay if I call you D too?
Yes.
Okay, D. You okay?
Yep.
Tell the court, just for the record, who Henry Dinkins is to you.
My father.
I need to replace my nicotine pouches.
Sure.
Grift a bit,
Okay.
Dolly, while I fix this.
Hey, I am Dolly Talk on YouTube. You can check me out there. I do court cases, cover trials, go back on older trials. Today, I'm finishing up the closing on the Theodore Edgecombe trial, and you can go back and watch the previous ones I've done. I've also got a Twitter, Babu the Aussie Cat. You can find me there as well. And just started a couple months ago, but I've been growing slowly. There you go. Good. I don't know yet,
what's
David.
the plan? Yeah, what's the plan about the mustache? Is this going to be a real?
Yeah, trying to do like the handlebar.
Oh, good.
All
right. Yeah. Let's see what this will bring us. And I'm already pissed off.
You're angry at your father, right?
Yes.
Oh.
You're angry at your father because you think he hurt your sister, right?
Yes.
You're convinced of that, right?
Yes.
And you're here today to offer testimony to make sure that he is held accountable for doing that, right?
Yes.
And you're going to say whatever you need to say to make sure that happens, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I ask you that is you're telling us.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, now we know. Holy shit.
Here's what happens. Mommy convinced Daddy did it. She tells cops. Cops help kids remember. And all of a sudden, this impressionable, easy to manipulate kid is telling them everything they want.
Whatever they want to hear.
Yeah. Planted a memory.
Let's play that again. I don't even think he slipped up.
No, he's
11.
That is the first time he spoke
the truth.
His truth. Because he is convinced Daddy did it, and he's going to say, yeah.
For the record, who Henry Dinkins is to you?
My father.
Okay. You're angry at your father, right?
Yes.
And you're angry at your father because you think he hurt your sister, right?
Yes.
And you're convinced of that, right?
Yes.
And you're here today to offer testimony to make sure that he is held accountable for doing that, right?
Yes.
And you're going to say whatever you need to say to make sure that happens, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I ask you that is you're telling us some stuff today, and you'll agree with me on this. Tell me if I'm wrong. That we're hearing for the first time today, right?
Yes.
Like
Ooh.
When you and your dad
Oh.
left in the Impala that day, you went driving and went to a guy's house first. The first time that you've said that on the record is today, right?
Yes.
Never told it to the police before, did you?
No.
It's today. It's the first time.
That was unplanned from the prosecution didn't even know it. That's why she had to restart it. Holy fuck. Oh, this is bad.
For the state.
Yeah. Jesus. Who was planning on telling something completely different? And then the prosecution got him back on track. 4 times they restarted him on that issue before he got back to what they wanted him to say. Holy fuck.
I mean, judges weigh the facts the same way a jury does, right? I mean, just with more, less emotion.
Yeah.
So I just don't know.
Yeah.
So I guess this would play just as well.
This story comes out in public, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you've been interviewed by the police several times, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you and I had a
that's...
chance to talk in this courtroom, and I took your deposition, right?
Yes.
You remember that day?
Yeah.
Remember you sat in that chair right where you're sitting now? Remember
that? No, this is a bench trial. No jury. Judge is the finder of law and the finder of fact in this.
Yeah.
Remember you sat in that chair right where you're sitting now? Remember that?
Yeah.
And there was a person here who was a court reporter who swore you in, right?
Yep.
And you were swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And I asked you all kinds of questions about what happened the day Breasia disappeared, right?
Yes.
Remember that very clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Because that was the only time you've ever had to give a deposition or testimony ever in this case, right?
Yes.
And you never once told me when I asked you what happened that day that you went to some guy's house first after leaving Andrea Culberson's apartment, right?
Yes.
You never told me, and this is the first time today we're hearing this, correct?
Yes.
That Henry was outside drinking that morning. It's the first time, right?
I don't think it's the first time.
Well, you just told the prosecutor on direct examination that you went to this guy's house with Henry and you went inside. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And that was the truth, right?
Yes.
And you said Henry stayed outside and he was drinking. Was that the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so it was early morning when Henry picked you up. Is that right?
Yeah.
Were you awake when he picked you up or were you still sleeping?
I was awake.
Was it daylight or was it still dark?
It was daylight.
But early morning.
Early morning.
Okay. So Henry and you go to this house. You go inside. Are the people inside awake?
No, it's just me and my sister that was inside.
Who's inside?
Me and my sister.
What? What? You and your sister was inside. What's going on here? What's going on here? What? Let's go back a bit.
No, it's just me and my sister that was inside.
Who's inside?
Me and my sister.
Who's Breasia?
Yes.
So Breasia's with you at this point in time?
We went to his house, yeah.
What? Whoa. And David said it's get better.
The morning she disappeared?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after you left, where did Breasia go?
Why wouldn't this, if this is true, why wouldn't the prosecution have gone with this? Because that would have proven that he took the sister to that house first, then took his son to that house. What's going on here?
Maybe he thought up a better story.
I don't know what to say.
This kid better be saving up for therapy instead of college.
Is there a way to donate in pounds via PayPal instead? I think that, I don't know. I'm kind of lost for words here, and
I think there is.
Yeah, I don't know if I can change it or if you can change it yourself. So that's yeah.
Can you repeat that?
After you left, where did Breasia go?
To his house.
To whose
Well,
house?
Andrea.
Okay, so Henry took you back to Andrea's house?
Yes.
On the morning she disappeared, right?
Oh, you stepped in it now, kid. You stepped in it now. You fucked up, kid.
Can you repeat that, please?
You just testified that Breasia was with you and Henry, right?
Yes.
And early morning hours of the morning she disappeared because you just said Henry picked you up and took you to this house, right?
It's when he first picked us up.
On the morning she disappeared.
When he first picked us up. But on the direct examination, she was gone. Oh, kid, you lying sack of shit. I still blame investigator and prosecution because they knew this was coming. I bet you they knew this was coming.
And they wanted to exploit it and use it.
Yeah.
And they stepped in it.
Early morning hours, right?
Let's go back a bit.
You just said Henry picked you up and took you to this house, right?
It's when he first picked us up.
On the morning she disappeared, early morning hours, right?
11.
He's 11 now, the kid.
Sure, yeah.
Well, I want you to be accurate. I want you to tell the truth.
I am.
Okay, so that morning, you and Henry and Breasia go to this guy's house.
Yes.
And you and Breasia go in the house.
Yes.
And then what are you and Breasia doing in the house?
Playing games.
And Henry's outside.
Yes.
And he's drinking.
Yes.
And nobody else is in the house.
No.
So after you and Henry and Breasia are done there, where'd you guys go?
To Andrea's house.
And then you and Henry went where?
That was the only place. Andrea is where we was.
Okay. You have a little trouble with your memory, perhaps, D? Okay, so it's your testimony. I'm giving you another chance here, that this was the morning Breasia disappeared, early morning hours of July 10th.
Yes.
Okay.
This is like watching a reaction video. You got logo over your head.
I know. Let's just get it. Damn it, I need to have something over that doesn't cover everything. Hold on.
I'm so excited for you to watch the rest of this.
It gets better for the defense.
I'm so excited for you to watch the rest of this.
So he still claims he has clear memory. Now, okay, in a few minutes, he has contradicted everything during direct examination. Everything. Absolutely everything.
Well, then you just testified to the prosecutor is that after you left this guy's house, the first place you went was to some dirt road. Remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Today's the first time we hear about that too, right?
Today's not the first time.
You never said it to me when I took your deposition last summer, did you?
I said it, but I didn't say it to you.
Who did you say it to?
One of his other lawyers that was here before you.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Okay. And you went to this dirt road and you said that you saw him pouring bleach. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you said you saw him pouring bleach over some bushes. That's your recollection?
Yes.
Now, this was after you went to Walmart?
Yes.
the Walmart you went to was in a whole different town, right?
Yes.
Because you fell asleep on the way there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, he went to Walmart first to get the bleach?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that then you went to a dirt road?
Yes.
And he took that same bleach and poured it over some bushes?
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that this is not the first time you have told this story?
Yes.
You've told it to the police before?
Some of them.
Okay.
Oh.
And it's your testimony that Henry got out of the car and this is where he was where he was fishing?
Yes.
Kind of
So
fishing.
he was fishing at the place he poured the bleach?
No.
Okay, so let me make sure.
Yeah, I don't understand the pouring of bleach on the.
It was
plant.
daylight.
What?
I don't understand pouring the bleach on the plant, on the bushes. I don't understand why.
Yeah.
The remains of her was found under some bushes.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, but none so far has testified finding traces of bleach on the remains or on the bushes or anything.
I have a theory as to why this kid was lying, but I'll save it.
Okay.
Yeah, well, earlier my theory is that the prosecution needs to fit the bleach in somewhere because they have him at this Walmart buying bleach. So now they have to get the bleach. What does it really? Because it's really damning to him to be looking for his baby mama's daughter, and then all of a sudden be in another town buying bleach. They have to fit it in.
Right.
Yeah, and the police or prosecution or mother, and again, as I've said this for a while now, satanic panic. Kids are easily impressionable. And there is this weird rumor out there that kids wouldn't lie. Kids lie all the fucking time. They lie. Kids lie. Okay? They do. If they are in trouble, they will lie. They make up the weirdest stuff until you get the truth from them.
But you always want to know why they're lying.
Yeah. Let's continue.
At this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never got out of the car?
No. I stayed in the car.
And how did you see him pouring bleach over the bushes?
Because you can see through the back windows.
Okay. Did he have to walk in the bushes a ways to pour this bleach, or did he just walk around?
It was over a hill. Like there was like a flat road, and there was the bushes right there, down there. And he poured it.
So Henry's car is on the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And he had to walk over a little hill, right?
Yes.
And then he just, from the road, poured the bleach in the bushes?
Yep.
Okay.
No.
What did he do with the bleach bottle?
He put it back in the car.
Pop the trunk and put it back in the car?
Yes.
Now, you were at Walmart and Henry went inside. You said you got hold of his phone and put the battery back in the phone, right?
Yes.
You know what kind of phone he had?
No.
He had an iPhone.
Some phones are pretty hard to get the battery in and out of, right?
Yes.
Please say he had an
This one
iPhone.
wasn't? No?
No.
Did that phone have a passcode on it?
No.
What game did you play?
I don't know. It's like Candy Crush type.
Okay.
Please say it.
And then from the Walmart, you just drove around till you got back to the mobile home, right?
Yes.
And Dennis, your testimony that Henry stops.
Hold on here. He poured the bleach back in. I mean, this is in a completely different order from direct examination. He took the bleach he bought from Walmart, poured over the bushes, but now all of a sudden he goes directly from Walmart. I mean, none of this fits at all.
Yeah, the timeline doesn't make
sense. Gets out of the car, you stay in the car, and he gets to the trunk again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh God, I'm reading the
And
comments
now
from
he
Crime.
uses the bleach again.
What?
Now he uses the bleach a second time?
He only used the bleach one time.
Well, I thought you told the prosecutor he used the bleach to wipe off a bloody knife.
It was like a spray bottle.
He had a spray bottle.
For the knife, yes.
Okay, describe the spray bottle for me, please.
It says cleaning, it says bleach, and it's a spray bottle.
What color?
White.
Okay. He had a rag in the trunk?
A white. No, it was an RV.
Nick, can you pause it?
I understand, but he had.
Unicorn 11 makes a good point. Wait, did I miss something? Or, the sister was with him that morning, so then what's the point of the bleach, pouring it on the bushes?
Yeah. All of a sudden, so he picks up. Now, the first time, he says he picked up both him and his sister that morning. In direct examination, she was gone.
So why would the child lie and say that the daughter was gone or the sister was gone on direct examination? And why, if you think about it, why are we talking about, well, now all of a sudden the sister is with him and he's pouring bleach on the bushes?
Yeah, but the sister was in the house with a friend where they played video games. And all of a sudden he's alone in the car again. Then he's pouring bleach over bushes.
Do we feel like we're missing part of the story?
Oh, fuck yeah. It's almost as none of this happened. My bet is kid was asleep the entire time while dad was out looking for his sister. I don't know why he chose to go up to Walmart in another town and buy bleach all of a sudden. I don't know. That's not my problem. That's up to the prosecution. And the prosecution chose to use this kid to do this. But none of it fits because according to the prosecution, so far, the defendant killed the victim at some point before he picked up the son to go out. Now all of a sudden she's still alive in the car going to a friend's house the same morning. Here's the thing, if you want to be a good liar, you have to remember everything.
Yeah.
Everything in the correct order. Everything. When you're 11 years old, you don't. If you make up stuff. Yeah. Let's continue.
To get the knife and the spray bottle out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
So he would have to get a rag out of the trunk as well to wipe down the knife, right?
He wiped the knife at the RV.
In the RV?
Yes.
Am I making up stuff?
No, we're not making up stuff. We're trying to figure out the story. And Alexandria Nolan, this story is very convoluted and confusing because it's, in my opinion, having watched this trial, not on YouTube, but off stream, there's a lot of people that aren't telling the truth and the story's not fitting together.
Yeah. Here's the thing. You can go back to earlier in the stream when the prosecution has to restart this kid's story. First when she asks about, he says the wrong car. He says the Camaro. She has to restart him. Now they're in the Chevy Impala.
Yeah,
then
the point is that
then we went to the guy's house. She stops him. Restart again. Then they go to the gravel road. It took a long time to go there because he was asleep. She has to restart him again. And now all of a sudden, fourth restart. Now they go to Walmart. Now he buys the bleach. Then they go to the gravel road. Then he pours the bleach. Then he goes to the RV. Then he picks up. You go back in the stream. We were all watching this. I'm pretty sure I'm not changing things.
I'm just excited for what's coming.
Okay, so how'd you see him wipe down the knife if he was in the RV?
He was standing in the middle.
The door was open?
An RV?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So describe this knife for me. What color was it?
It had a brown handle, and the pointy part was silver.
Brown handle, silver blade, right?
Yes.
And how could you tell it was bloody?
It had red stuff all over it.
Covered in blood?
Yes.
Blood dripping off it?
Yeah. No.
You could see a lot of blood on it.
There was a lot, but it wasn't dripping off of it.
Okay.
There was a lot.
Okay.
He caught himself there quick.
So Henry sprays this bloody knife down right in front of you. That's your testimony.
Yes.
And he's what, 5 feet from you, 6 feet from you when he's doing this?
I don't know how many feet.
Okay, well, you're in the passenger seat, right?
Yes.
And you can see Henry very clearly, right?
Through the back window, yes.
Yep. He can see you, right?
No.
You can see him, but he can't see you?
Yes.
How do you figure that?
My seat was leaned back.
Okay. And it's your testimony that this bloody knife, then, Henry takes a spray bottle, cleans it off, wipes it down, and takes it into the RV, all within, I'm going to say 10, 20 feet of you, right?
Yes.
Risking the fact that you may see it, right?
I think so.
And it's your testimony that your dad came back and picked you up and took you someplace where he covered up some crime scene and sprayed bleach, right?
Yes.
And your dad came back and picked you up and sprayed down a
MG is my twin.
knife, which may be evidence of a crime, in front of you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now the fishing pole and Henry going fishing, today's the first time we hear about that too, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that just a detail you happen to remember between the last time we talked and today?
No, I remember everything.
Okay, so you chose not to tell us when we were asking you
I barely
questions?
talk.
Excuse me?
I barely talk.
You barely talk?
Yes.
Okay, so when people ask you questions, you just answer them the way you want?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Victorious, I think you talk more than you give yourself credit for, and let me tell you why. Remember the day Breasia disappeared? You went on a ride with the police, right?
Yes.
And your mom went along for this, right?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that your memory, the day Breasia disappeared, was probably better than your memory is today. Right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Do you think your memory's better today than it was?
It's always good.
It's always good. Okay.
Yes.
Have you ever told the police a lie?
No.
Have you ever told the police false facts?
Facts.
Just true facts?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you recall the police driving you around that afternoon, between 3, 4 in the afternoon, and they took you down near the water by Credit Island, you and your mom?
Yes.
And they took you by a bait shop, and you said you remembered the bait shop.
I don't recall.
Okay. If an officer would testify
That's
that
his
you
good
said
memory, yeah.
you remembered the bait shop, or there's a recording of it, that would be true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You recall that the officers went to a lagoon area?
A what?
A pond area at your direction, and the police said you said that Dad parked in the gravel parking lot and went fishing?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
You also recall telling him that day that Dad went fishing with 6 guys?
I did. Yes.
You told them that, right?
Yes.
And that's the day your sister disappeared, right?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
It is.
So today, you're saying your dad went fishing with 6 guys?
I don't know.
You don't know if your dad went fishing with 6 guys?
No.
You also told the police that when Dad went fishing with 6 guys, you had to stay in the car, right?
Yes.
You also told them in response to a question where they asked you where Henry went, and you directed them to a tree line to the west area of the entrance of Credit Island. Recall doing that?
No.
If the police have a recollection of that, or there's a recording showing that, would you dispute that?
What do you mean?
Would a police officer lie about that if he said you said that?
Objection.
No.
You can't ask a witness to comment on another person's credibility.
Withdrawn. Do you recall telling them where your dad went fishing with the 6 guys?
Credit Island.
Okay. Do you recall?
But he testified under direct examination he had no idea about that island. Then they had to bring it in somehow, so they just said a body of water. And he went fishing. Under direct examination, nothing about 6 guys, nothing about a tree line, nothing about a bait shop, nothing about it. Here's the thing, if you start lying, you need to remember every single line of lie, in what order. If you do it when you're 8, 9, 10, you will be horrible at it. As you are, as this kid is on this stand.
Did they talk about the manner of death already? The cause of death?
No.
Okay.
No. Not yet. I've seen in chat someone doing a little spoiler earlier, but so I know what's probably coming up. And I also know from day one, I think, interview with the lead detective that this defense lawyer impeached him with kid was changing his stories all the time, and then a question that said he had one time said he saw his dad and his girlfriend kill Breasia Terrell. So that is some version of that is probably coming up. Not Obama, the old girl was 10 when she disappeared.
Getting out of the car and physically walking with them?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
You don't recall walking into the tree line, stopping, pointing to the ground and said, Dad was standing right here?
Huh?
You don't recall getting out of the car, walking the police over to the tree line of the pond by Credit Island, stopping and saying, Dad was standing right here?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Was that true?
Yes, it was.
So Dad took you there as well that day?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And there were 6 guys with him, right?
They wasn't with him. They was already there.
Okay. Did Dad talk to those 6 guys?
I don't know. I did not even see him when you walked all the way back there.
You also remember your dad saying,
you need to stop lying and admit that
you're out driving that
lying.
day, come on, Bree.
I don't recall.
If a police officer says you relayed that to him, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall after Breasia was found that an officer came to your house and shared the news?
Yes.
Okay. You then also told police a different story, didn't you?
Photographic memory went
I
out
didn't
the
tell no
door.
cops no different story.
You didn't tell the police that you were present when Breasia was shot?
How the fuck did the prosecution choose to go forward with this?
I don't know.
Evil little
You don't know?
front.
No, you're making me mad and upset.
I understand that. You don't remember. You don't know, or you don't
told
recall.
the police
I don't recall.
that he was
You
there.
don't recall telling the.
He told the police that he was there when she was shot originally.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, during direct examination, seriously, prosecution, how the flaming fuck can you go forward with this? You probably have enough circumstantial evidence to exclude everybody else in the vicinity except this guy, which should get you very close to beyond reasonable doubt. And here you are with this kid, and now I know that you are prepared to go forward with things you know are lies. That makes me think, what else is fabricated? All of it? Then fuck you, prosecution.
Police that you and Breasia and Henry and Andrea Culberson were all out at the location where she was found, and Henry shot her?
I didn't say Andrea was with us.
Well, who'd you say was with you?
Him, me, and my sister.
Oh, so now you recall, right?
No, I don't.
Kid, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ.
I'm going to let it go a few more minutes, and I'm going to give you my thoughts.
I don't know anything.
You just don't want to answer, do you?
I do, but you're...
What do you recall?
What do I recall?
You obviously recall that Andrea wasn't there, so you recall facts. What do you recall?
Us three there.
At the location where Breasia was killed?
He's not the
Why
dad.
do they think? He on the stand is his son. Mother of his son is also mother to the victim. She has one or two more with different dads, I think. They are both the kids of her, but they have different dads. He wasn't in the picture. He has never been her stepdad. And the reason is we know that Andrea, his fiance or whatever it was at that time, we learned this with the interview with the lead detective, the absolute fuckfest of a lead detective, that she will testify, and also during opening statement, that she will testify that she saw she saw her outside of his car, so that they were more or less together. That's her testimony.
The reason why they went to this guy initially, from my understanding, and it's not going to be brought up in trial in front of the jury, but he has a past conviction. Yeah. He's on a list, and he's not supposed to be with children under a certain age because of this list that he's on. That's why he became under immediate suspicion.
Yeah. He has, from when he was, I saw that in chat, that
he was 17, the victim was under 13. I don't know the details.
No, but that could be anything from full-blown out rape and to exposing himself. We don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it could be something consensual too, right? Although technically someone under 13 can't consent.
Yeah. But United States of America has plenty of 12-year-old girls, sadly, who get pregnant.
We have TV shows about it. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But that's not a reason to convict this guy, right? So that's why it's not going to be in this trial.
Yeah.
But that's why, going to Chris's question about why they focused on this guy so much, that was really the essence. They focused on him immediately. He didn't report also. He was supposed to report when he moved in with the witness's mother, the one that he would eventually have this witness with. He didn't report when he moved in with her. He should have, because she has a minor child, and he didn't do that.
Yeah, so he put himself in this position, and now the prosecution apparently is doing everything they can to form every evidence to point it at him.
There's a few more statements.
But let me bring up the blood. Did I tell you about the bloody shirt, David?
No, I don't know about the bloody shirt.
An FBI agent in a separate case found bloody children's clothing 10 days after the girl disappeared. They sent this bloody clothing to the lead detective because they thought this might have something to do with it. Now, the person in the other case was a known abuser. Do you know how they thought they excluded the defendant from those? What would you expect happened, David?
Cell phone data, DNA.
Yeah, the natural thing would let's test
for
daughter's
DNA,
right? Against the shirt. No, they tested his DNA against the shirt and didn't find anything. So they have still to this day not tested that blood against the daughter's DNA, the victim's DNA. And that's when I started, this will be a...
There's some statements that this witness says, though, coming up that I'm that I think makes it even more of a cluster.
I'm not, and this will go on for weeks. I'm going to have a heart attack.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't testify to that today, right?
Yes.
Because that's not true, right?
If you say it's not true.
I'm asking you.
I guess.
I guess, or either it is or it isn't. Either you were there when she was killed or you weren't.
I said, I guess.
I don't accept that answer, sir. Either you were there when she was shot or you weren't.
I was there. Damn.
So you were there.
Yes.
You saw your dad shoot Breasia Terrell.
Yes.
Okay. And how come you didn't say that when the prosecutor asked you?
I think the defense screwed up. Just now.
Because it's not the truth, right?
You don't have. Oh.
What I
One
think
step too far.
is, I think this child witnessed it all, and he was lying to cover for his dad. And he told so many different stories to the police because he was trying to cover for his dad. And on direct, he was still trying to cover for his dad. But because this defense attorney probably didn't know that, he was pushing you told so many different stories, we don't know which way to believe you, and accidentally forced this child who witnessed it to say, yes, I was there, I saw him do it. That's what I think happened. That's exactly what I think happened. Yes, I think, yes. Cindy asked me to watch this in Discord, and so I watched this earlier, a couple of days ago. Yes, I think this defense attorney really screwed up. But I don't think it was his fault because he didn't know, right? He didn't know that this child was going to actually say, yeah, I was there and I saw it. Because that's not what he testified to.
Yes, he did. This, he knew that this that the kid claimed earlier that he was there when defendant and Andrea did it together.
But he didn't say it in the deposition, and he didn't say it on direct. So I don't think this attorney would have thought he was going to say it. I think he just pushed the wrong way. I think he just pushed a little bit too hard the wrong way.
Yeah, but it was during the first interview with the lead detective when this was brought up that this kid changed his story so many times. At one point, he said that he saw his dad and Andrea kill his sister. So he knew this. So I'm not entirely sure.
But I think statement.
I know where you're getting.
Yeah, but that statement, the way he says it, the way this examination comes out, and the way this witness testifies, I think this witness really saw that happen, and has been lying this whole time to cover for his dad.
Yeah, but the first few questions on cross-examination was, you would say anything to hold your father responsible, something of that effect.
Yeah, but if he's been coached by his father, you didn't see nothing, you're going to tell the cops this and that. I mean, you're going to say that. Yeah, I'm telling the truth. I want him convicted, right? But I'm only going to tell you these lies. You know.
Yeah, but you can spin it the other way around too. Now he's been with his mother, the prosecution, and the police. I know where you are, and I understand why. I'm not there yet.
Okay. That's but that's what I wanted you to see.
This is what you get when you get 2 or more lawyers in a room, you get 5 different opinions.
That's right.
And and that is why Zachariah Anderson case is so infuriating, because everybody with a law degree says this was a false conviction, a fraudulent conviction.
Yeah. The Anderson case is a good example of, if you could get 10 lawyers in a room and they all agree to the same thing, it's probably the truth.
Yeah. Okay, Alexandra, you're about to. No,
It's intentionally dishonest to say you actually believe this 11-year-old understood the implications behind the question. I don't think it's intentional or
I don't
intellectually
claim
dishonest
he
at all.
understands the. No,
Yeah,
I don't.
no.
I don't say that he understood the questions. I'm saying he is so far into his own lies that he stumbles on his own feet.
And I do family law a
Alexandra,
lot.
please,
I do family law a lot, and I deal with a lot of kids that are kind of covering the.
Yeah, I would
No.
agree that you have more experience about this than I have. I'm not there yet. But Andrea, don't ever assume my opinion. That is a fallacy, a straw man.
Yeah, intellectually,
Refrain
I
from
got
that,
it,
would you
Matt.
please? Whew. Yeah, but let's see where we go from here. Let's back up a bit. This was the time you believed, okay, lawyer fucked up. I'm not there yet.
The prosecutor asked you. Because it's not the truth, right?
Everything I say is true.
Okay, so the whole story about the bloody knife and going to Walmart, you just conveniently left out the fact that you saw your sister get shot when the prosecutor was asking you?
I didn't leave it out. I didn't speak about it. I hate speaking about it.
Did you and the prosecutor talk about this ahead of time?
In private, yeah.
And you just told her not to ask you about it because you don't like to speak about it?
I didn't tell her not to.
Okay. Well, your testimony today is you saw Henry Dinkins shoot your sister.
Yes.
What kind of gun did he use?
I don't know.
How close were you to the incident?
A couple feet.
Okay, was it a pistol or a long gun?
How am I supposed to know what it is?
You were the couple.
You knew the bleach. You knew the knife. You knew you saw everything and had perfect recollection until this, when all of a sudden everything was mixed up. Here is why I think
the problem is that the defense is still going down this road, right? He could have backed up a little bit and then gone into the other stories. He's still going down this road and asking very specific details. This is where the defense is still screwing up.
Oh, yeah, because all of a sudden, if this story all of a sudden makes more sense than everything else he said, yeah, I can see where that can be a mistake. He should have just, okay, so you also said this story and then got back to everything else.
Yep.
Just touch it, go away.
I mean, I think he does eventually get there and starts to try to recover and stuff, but I don't know.
Feet away. That's how
I
you're
maybe
supposed
saw
to
it,
answer.
but I don't know what it is.
Okay, what color was the gun?
Silver.
Okay. Was it a gun that you hold up to your arm like this, or was it one you just hold in your hand?
I don't know.
Okay. Isn't it true that you only come up with this story after you heard someone else talk about it?
No.
Okay. You didn't overhear police or your mom talking about how Breasia was killed and come up with this story?
I talk about what I saw, not what they talking about. What I saw.
Okay.
Not them.
Okay.
Knows the difference between a machete and a knife?
Well, I mean, that's
You
from
didn't
Rambo.
make this report about what you saw until after Breasia was found, right?
I knew the whole story.
And you didn't tell the whole story when Breasia disappeared, did you?
I said I barely talk about it. I said that first before I got up here.
Okay, so it's your testimony that your mom and your family and everybody else is out searching for your sister. Okay? You know what happened, but you don't tell anybody, right?
No.
Okay, so your mom's out there literally scavenging every possible place to find the daughter that she loves. And you know that she's been shot, and you know where she is. And you let your mom go out and search that way?
I told her where she was.
You told your mom where she was?
Yes.
Right away?
Not right away, but someday after that.
So you're telling me now?
This doesn't add up. And it really doesn't add up to your place in thought as well, David. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships to Danny, Shikomit, Tia, TG, and Dave.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I know. I still feel like
Because
this
now all of
this
a
kid
sudden
is
he's-
lying about something, and I'm trying to think of logically how and why he would be lying, why he would come up with the different stories. And remember back to the sister was with him. He picked up. Dad picked up both him and the sister. The sister was at the house.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, we're on a dirt road, and he's pouring in bleach. The
Yeah,
same
but,
day, right? The
uh,
missing story is the pew pew.
Yeah, but here's the thing. In his direct examination, which is, I believe, cooperated with Andrea, he woke up in the middle of the night. His sister was gone.
Yeah, that was his direct examination. That was a lie to help his father.
Which is also cooperated to by the defendant's then significant other. And that is also the prosecution's charges. She was already gone. And that's why the district assistant, whatever, had to restart him to get him on the right track according to their theory about how this happened. Now, maybe he was trying to get into the actual truth, but they had to restart him because they knew this about him claiming he was there when the actual killing went through. But that also would mean that the prosecution has let go an a person that should be charged with assisted murder. Because so far I haven't heard anything about Andrea having a plea deal.
Yeah, I'm looking at Matt's comment too. I think, but in order for a 8, 9, 10, now 11-year-old to be able to tell some sort of coherent story, it has to be somehow tied to something of the truth, where you hide, the most damning part, which is the pew pew that he watched. I don't know. It's just it's very interesting. This case in general, but this child's testimony is very odd.
Yeah, and I don't understand with all this, why does the prosecution choose to put him on the stand when they know all this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If as Chris Mullen says, if Andrea was cleared, then the kid must be lying about seeing them both shoot his sister. Or somehow because she was still in the apartment, she testified to calling him. No, she will testify to calling him. This was during the interview with the cross-examination of the lead detective that they ruled Andrea out. Or was it in the opening statement that there is phone activity between her phone and his? And that's when she discovered that his phone was still in the apartment. So apparently she is in the apartment when all this is happening, because there is phone activity to back it up.
Yeah.
So how could she be with them unless it happened much earlier that night? But there's no testimony whatsoever, either from the prosecution or so far.
Yeah, and remember, at the end of the day, the state has the burden of proof. So when they're done, you
Yeah.
should have a clear understanding of what happened, right? And you should be convinced that the defendant is guilty.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know what's going on. Although I have my suspicion that the child actually saw it happen and he was lying to cover up the father. There's still a lot of other parts of the story and other testimony that needs to fit in with that. So,
Yeah, but we already know from a medical examiner that they took, they swabbed his crouch area, and but so far they haven't testified to find, and this was the same day, and so far they haven't no testimony about finding her DNA around his private area. And I would, because in that testimony there was also where her DNA was found. But only that they tested is the growing area. But so far, no testimony about actually finding her bodily fluids on him. Because there's no bleach, no blood in his car, the Impala. No traces. So where did the knife come from?
yeah, that was the other thing too, is that the cause of death, from what I understand, has been ruled a gunshot wound. And why is this kid talking about a knife all the time?
Yeah.
And now he's talking about, I saw her shot. It's just, something's up.
Yeah. And here's
that
the
does
thing,
not make a good prosecution. Something's up does not work right, you know?
Yeah. At this time, I have, from the opening statements, okay, this is the prosecution's theory. They need to answer every one of my questions and prove every aspect of their opening statement beyond a reasonable doubt. I should be crossing off, not adding fingers. Jesus Christ, this is weird.
You told your mom.
Oh, by the way, this is going to be too late for Serial Killer Sunday to go through this and then start that up. Sorry, folks. I know you're expecting it, but I have to move that to next Sunday so I can catch up in this trial. Yeah.
You knew where she was and where to find her.
Hey,
Your mom did not go look for her?
Get going. I'm going to go get going, prep for my stream in an hour. It's been fun.
Okay.
And I will see you guys later.
Okay. Thank you for showing up, Sal. Thank you.
I'll be listening. Have a good day.
Yep. Bye-bye. Poor Sal getting in between us, not knowing, okay, who am I agreeing to?
I mean,
here's the thing.
We can both agree that
can,
this child is lying. The issue is I think we disagree on what he's lying about.
Yeah. I can't, at this time, say exactly what part he's lying about. Because I've heard a direct examination. I've heard the entire trial up to this. And so I definitely know that none of what he's saying now fits into the prosecution's case. And that's almost, yeah. And they knew this. Most of it, at least.
She did go look for her.
And didn't find her?
At that same place, she did.
Oh.
Mom found
We'll
her?
ask her.
What?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bree went missing about 3 years ago, right?
Yes.
You would have been 8 years old at that time. If you're 11 now, 8 years old back then.
Yeah.
Oh, this will be interesting.
And
Try to
you
save
talked
this.
about going over to a guy's house and that Bree was with you when you went over to that guy's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen when your dad first picked you up from, when Henry picked you up from your grandma's house?
Yes.
So he picked you up from your grandma's house and then you went over to a guy's house.
Yes.
And what did Henry do while you guys were at that guy's house?
He was outside and we was inside.
So that happened before you went over to Andrea's apartment.
Yeah.
That wasn't what he said during direct examination.
And so then you went back to, or after you left that guy's house, is that when you went to Andrea's apartment?
Yes.
And what happened when you got there?
We was playing games.
And where were you when you
Objection
played
asked and
games?
answered. Now you can play
I was in
hardball
another room and she was in
defense.
the bedroom.
When you say she, who are you
Asked and
talking
answered.
about?
My
Asked
sister.
and answered. Objection.
At some point then, did the two of you go to bed?
Yes.
And where did you fall asleep?
In the bedroom.
At some point, did you wake up in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Where was Bree?
Not to be found.
This doesn't add up at all.
Yeah, see, so now he's going back to his old story.
Yeah.
Like, you were asked a lot of questions about fishing. Remember those questions? Now, you were asked those questions about you driving around with the police on the day that Breasia was reported missing. You remember those questions? And they took you down to Credit Island?
Yes.
And you told the police about your dad fishing during that.
She asked him specifically about Credit Island. And he'd never heard of it during direct examination.
That conversation on July 10th, the day she went missing, right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned, or you were asked some questions about some other guys that may have been fishing as well. Did you actually see any other people fishing?
I barely can see them.
Were they just so far away?
Way far, yeah.
How did you know they were fishing?
They had fishing poles also.
Here's the thing about if he's caught in one or more lie.
And did Henry
then I
say
can't
anything about
trust him
fishing that
in
morning?
anything. We can
No.
freeze.
But you saw him with the fishing pole?
Yes.
Where did he get the fishing pole? I mean,
I know, there's so many random things. It's hard
Yeah.
for me to tell what actually happened.
yeah. This case just got immensely weaker.
Dee, when was the last time that you saw Breasia?
You have to
We
say
was
it.
at Andrea's house.
And was she in the bedroom at that time?
Yes.
Did you ever see her again after that?
You just said
That last time.
The last time?
Yeah.
When was the last time?
When she got shot.
See, now he's repeating it again.
Were you afraid to tell people that you saw her get shot?
Yes, I was.
Why?
Because it's hard to talk about.
objection beyond the scope.
Were you scared?
No.
Here's the thing. Why wasn't this brought forward under direct examination?
Maybe they didn't think he was going to testify to it. Maybe. I don't know. Because, okay, so you have a witness that has told you 4 different stories. One of the stories is really good, but...
At least,
right? But you don't know what he's actually going to end up testifying to. So you ask him kind of an open-ended sort of approach. What is your story? What did you see? Push those things. No?
Nothing open-ended about the direct examination. She led on, pulled back because he said something wrong that she wasn't expecting.
So then I don't know why she didn't go that
lead
way.
on. Yeah. Oh, you weren't scared?
Were you worried you might get in trouble?
Somewhat like that.
I mean, she was nowhere to be seen, but again, he saw her be... I mean, last time, either when they went to bed and then she disappeared.
I don't have any further questions.
Where did... I mean, okay, went to bed. He woke up, she was gone. But how do we... There's so much...
You have Valhalla called it. He said, listen carefully to her question. She won't be direct here at all. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. This is just weird. Why is the state not pushing that particular issue? My initial thought was that if you have a witness that's put up 4 different stories or put out 4 different stories, you're going to want to lock them into one. You don't want them to have 4 different stories when you're directing them, because then why even call them, right? It discredits your own witness. So maybe it was direct, maybe because it was the most comfortable, maybe it was the one that he told most consistently, maybe it's the one that he testified to during that deposition. But for whatever reason, they were comfortable with that one story. They thought they had enough, and they didn't think that he was going to say, yeah, I was there and I saw him shoot her.
Yeah, but according to, he was there with him, defendant, and Andrea. That is, so they knew, the defense attorney knew about this particular story, that he accused his father and his girlfriend of killing his sister. But Andrea, that is physically impossible, because there is cell phone activity that says she cannot have done this, according to the timeline that the prosecution is moving in to evidence. And the timeline doesn't, I mean, there's so, because twilight on July 10th in Georgia was 5 a.m. Somehow they claim that he managed to do all this, including go to Walmart in another town, drive around half the state, go fishing, and back. Everything this within quite a narrow time span.
I'm not Obama asks, what's the motive, though? Revenge against the baby. I have a completely irresponsible, speculative motive.
Yeah, he did something to her, and then spur of the moment.
I'm going to tell Mom.
I'm going to tell Mom. Yeah.
That's my irresponsible. There's nothing that I've seen that indicates that. But something bad had happened to her, and she said, I'm going to go tell Mom.
Alternative theory, sleepwalking. All of a sudden, she's gone. Andrea is up looking out the window. Dad is outside, not in the apartment, looking for her. Oh, fuck. If we don't find her, everybody's going to think I did something. He needs to find her because he has this prior.
That could be too. By the way, you
Yeah.
got some gifted memberships from Unicorn.
No, thank you, Unicorn, for 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah, how old was she?
That's
I don't
very,
know.
very 10.
Okay.
See, yeah. This is so weird.
Jonathan
but
got a
what-
membership.
what-
Jonathan's finally a member.
Yay! Jonathan, congratulations. Jonathan, Honey to 2800, Janet Lee, RLR, Shima. 2 or 3 completely new members. There is members only content on my channel, and there should be a link to my Discord.
By the way, you have talked often about I'm a farmer. I live on a farm, and okay, people live on a farm, right? And you're like, and then last week you're like, oh, I can't stream or something. I'm stuck on the tractor, and I was like, okay, yeah, his lawnmower. And then you had that member video, and we're like, oh, it's a real farm. You got real hay out there that you're actually harvesting. It's a real farm. So that was cool to see.
Okay. Yeah, we need a palate cleanser of sorts.
Yeah, let's talk about the farm. No, but so Nicholas lives on a real working farm. I just think, like the people around me, it is farmland, but they lease it out to people to farm, or they don't actually farm it. It's just, it's a big patch of grass. But this is a real working farm. This is cool.
Yeah, let's have a palate cleanser. This is members have already seen this. But these are the things I push out to my members.
Hey folks, just thought I would show you a bit of what I've been doing this week. This is for members only.
Not anymore. Yeah, look at that. How many acres you have there? That's a lot.
That is the neighbors.
A bit of hay.
That is the neighbors. Mine is at the other end there, but we cooperate.
Distracted.
Okay.
This week in my streams because
I want to
sitting on a.
I want to farm, but also be on water.
Yeah, because we had a very narrow timeline to collect all the hay between rains, because it can't be too damp, because then it starts to rot. So we had so we cut it all, then it rained, it had to dry, then it was dry enough, and then we had to do everything. So if you saw my streams earlier this week, I was a bit distracted, not really there. Well, when you do that 8 to 12 hours and then stream directly after it, you get a bit distracted. Thank you, Chris Muller. Nice one. Yeah. Okay, so this was
tractor all day.
Cleanser.
Takes your mind off things.
Hey.
But yeah, that's a good day's work or a good week's work.
So this is for the neighboring horse farm.
Just thought I would show you. All right. Have a nice day. Talk to you later.
Okay. Present. Okay, that was the palate cleanser. Let's get back to this.
I need to jump off shortly, but I really wanted to see your reaction when the child was testifying that he saw the pew.
Yeah, but I kind of knew that was coming. But everything else, say what now? Say this now? Say huh? And here's the thing with witnesses. If you are caught in one lie, you almost always can impeach that, hammer it in. But this kid has told so many stories he can barely remember it himself. He knows a few bullet points, but the prosecution had to help him through everything.
Yeah. It was. It's just bad testimony, and but
and there's no testimony before about that going to that friend and playing video games there. Nowhere in the direct testimony. That's not even been testified to by the lead detective. There's no cell phone data that supports it.
Yeah, that's the big one. But then also it's the smaller stuff too, such as on direct. Well, he went fishing, and then all of a sudden on cross it was, well, he and 6 guys. No, wait, he and just me and my sister, and it just kept changing.
Yeah.
But
it might very well be, as you say, he actually witnessed it, and then everything else is made up. He was because according to the timeline that the prosecution, this kid woke up 3:30 a.m. and all of a sudden he has photographic memory.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen an 8-year-old waking up at 3 a.m. doing anything but ramble stupid?
And for everyone that
asleep?
said, well, why would this guy do it with his son in the car? He might have thought his son was sleeping. I don't even know. We don't know. But that was my first instinct when I saw the child's testimony, and then here on cross, he was there. He's been lying to cover his father. That was my first thought. Not that it means it's the right one. That's just where I immediately went to.
Yeah, and that might very well be true, but that's not the prosecution's case.
No. Well, oftentimes the prosecution
now
doesn't
it has
care.
to be. Yeah. Now it has to be.
Yeah.
And now they need to fit everything into this brand new story. Yeah, that's a bit of a good luck.
Well, I will be in chat. I'm going to hop off. Thanks for having me on. And take care, everybody. You'll see me in chat. I'll be in chat.
Yep.
All right.
Bye. Yeah. Bye. Oh, this is all. Yeah, they are almost done here.
You may step down.
Okay, that was it, actually. Oh. There are too many stories. Too many stories. Yeah, half-Irish. Dad was threatening enough to think the kid would lie for him. It's all gross. Yeah. Here's the thing. How can anyone prove anything in this case anymore? Because this is not supported via cell phone evidence, what the kid just said. It's simply not supported. And driving around half the state. Because we know at a certain point he was spotted on the street by the mama, and they drove into a McDonald's. I don't know exactly what time it is, but we are talking about maybe a 3-hour window where he managed to drive up to a Walmart, drive down to that point, drive down to that point, go fishing. Yeah. This poor kid, he barely knows what's in and out because he's too entangled. We can have theories and strong suspicions about what actually happened. But there's no way after this, in my opinion. Because now all of a sudden they need to fit everything into this new story. Everything. And make it fit. I don't see how they're going to get there. Oh yeah, it would have been an interesting jury trial. But maybe this is why they chose to have a bench trial, because this defense team, they knew this was coming in one way or another. But I agree with David. They should just have touched it, moved back, and other inconsistencies, just to make sure, okay, you can't believe anything. They might have pushed that bit too long, too far. It's 10:30 p.m. here. There is, I have to postpone, sadly, Serial Killer Sunday to next Sunday. I didn't think I would go on this far, but I had to see this cross-examination. What an absolute clusterfuck. What an absolute clusterfuck. Whew. Yeah, this will be an interest. I'm covered in sweat here as well. I don't know where we're going after this, but I will keep covering it. Tomorrow, I will start this 8 a.m. Eastern. I have to catch up because they will begin day 8 on Monday, and I'm barely touched day 3. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you, Bass, Brandon, for the super chats. Thank you for all the gifted memberships. I much appreciated. It helps my channel stay afloat and growing. And yeah, make sure you've pressed that like button on your way out. And thank you all for trusting me to relay this to you. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Talk to you later.